rescheduled this morning. It was the very unfortunate but beautiful funeral of Alice Robertson, our director of the Downtown Development Authority, who served this community for decades and decades. It was nice to see her family there. And we actually have an item on this agenda that she has fought for years. So that'll be nice to see it get passed. We're going to have a very busy day today. I know a lot of you are here on a lot of issues and items. So we are going to get started with the rules. We are going to do a little protocol items and congratulate a few people in our community. And then we're going to go right into public comment for those of you who are here. So thank you for your patience. I'll be explaining that a little bit later so that we can have a good, efficient process and you guys can get out of here and back to your lives as easily as possible. And we can hear what you're advocating for. Welcome to the June 24th. It's my birthday tomorrow.
Oh, happy birthday.
June 24th. I'm going to be 48 years old. Welcome to the June 24th, 2021 meeting of the City of Miami City Commission in these historic chambers. Procedures for the public comment will be explained by the City Attorney shortly. Procedures for the swearing in of parties for the planning and zoning and or quasi-judicial items will be explained by the City Clerk. The members of the City Commission appearing for this meeting are Alex Diaz de la Portilla, Joe Carollo, Manolo Reyes, Jeffrey Watson, and me, Ken Russell, the Chair. Also appearing are City Manager Art Noriega, City Attorney Victoria Mendez, and City Clerk Todd Hannon. The meeting will be opened with a prayer by Commissioner Reyes, and I will be leading you in the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
Please bow your heads. Lord, you who has given us the opportunity to serve your people, please guide us that our decisions are the right decisions, that are just, and serve those that need it the most. I ask to you, Lord, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. Amen.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. You may be seated. Madam City Attorney, good morning. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair. Any person who is a lobbyist pursuant to Chapter 2, Article 6 of the City Code must register with the City Clerk and comply with the related city requirements for lobbyists before appearing before the City Commission. A person may not lobby a city official, board member, or staff member until registering. A copy of the code section about lobbyists is available in the City Clerk's office or online at www.municode.com. Any person making a presentation, formal request, or petition to the City Commission concerning real property must make the appropriate disclosures required by the City Code in writing. A copy of this code section is available at the office of the City Clerk or online at www.municode.com. The City of Miami requires that anyone requesting action by the City Commission must disclose before the hearing any consideration provided or committed to anyone for agreement to support or withhold objection to the requested action pursuant to City Code Section 2-8. Any documents offered to the City Commissioners that are not provided 7 days before the meeting as part of the agenda materials will be entered into the record at the City Commission's discretion. In accordance with Section 2-33F and G of the City Code, the agenda and material for each item on the agenda is available during business hours at the City Clerk's office and online 24 hours a day at www.miamigov.com. Any person may be heard by the City Commission through the Chair for not more than 2 minutes on any proposition before the City Commission unless modified by the Chair. Public comment will begin at approximately 2:30 and remain open until public comment is closed by the Chair. Members of the public wishing to address the body may do so by submitting written comments via the online comment form. Please visit www.miamigov.com/meeting instructions for detailed instructions on how to provide public comment using the online public comment form. The comments submitted through the comment form have been and will be distributed to elected officials and city administration throughout the day so the elected officials can consider the comments prior to taking any action. Additionally, the online comment form will remain open during the meeting to accept comments and distribute to the elected officials up until the Chair closes the public comment. Public comment may also be provided live at City Hall, located at 3500 Pan American Drive, Miami, Florida. Subject to any and all city rules, if the proposition is being continued or rescheduled, the opportunity to be heard may be at such later date before the City Commission takes action on such proposition. When addressing the City Commission, the member of the public must first state his or her name, his or her address, and what item will be spoken about. Any person with a disability requiring assistance, auxiliary aids, and needs services for this meeting may notify the City Clerk. The city has provided different public comment methods to indicate, among other things, a public support, opposition, or neutrality on the items and topics to be discussed at the City Commission meeting in compliance with Section 286.0114 Florida statutes. The public has been given the opportunity to provide public comment during the meeting and within reasonable proximity and time before the meeting. Please note, commissioners have been generally briefed by city staff and the city attorney on items on the agenda today. Anyone wishing to appeal any decision made by the city commission for any matter considered at this meeting may need a verbatim record of the item. A video of this meeting may be requested at the Office of Communications or viewed online at www.miamigov.com. PZ items shall proceed according to Section 7.1.4 of the Miami 21 Zoning Code as temporarily modified pursuant to emergency ordinance numbers 13903 and 13914. Pursuant to emergency ordinance 13903 and 13914, parties for PZ items, including any applicant, appellant, appellee, city staff, any person recognized by the decision-making body as a qualified intervener, as well as the applicant's representatives and any experts testifying on behalf of the applicant, appellant, or appellee, may either be physically present at City Hall to be sworn in by oath or affirmation by the city clerk, or may appear virtually and make arrangements to be sworn in by oath or affirmation in person at their location by an individual qualified to perform such duty. Pursuant to emergency ordinance number 13903, members of the general public who are not parties to an action pending before the city commission are not required to be sworn in by oath or affirmation. The members of the city commission shall disclose any ex parte communications pursuant to Florida statute section 286.0115 and section 7.1.4.5 of the Miami 21 zoning ordinance. Staff will briefly present each item to be heard. For applications requiring approval, the applicant will present its application or request to the City Commission. If the applicant agrees with staff recommendation, the City Commission may proceed to a deliberation and decision. The applicant may also waive the right to an evidentiary hearing on the record. The order of presentation shall be as set forth in Miami 21 and in the City Code, providing the appellant shall present first. The appellant will present its appeal to the City Commission, followed by the appellee. Staff will be allowed to make any recommendation they may have. Please make sure that you silence all cell phones and other noise-making devices at this time. This meeting can be viewed live on Miami TV, miamigov.com/TV, the city's Facebook page, the city's Twitter page, the city's YouTube channel, and Comcast Channel 77. The broadcast will also have closed captioning. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Mr. Clerk, we will go ahead and do the swearing in at this point, and we'll do it again if we have to. Go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The procedures for individuals who will be providing testimony to be sworn in for planning and zoning items and any quasi-judicial items on today's City Commission agenda will be as follows. The members of city staff or any other individuals required to be sworn in who are currently present at City Hall will be sworn in by me, the city clerk, immediately after I finish explaining these procedures. Those individuals who are appearing remotely may be sworn in now or at any time prior to the individual providing testimony for planning and zoning items and or quasi-judicial items. Pursuant to emergency ordinance number 13903, those individuals appearing remotely may be sworn in at their location by an individual qualified to administer the oath. After you are sworn in, please be sure to complete, sign, and notarize the affidavit provided to you by the City Attorney's Office. Each individual who will provide testimony must be sworn in and execute an affidavit. Please email a scanned version of the signed affidavit to the City Clerk at thannon@miamigov.com prior to providing testimony on the planning and zoning item and or quasi-judicial item. The affidavit shall be included in the record for the relevant item for which you will be providing testimony. Commissioners, are you comfortable with all the notice provisions set forth in these uniform rules and procedures we have established for this meeting?
Yes, thank you.
Chair, I will now proceed to administer the oath for the planning and zoning items. If you are here to speak on any of today's planning and zoning items, only the planning and zoning items, may I please have you stand and raise your right hand.
Go ahead and stand up. Go ahead and stand up if you're going to pledge. Thank you.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give at today's meeting is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? And your response is? Yes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Are there any mayoral vetoes today?
Chair, there are no mayoral vetoes.
Thank you. We're going to go ahead with protocol items, but before that, Mr. Commissioner Reyes, I believe you wanted to recognize some folks today that are with us.
Yes, definitely. There's a group of young adults that They are being acting as intern in the city attorney's office, and they have been doing an excellent job. And I want them to stand up if they are here so they could be recognized. Come on, guys, don't be shy. This is a group from Belen School and also from Lourdes. Give them a round of applause. Thank you, thank you. And don't you ever forget about public service. And I'm glad you're here so you can see, you can witness your government in action. Sometimes we do things that we are not too proud of it, but it's part of the process. Don't you ever commit that error. Thank you.
We'll try to be on our good behavior today.
Mr. Chair,
You're recognized, Commissioner.
in honor of Caribbean Heritage Month, that of which a lot of us have roots in, I wanted to present at least the DACE members a little bag in appreciation thereof. I had a party earlier today. I didn't have everybody's email, so you couldn't be invited, but next year, we'll talk about what happens later for those who didn't get invited to the party today. So just wanted to give that to you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
I have to add to that, that was a wonderful, wonderful event that you presented with, reminded me when we had Goombay, you remember? And we used to dance on the streets, and I wish that some way and somehow we can bring it back.
Wait. You're saying that if I were to bring back the Goombay Festival in West Coconut Grove, you would
Yes.
support me on that?
I will
It is
support
on-
you.
Mr. Clerk, is that on the record? Are we doing
Yes,
this?
it is on the record.
Record.
It is on the
We got a
record.
quorum here. It's happening.
No. Listen, I enjoy it more than you did. So I wanna see you dancing on the street with me, okay? To the Caribbean music.
That sounds like a resolution. That sounds like a motion by Commissioner Reyes, which I would second,
So
directing
moved.
the management to take steps necessary to prepare for the future Goombay Festival in
Yes.
West Coconut Grove.
It is a resolution. Do I have a second?
Got a
I'll
second?
be seconded by Commissioner Watson.
Well, call the roll.
Is there anyone from the public who would like to comment on that item? I'll close public comment. Hearing nothing further, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Well,
Motion
get-
passes. Thank you.
Coconut Grove,
Thank you,
get ready.
Commissioner
We're
Reyes.
gonna have a
Thank you.
festival.
It's back on.
Goombay is coming back.
Goombay is coming back.
All right, so let's do the protocol items. Mr. Leal, you have a couple. Would you like us down here to recognize some folks? All right, commissioners, if you join me down below the dais, we're going to recognize a few folks.
Yes.
You heard that. You heard about Goombay.
Hey, you have to practice that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Good afternoon, everybody. We wanted to ask Mario Riquelme to join us here, please. And where's Commissioner? Oh, I was like, where's Commissioner Reyes? Yes. We're all set up now? Yes. Oh, move it, okay. Okay, here we go. Mario has been with the city for close to 20 years. So I think that statement just deserves an applause on its own. He was hired and he has led the production of the media and communications for his tenure at the city, and we are all very grateful for everything that he has done to make the city and our communication to our residents on an ongoing basis. He's really the man behind the scenes. So thank you, and thank you again. Let's give him a round of applause again. I know that if and Stephanie, which is Director of Communications, wants to share some words, and we invite her to do that. But if you're seeing us online through social media, you're seeing us through the channel, that's thanks to this gentleman's continuing desire to improve and get the message of the work that we do here to our residents. So we could do everything here, but if it doesn't get broadcasted and distributed, it doesn't get to our residents. So we're very grateful for that. Thank you, Mario. Stephanie, if I may ask, before any commissioners wants to say something, or let's...
I just want to, in the name of all, everybody that has been here for so long, and I have known you for a while, thank you very much for your service. And don't get lost, come and visit us, because and bring some of your knowledge back, okay? Okay, congratulations.
But before we do that, I think your family is here as well. If we can also recognize, thank you so much, and you can join us for a moment. If I could, yes? Okay, yes, all yours.
Mario, if this is a reflection of the work that you've put in for the last 2 decades, where every single event, every single press conference, every single meeting came out to the best, streamlined, no glitches, that's because of Mario. Mario has sacrificed a lot of his time being away from his family, and I think the last year showed how you were always wanting to modernize, innovate, and that's all you. So these meetings, these lights, these cameras, these microphones wouldn't work without Mario. So I want my team from the Office of Communications and your family to please join us for a picture. I wish you could stay longer with us, but happy retirement. We love you, Mario. Thank you. We need our photographer in the picture. Yeah. This is what production people do. It's gotta be great. Thank you, everybody. Thanks so much. Gracias por todo. Gracias por prestárnoslos.
Thank you. We have one more, and I'm going to ask Director Eliezer and Colonel Johnny de la Cruz, Humberto Díaz Argüelles, and Carlos León Acosta to join us for this one, please.
Not retiring. No, you will never retire. Neither will I. Neither will I.
If they can join us. Thank you.
Chino.
So I have one quick question for the audience. I know that I'm always surprised by this question. Have everybody that is here was here when 9/11 occurred, September 11? Raise your hand if you were not, in the sense that you were not alive. Okay. The reason that I asked or mentioned that is because I was not alive when this very special moment occurred, which is the invasion in Playa de Girón by these patriots. And some years ago, I was visiting the museum, and I was there with my dad, and we were walking outside, and my mama calls me. Me dice, ¿dónde ustedes están? A little bit of Spanish, I hope everybody understands that. Where are you? And I'm here at the museum, I haven't seen it. I'm here with my dad, and this is actually a really awesome experience that I've never been here before. And it's like, do you know that one of our family friends was a brigadistas, Don Jorge Leiseca? And at the time, I was like, yeah, I grew up. We were sharing meals, family, since growing up. And in that time, I've always told to Don Jorge and to his family that he was always a man of honor in my book. When I learned that he was somebody that landed in Cuba to fight for freedom many years ago, and he still stands for that proposition, and unafraid to say that out loud wherever he goes. For me, he came from a pretty high level that he was to a significantly high level. And he invited me to watch a recent documentary, if we can call it a documentary, director, Veritas, where it's a story where it describes live by interview the individuals that actually participated in the Bay of Pigs. And I felt compelled that we as a commission, as a city, should recognize their labor, the work, and their heritage, and to also recognize that that history should always be passed down. So I bringing it full circle, 9/11 was obviously something that was very impactful, and we still live the consequences today. That invasion and the aftermath of it is something that we as Cubans, and I identify myself as Cuban, mom and dad, have always lived to relive that moment of what could have happened if that successful invasion actually transpired as it should have done. So I'm always honored to be in the presence of the people that were there, and it's very genuine that for me, everybody that was there, and you were young, and you took something extremely courageous. So I'm grateful that you've helped and assisted Eliezer. I wanna, with your permission, I wanna run a very quick trailer of the preview, and then recognize the director, which is standing on my left, Eliezer, and he could say a few words, and whoever wants to say a few words, but I never had a moment to publicly say thank you for the sacrifice that you did and the commitment. I'm not sure that I would have the courage to do that at that age. So it's incredible. It really is. So it really is. So let me, sorry, I don't want to get too emotional. Thank you, Chris. We can turn around and maybe
Es un honor para mí el estar hoy entre un grupo de los hombres más valientes del mundo.
Fidel Castro no me gustaba.
A mí me afectó mucho los fusilamientos.
Yo dije, esto pinta mal, porque este hombre no respeta la ley.
Luchar por la libertad de tu patria no es un deber ni una obligación.
Cuando pisé tierra cubana, sentí como otra adrenalina. El avión tiraba por todos los días, así como esto aquí mismo. Era horrible, un tiroteo constante, explosiones constantes, y no nos pasaron por arriba.
Regresamos nosotros a la playa y ahí sí la cosa era desastrosa.
Nos estamos quedando sin munición.
Y ahí se selló la suerte nuestra de una vez por todas.
Y me dan este tiro en la pierna y ahí caigo al suelo.
Y Osmar y Cienfuegos dijo, de todas formas lo vamos a fusilar, cierra él para ver cuántos de estos hijos putos se mueren.
Nuestro abogado defensor lo que nos pidió fue paredón.
Llegaron un día y pusieron dinamita donde nos tenían presos en los pabellones de castigo.
Cuando abrimos el periódico, la Armada Norteamericana en el horizonte de Cuba. Invasión inminente. Aquí había mucha gente que estaba opuesta al cambio.
I can assure you that this flag
will be returned to this brigade in a free Havana.
Yo sabía que ya a Cuba no la iba a ver más.
Let me tell you this. If people like me that we weren't at the time were here and were not on age, I can tell you that all my friends that are my age, one emptiness that we feel, that we could not participate in that action. And because that was the most, I would say, courageous action that I have seen in my life. I mean, it hadn't been because of, and I say it, and because I'm not politically correct, I had never been, and I will never be, and I'm not too old to change. If it hadn't been for the treason, I mean, the action taken by Mr. John F. Kennedy, and would have given the support that was promised, that it was air support, at this time, probably, I will be in Victoria de las Tunas and not in Miami. And those guerrillas and those, I mean, all the communist countries that we have seen in Latin America, and the guerrillas and the fighting and the blood, that would have been spared. That would have been spared. And these people, they were 18, 19, 20 years old, and they took a step forward to fight for the freedom of that land. And now, today, we have a resolution, which is RE8. And Mr. Chairman, I don't want to be, I mean, you can knock on the wood. I'm moving. Okay. I'm moving, so now that we have a quorum, that we pass right here, right now, that resolution RE8.
There's a motion by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by Commissioner Watson to pass RE8. Is there anyone here who'd like to speak at public comment on this particular item? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. Any further comments from the dais? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes on RE8. Thank you very much.
Director, would you like to say a few words?
Wow. I just want to say thank you. Thank you for coming. Thank you, our community, my family, my collaborators. Thank you, Miami. I love Miami. Miami is my home. Como un muchacho como yo, perseguido por hacer cine en Cuba, estar hoy aquí es señal de que algo estamos haciendo bien. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Now I would like to express my deepest appreciation on behalf of the Brigade 2506 for the recognition that has given to Eliezer. Eliezer is a good man. He has done a great job. He has only been in the United States for about 7 years now, and those 7 years have been enough for him to learn English, and I'm also doing that too. But for a long time, the brigade wanted to have this particular documental made. The reason for that is because in Cuba, the regime had been always calling us mercenaries, HPs, etc., all type of adjective that is, they don't belong to us. This film, what is showing who we are, why did we join the forces to go and liberate the country? And I invite you, all of you, to come to the brigade. We're showing the documental on Mondays and Wednesdays at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. If you want, just give us a call so that we can put you on the roster, and we'll be happy to see your faces there. Thank you very much, the Commissioner, for just the document that you have passed, especially to Manolo Reyes, my friend, and also the biggest friend that we can have here in the city council. So thank you very much.
Should we do the pictures now? Okay, very well. Thank you.
Before we move to the order of the day and set the agenda, we have a few special appearances that I'd like to recognize and allow them to speak before we go into the order of the day, after which we'll go into the general public comment. Is Mayor Vince Lago here? I believe I saw him earlier, and I certainly wanted to recognize our friendly neighboring mayor. Well, if he pops in, let me know and we will stop our business to recognize him and allow him to speak to our dais. Is the representative of the UDRB here? Is our representative of the Urban Design Review Board here? I know this has been a long time coming, working on an annual report. I apologize that you've had to wait so many times to speak before us. I wanted to make sure you got out of the gate first today. Good to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it. Willie Vermelho, with offices at 2601 South Bayshore Drive, Miami, Florida. And I'm here before you as the chair of the Urban Development Review Board. And my being here today, without taking a lot of your time, is simply to make a quick report of 2020 for you. During a most difficult year for all of us, as today it is, and my heart goes out to the families that lost loved ones this morning in Surfside. This past year has been a tremendous year for us. In spite of that, the UDRB fulfills a tremendous function for the city of Miami, for its residents, and for this city commission, in that we oversee every single project that is larger than 200,000 square feet, or projects that the planning director directs to us for guidance in terms of architecture and planning. In 2020, 18 projects were approved by the UDRB. 20 were presented, 1 was denied, 1 was withdrawn. We do everything possible to work with applicants to make sure that projects are approved with modifications, to make sure that the city is protected, that its guidelines are preserved, and that we leave this community better than we arrived in it. The 18 projects that were approved represented 4,444 units. That is larger than many communities across this country. 8.3 million square feet. Now, when I say 8.3 million square feet were approved, it's difficult to fathom how much is that. Well, I'll give you a little metric. That would be 185 football fields side by side. That is the amount of development that was approved last year in 2020. This is the only city board where every member is a licensed professional architect or landscape architect. There's no other city board that is conformed of all technically professionally certified personnel. We perform a tremendous function for the city in providing advice to our planning director. I want to take this opportunity to thank Vicky Toranzo, who is our liaison, and also the director of the planning department, Cesar Garcia Ponce, for their assistance and cooperation with our 9 board members. In closing, if I could leave you with a couple of items that I would like to convey, which is the wishes of the board to you, is that the board, since it was created, I probably should not be here. I'm probably breaking some law in terms of terms, because I've been a member of that board since its inception and served as its chair on twice occasions, so it's more than 2 decades on a city board, which I'm happy to serve the city as a volunteer. But we all believe that we could do a much better job as a quasi-judicial entity with some teeth, like other similar boards in other cities have, as opposed to being simply an advisor to the planning director. That's one thing. And the last thing is more ministerial, but still important, and that is that with the advent of COVID-19, the city went into a total digital submission of the applications, which is fine on a ministerial basis, but it's not fine from a technical basis. So we would hope that the manager gives instructions to the planning director that on a going forward basis, the applicants pay for and deliver via UPS or FedEx to each of the board members hard copies for their use in reviewing the applications. With that concludes my presentation before you, the first I've ever made in 20 years, so I'm happy to be here, Mr. Chair, and my fellow members and friends, Commissioner Watson and Commissioner Reyes, with whom I spent a lot of time in Gainesville when we were both studying there many years ago. I'm here to answer any questions you may have of me, and again, thank you for this opportunity.
Willie, it's very good to see you, and thank you very much for your service to the city. We may have some questions, gentlemen. Anything for the UDRB? Mr. Bermeo, one of the duties of the UDRB, I know mostly you're dealing with large projects, but one of the duties of the UDRB also falls within being the protector of the historic Charles Avenue vernacular. Any new construction on Charles Avenue that is to come before the city never gets to City Commission, but one of the stops is at UDRB, where the island vernacular is meant to be protected. There are several examples of modern homes, modern cube homes that have been built on Charles Avenue. And I'm just curious if you recall these coming to the board, and if they've ever been brought up in that, and that you all are aware of. That's one of the issues that's in the code to be protected. Is that something you have dealt with or recall?
I recall that probably in between 2019 and 2020, there were probably 2 homes that came before. Usually these homes, by the way, they don't qualify in terms of the size of the projects that we typically deal with, but they're brought to us either because of the sensitivity of the neighborhoods and also at the request of the planning director. And I recall one particularly where the gentleman from the Grove brought the house that he was trying to, my recollection, it was a renovation and expansion of an existing home. And I think he was trying to do the best possible job in keeping with the surrounding area. And we gave him some tips and guidance to make it more in keeping with the vernacular of the Caribbean architecture. So we strive to do that, but always trying to help and understanding that when we're dealing in certain specific neighborhoods, it's not like having the resources of some of the larger developers doing multi-million-dollar projects. So we're kind of compassionate with those applicants, and we try to guide them in a way that is more of assistance to them in their efforts. Now, if a project comes in that we believe makes a major impact and changes the streetscape, you can assure that our board will be very strong and be very vigilant to make sure that the character and the scale of the neighborhood is not hurt by any new developments. We want to make sure that under our watch, we're not building tomorrow's ghettos today, and that we're not impacting neighborhoods by having scars that will be very difficult to erase in the years going forward. When there's a small project and you have someone that is putting their life savings in trying to make an improvement over what was there, we become flexible, because we always look at, well, what is the options between what is currently there today and what they're trying to do. But our board, consisting of landscape architects and professional architects, they're very vigilant about the community needs. And I can tell you that particularly one of our board members, who actually lives and resides in the area, he's kind of our leader in that. And almost as I'm sure that you all, within your own different districts, you provide certain deference to the wishes and the leadership of that particular member, we do the same. But you have my total support and commitment to make sure whether it's in Charles Avenue or whether it's in a place in Little Havana or Morningside, depending on the neighborhood and its importance, we try to make sure that we respect the scale, the character, and the architectural integrity of that area.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Romeo.
Mr. Chair.
I do feel that we have let the community down because they ask us, how did this happen if we have these protections? And so I've been asking the planning director how we can strengthen the code if there's a way to give a little more teeth to that vernacular.
So there are two things. Not every project will go before us.
Yeah.
The project, it has to be over 200,000 square feet, or the director
No,
has
I'm speaking specifically of Charles Avenue historic protections. That just because that's in my district, it's an item that's, and I'm wondering if UDRB is the correct stop for those because they are small developments, right? Maybe it's not the right venue, and I just want to make sure we get it right from here forward.
I think if it goes before us, and whether it's a particular historic district or architectural guidelines, I mean, that is the board. But remember, we're advisory at the end of the day.
Of course.
And when I mentioned there were 20 applicants in 2020, there was one that we discuss a lot because it's one that we denied. But then that project got approved. It wasn't by the current planning director. And that's what we say. One of the things that if I have an ask for you, is that our board should have teeth. It has no teeth. It's purely advisory. All we do is recommend. But our recommendations not always get implemented. And there are other communities. You don't have to go far. You mentioned Mayor Vince Lago. City of Coral Gables has a similar board. They do have teeth. They have a lot of teeth. And nothing gets past them. I think we need that in the city of Miami. And last but not least, Mr. Chair, I think Miami 21 needs to be reviewed again.
Oh, it is.
And I must tell you that there's not a single application that comes before us that doesn't have half a dozen waivers. When you have so many waivers in every application, that should be a good symbol or recognition that something is at hand. And I would say that maybe a special committee be enacted to start a review and an overhaul of Miami 21 for the next 10, 20 years.
Thank you. Commissioner Watson.
No, wait a minute.
Mr. Chair, I just want to say three things now. 12 years since its implementation, it is being reviewed now, and the report is due back, I think, in October. So your wish now has been granted, and that's going to happen. It's happening as we speak. That's one. Two, given what happened this morning, can you, since you deal with projects of that size, maybe not assure, but at least comment relative to both design and safety that you guys look at from the Urban Development Review Board? And then last but not least, I want to read into the record. Most people don't know and think we're all monolithic, and we're not. And essentially, Surfside has no infrastructure to deal with the accident that happened this morning. And they probably won't know for a while because the building pancaked who was there and who may have expired. But some of our officers were called upon, and we know that Sergeant Brown, Sergeant Pyle, Officer Cordero, PSA Harris, PSA Lewis, PSA Johnson, PSA Cobb, and others responded to the building collapse this morning and assisted the city of Surfside in their efforts to try to find out what happened to their residents. So I just wanted to make that.
Thank you. Commissioner Reyes.
Sure. Yes, Willie, I don't know if, Mr. Bermejo, we know each other for a long, long time. I didn't know that you were not aware that there's a committee. A committee was formed in order to revisit and review Miami 21. And they've been meeting, Mr. City Clerk, what dates do they meet?
Say again, Commissioner?
When do the Miami 21 committee meet?
I do not have their schedule in front of me, but I can look it up.
That's right. They meet, I think, once or twice a week. A month. Once or twice a month. And as a matter of fact, they have gone so deep into it that probably they're going to be asking for a little more time. And you are welcome to participate and come and give them your input. As a matter of fact, anybody of the general public is welcome to come and provide their input on Miami 21. I agree with you, and that's why I propose that committee. That committee is very important that we revisit Miami 21 and then we correct the different faults that it has.
I can assure you that they would get a lot of information from our board because we deal with it every month. And there are a number of land use attorneys that come before us. And Miami 21 is making a lot of rich attorneys in town.
Yes.
Because of what it generates. And I think I can tell you, being in the business for 40 years, and we are the largest minority A&E firm in the state of Florida and the largest privately held A&E firm in South Florida. And this is our livelihood. And I will tell you, I was not aware that the committee was going on. I don't think my board members are aware that the committee is going on. We would love to participate. We would love to have an exchange with them and share with them what we go through, and I'm sure what the legal profession goes through in trying to process projects. So we'll be more than happy to do that.
I believe the chair, I saw her here today, should probably be happy to go
That's right.
present to you a briefing of what they've been discussing up to now. But I'm sure you would be a good collaborator with them.
Perfect. We did that also when the ordinance for public art in public places was being considered by the city. We gave them our ideas and thoughts, and so we'd happy to do that with this also.
They can actually have a joint meeting,
That's
if you
right.
like, one day.
Yeah, they should have a joint meeting. How is it possible that they not know about the review? I don't understand.
And vice versa.
I don't understand it. It's crazy.
It happens in the best of families.
Yeah.
At least we found out today, and you have my assurance that myself and the Vice Chair, Ignacio Permuy, and former Chair, Robert Bejar, we would be very interested in working with your committee and giving them our advice and thoughts, and hopefully something good will come out of it.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Romeo.
Thank you very
for your
much.
service.
God
Thank
bless.
you.
Thank you.
Zeri, did you want to say something?
Yes, Mr. Vice Chair, I just wanted to remind the gentleman, Willie, that there is coming up a workshop for public interaction, in addition for us scheduling a coordinating committee session between the task force and perhaps...
The Miami 21 Review Board?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
That'll be great. Thank you very much.
And Mr. Planning Director, thank you, Willie. And based on what Mr. Romeo said to us today, I'd like to direct or ask the administration to come back with a recommended process with regard to historic streets like Charles Avenue, because UDRB specializes in modern architecture and promoting the best of what's new, but maybe a more appropriate gatekeeper for a street like that is something more than the Historic Environmental Preservation Board or the department, or maybe even allowing an appeal up to commission in the same way we do for historic districts and properties. So I'd welcome some recommendations.
Yes, sir, we'll bring something back.
All right, a couple other appearances. Yes. Mayor Lago, good morning, sir. Yes, you're very welcome in our City Hall chambers.
Well, it's a privilege to be here as always. This is one of the most welcoming cities I've ever been to, and I'm proud to be here with a full house, and it really brings me a lot of joy to see people getting involved in the democratic process. So I commend all of you for being here. I also am happy to see that my mentor, one of my mentors, who I worked for 4 years in between college and graduate school, Willie Romeo, was here. I haven't seen him in a few months, so it's always great to catch up. Chairman, thank you for allowing me the privilege. Commissioner Reyes, Watson, I know Diaz de la Portilla and Coroyo are listening. I want to thank all of you for allowing me the privilege to be here, along with the manager, our esteemed city attorney and our city clerk. Thank you for giving me a few moments and a personal privilege. So I'm here today to talk about item F55.
FR1 and FR5.
FR1 and FR5. And I want to be very clear. I don't have anything to gain by being here. I'm actually losing by being here. I'm losing by being here because this affects my business. This affects my family. And I've been the brunt of personal attacks, intimidation, anonymous letters. But we're here today. We're here today because this is important. This has been important to me. This has been important to my residents. And it's important to everyone in this room to shine a light on human trafficking and the issues of prostitution and drug dealing that are happening in our community. So every year, millions of vulnerable children and women are trafficked and exploited for sex around the world. The U.S. Department of State estimates that as many as 600,000 to 800,000 individuals are trafficked across our nation's borders each year, with Florida receiving a high percentage of these victims. In recent years, South Florida has experienced such an epidemic of sex trafficking that Miami-Dade State Attorney's Office established a human trafficking unit in 2012. According to the State Attorney's Office, the state of Florida ranks number 3 in the nation for human trafficking. Half of all sex victims in the U.S. are 17 years old or younger, and in Miami-Dade County, approximately 40% of sex trafficking victims are minors, and 60% are adults. I have witnessed the dark side of our community. Hourly hotels and motels are breeding grounds for human trafficking and are frequented by individuals who engage in prostitution and are sex trafficking as well as other illegal activities. Last year, a 14-year-old girl was rescued from human trafficking by Miami Springs Police and other agencies. According to State Attorney Kathy Fernandez-Rondo's office, the 14-year-old girl was allegedly being sold into prostitution after having run away from home at one of the hotels cited in the report circulated by RHF law firm called Runaway Inn. That same hourly motel was shut down later that year for allegations of drugs and human trafficking. This is just one example on how hourly motels have a reputation of being a haven for illegal activity. And I ask you not to take my word for it. I ask you to speak to your own police, who will tell you that when you speak about crimes that occur at hourly motels versus regular daily rate hotels, the crime rate is significantly higher. I don't want to say double. I'll leave that up for you to ask your police. Why is that the case? Over the years, I've had the opportunity to participate in over a dozen underground stings with several law enforcement entities such as the City of Coral Gables Police Department, City of Miami Police Department, and State Attorney Kathy Fernandez-Rondo's office. During these undercover investigations, the things that I have seen cannot be unseen. I have witnessed women of all ages under the control of their pimps, abused, manipulated, and ultimately becoming victims of exploitation. Victims of sex trafficking are often exposed to serious health risks, including sexually transmitted diseases, drug and alcohol addictions, a series of health concerns, and psychological trauma. Shaken by the firsthand experience, I decided that something had to be done. I want to take this quick moment to give you a little bit of insight on one of the experiences that I witnessed. I've gone over a dozen stings where I leave my family at home in the middle of the night and I attend with different agencies, like I mentioned, many times with the police chief for the City of Coral Gables, to witness it firsthand. I don't want anybody to tell me what's happening in our own streets. I want to witness it myself. I went on a sting with the City of Miami, in the City of Miami, by the airport, and I witnessed a young lady who was recent arrival to the United States who was being sex trafficked. And she had had 8 encounters with different men in one day. This woman was coordinated by a group of individuals that were pimping her, and she had no other way as a recent arrival to get out of this situation she was in until we arrested her pimp that evening. And the interesting thing about it was that we stumbled across this woman by coincidence because we were about to barge into a neighboring hotel room next to this one, where 2 young ladies, we thought that were underage, which were not, were potentially being taken advantage of. But we found this woman because as the individual that was engaging in the prostitution left the room, he became so nervous he dropped his keys and left the door open. and we saw the young lady sitting down in the bed. So we took this woman, we took her out of that situation, and she's living a different life now. But that happened because we stepped in, and this was in an hourly motel. On December 6, 2016, I sponsored Ordinance 2016-60, which was enacted by Coral Gables Commission, that prohibits hourly hotel and motel rentals, which are located along the city's 8th Street corridor. The ordinance allows for the imposition of a fine against or arrest of an individual who takes payment for an hourly rental. The ordinance was a positive move for the city of Coral Gables and helped substantially reduce illegal activities surrounding our city's borders while enhancing the overall safety of our neighborhoods and ensuring the safety of our children. Human trafficking is like air, it moves and does not stay still. I've witnessed prostitutes being picked up and taken deep into the city of Coral Gables, near areas where there are children. My second and final story is I want you to understand we've seen prostitutes be picked up in the back of a motel and taken into the city of Coral Gables in the middle of the night, where these individuals will park in front of somebody's home and commit a sex act. The last one that we arrested, I was with my police chief, Ed Hudak, and the individual not only was committing a sex act in front of someone's home, but they also had illegal drugs in their possession. So this crime committed both in the city of Miami and also committed in the city of Coral Gables, adjacent to these motels. Moreover, the city of Coral Gables enacted a memorandum of understanding between the city of Miami, and I commend the city of Miami and the city of Coral Gables. This agreement allows for the creation of a joint enforcement zone, which is mutually beneficial to both municipalities as it helps enhance policing strategies by reducing with the goal of eliminating illegal activities taking place within this area. I'm going to present for the consideration of the commission a memo that was put forth by our police chief, which details the findings of our joint enforcement task force. I'm going to give it to the clerk for your review later. On July 24, 2017, the city of Coral Gables and the city of Miami entered into a mutual aid agreement to combat human trafficking and prostitution and other related crime violations. The task force conducted 15 proactive operations along the 8th Street corridor and business in the area that may have contributed to prostitution. The operations consisted of undercover surveillance, undercover officers attempting to rent rooms on an hourly basis, and interviewing of potential human trafficking victims. Since 2008 to date, over 126 arrests have been made by this task force. Those 126 arrests are detailed in that memorandum put forth by our police chief, Ed Hudak. The nightmare of sex trafficking thrives when law enforcement and government cannot or does not protect vulnerable people, including women and children. It is a responsibility of government and local law enforcement agencies to ensure that public safety of its citizens by providing policies and legislation for the betterment of our community. As such, it is mutually beneficial for all cities to work together to combat human trafficking. We are one community. What happens in one community impacts us all. According to the city's chief of police, Ed Hudak, ever since the city of Coral Gables did away with hourly rates at motels, the Coral Gables Police Department has seen a greater responsiveness from the building management and owners who report crimes that may be occurring in these properties. While the department continues to do random checks to enforce the code violations, Coral Gables Police presence has grown exponentially. Crime and suspicious activity in the area where the hourly motels were located has dropped since the implementation of the hourly ordinance. Although most criminal activity or prostitution is facilitated online between parties and the use of cash apps, the hourly motel rates incentivizes people to only conduct business and illegal acts and move on with less overhead costs, making economic sense for the criminal enterprise. By doing away with the hourly rate, the Coral Gables Police Department has seen a more stable clientele at these establishments. As an elected official, many times it takes courage to go against certain items because often there is pressure from entities that try to sway our decision. Today, I leave here today with a sense of peace because I know that this commission is going to do the right thing. I know that you're going to think about our community, not just mine, but our community. And when I get home and I look at my two daughters when I put them to sleep, who are 9 and 6 years old, I will tell them with pride that over the last 6 years, we have held people accountable, and we're doing everything in our power to stop human trafficking and the exploitation of people in this community. Together, we have an opportunity to leave a legacy and help combat this issue. We must all work in unison if we want to initiate change and make our community safer, cleaner, and better for everyone. This is your legacy. So, Mr. Chairman, if I may, and I appreciate you giving me significant time beyond what you give many, I ask you before I leave that you allow me one more personal point of privilege, and you allow Betty, who is an exceptional individual, who has given her life to making sure that women in this community that are exploited are taken care of. Will you give her a moment from Glory House to speak?
Recognized.
Thank you, and God bless all of you. I appreciate your leadership, and this is a moment that we'll remember for a long time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me. I'm here to support Mayor Lago. My name is Betty Lara. I am the Executive Director of Glory House of Miami. We have been a nonprofit organization that has been open here in Miami, Florida for 10 years. We provide a safe space for survivors of human trafficking, adult survivors 18 or older, to get healed and to be set free. I want to correct Mayor Lago because the age of survivors are getting younger each year, and we're now down to 12 years old. Florida is the third largest state where human trafficking happens. We have human trafficking here in Miami, and we have labor trafficking. It is, a pimp can have 5 women, and they can be sold every single day of the week. Every single day. They can have up to 10 partners a day. The trauma that these girls experience is unbelievable. I have been doing this for 10 years, and I don't understand it. So I ask you to consider to change that hourly rate, because we do go to the streets. We actually go to the hotels to speak to the ladies to see if they want to come out, and we can offer them a better life and a better place to live. So please consider changing that hourly to daily, because it will bring down prostitution, which it's very vulnerable to human trafficking. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
In closing, I just want to say thank you, and I forgot to mention Commissioner Watson, thank you for always being an ear, and also thank Commissioner Alex Diaz-La Portilla, along with Vice Mayor Oscar De Rosa, who also proffered this legislation in Hialeah. I want to thank you for your leadership. This is not easy. This takes true leadership, but this is about our legacy. Legacy as leaders in this community, and like I mentioned before, we are one community. I can't thank you enough for allowing me the privilege to be here. Thank you so much, Chairman.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
May I ask the
Yes.
Mayor a quick question?
You're right.
Mayor, I'm sorry, before you go. Walk me through your rationale, your thinking, when you decided to make it 1 hour instead of 3 hours, instead of 24 hours. What was it you were thinking back then in 2016? And what's the difference?
Well, my rationale was simple. The first thing that I wanted to do was I wanted to get on the ground. I didn't want to take anybody's opinion or advice or expertise. I wanted to show the police officers and the Joint Enforcement Task Force that I was going to be one of them, and that I was willing to make a commitment and spend the entire night if I had to. And I've done it in the city of Miami in multiple locations and in the city of Coral Gables. So I went there myself, and I witnessed it firsthand. A 1 hour is just an opportunity to rent the rooms over and over and over again. The idea that a cash business is being allowed, to me, like Betty mentioned, you have young girls that are being trafficked. I've seen it with my own eyes. Most of these people do not have IDs. Most of these people, the cash business allows for more illegal activities to occur. And by the way, a lot of these individuals, they come into this country, they have nobody here. These pimps, what they do is they get them addicted to drugs. So they basically are having multiple partners just to pay for their drug addiction. And they also, a lot of them suffer from the Stockholm Syndrome concept, where they fall in love with their captor. So my thought process was simple. We need to clean up these areas. We need to be held accountable. The hourly rate, when you speak to your police, I'm not asking you to take my word, always speak to the police and ask them, what level of crime at a greater rate is committed around these hourly motels? and they will give you that information. And if that is not a siren sounding in your ear, then I don't know what else is.
Is there a difference, is there a difference between 1 hour and 3 hours?
To me, it's significant. I mean, when you have the daily rate, you're having somebody that's making a commitment to pay an entire daily rate, and that room cannot be rented till the next day. What ends up happening is at hours, you have individuals that park themselves in these rooms, committing transactions via social media and the internet. So, to me, if you want to stamp out the idea of drug sales and people using these rooms for human trafficking, prostitution, and drug sales, you have to make that commitment. And that commitment, again, is one of a daily rate. It's not an hourly rate. An hourly rate only allows and perpetuates the problem that we're dealing with here. And again, I don't have these issues in the city of Coral Gables because we've outlawed them. But they're a stone's throw away across the street on 8th Street. And when you've seen it with your own eyes, where the prostitutes are picked up and taken into the city of Coral Gables in front of somebody's home, that's what brings me here today. We need action.
Does your ordinance require a credit card when they're renting these hotel rooms?
Yes. And it also has incredibly stiff fines, thousands of dollars for individuals, for entities that are caught for the motel when we do encounter, which we have yet to encounter, that they're offering the hourly rate.
Have you considered a log sheet of people that walk when they go into the motel room and when they leave, and keep the record of that for 30 days, submitting that to the police department so that everybody knows when they walk in and when they walk out? Has that ever been considered? Have you had conversations?
I have not considered that. I mean, I imagine that the police, the liaison, the undercover agents are following through. The city of Coral Gables are following through with the motel to ensure that they're keeping tabs. But at the end of the day, all that goes away, and you can speak to your police when you progress from an hourly to a daily rate, because it sends a very clear message that we're going to clean up these neighborhoods, and we're not going to allow this to happen in our backyard.
So why does the industry continue to insist, and the industry being a very small number of motels, why do they continue to insist that the hourly rate is not the issue?
This is a very lucrative business, a cash business, very lucrative. And at the end of the day, I don't want to speak about their business model, but me personally, like I said in the beginning, I have a lot to lose by being here, a lot. Most people told me to stay home, let the other individuals move forward with this. But when you brought this up, I couldn't allow you to be here alone in regards to this issue, just like when the commissioner in Hialeah did. This is what you're doing today is real leadership, and I commend you on that, because you are leaving, like I mentioned to you, a legacy. You are not going to be intimidated. No matter how many letters you receive or issues that happen, you are setting a strong message and a strong tone in regards to what you expect in regards to quality of life for the individuals that you are honored to represent.
One last question. Would you compare any of these motels? I know you have one in your city, yes, but you have a number of them in Hialeah, and we have a number of them here, a much larger number in Miami and Hialeah. To any other motel or hotel in our city, in our county?
I can't.
Is there a specific business model, and from your point of view, a specific business model that they adhere to? That these motels adhere to? Is there a specific business model?
I don't know. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't. Not that I know of. I mean, except for the fact that they continue to insist on the hourly rate. But it seems interesting that when you remove the hourly rate, like my police chief said on the record, and I quoted him, you eliminate a lot of the crime, like your own police officers will tell you. You have a different level of clientele, and not only that, you remove yourself and you remove the issues that you're dealing with on a daily versus the hourly rate. I think the quality increases, and you remove a lot of the issues that you're dealing with, which you don't have to deal with when you get rid of the hourly rate.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your courage and your leadership on this issue. You've been doing it for
thank
a
you.
long
I commend
time.
you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner.
I was listening to you on the way over here. I'm very grateful that you taking the leadership on such an important issue like this.
But if I may interrupt you, and I hate to do that, it's not mean. And this gentleman here has been doing this for a long time. He's been talking about human trafficking and issues with prostitution. before I even thought about running for office. So I would love to take credit for doing this, but it's not me. It's people like Betty, it's people like yourself who have for a long time been fighting for these issues.
Well, Mayor, thank you, but on this one, you're upfront. I was touched by the conversation that we had when you explained to me and told me how you were out there at nights yourself. I remember doing that when I was mayor. I would go with our task forces out until 2, 3, sometimes even 5 in the morning. And you explained to me how, yes, the motels are in our side of the street, but where most of the problem is coming is to your side in residential areas. The streets are darker. They're being able to hide there. So that reached me. I want to ask you this.
Yes, sir.
The main issue that you think that would help is the hours, correct?
Well, I think it would. I think, for example, we tested it in our area with that one motel, and it worked. It worked, and it cleared up the issues that we're having in that motel. But it also depends, and just like we had that conversation, you brought up something very, very, important, which was we also need follow through. So it's not only the legislation, and this goes to Commissioner Manolo Reyes, who we talked about before also. The follow through is critical. The joint enforcement is critical. You brought up very good points about it's not just the legislation, because the legislation is here today and gone tomorrow.
Absolutely, and it's not going to be resolved just by the Gables having law enforcement out there. We got to do the same. It's got to be a joint cooperation to clean those streets out of that undesirable element, because it's prostitution that's followed by drugs, followed by human trafficking, followed by all kinds of additional crimes. So it's a domino effect that it has in both of our communities. You are of the opinion, and correct me if I'm wrong, that we should not be renting rooms in motels for anything less than a full day.
I would only allow the daily rate if it was, I'm of the belief.
Okay. And as far as some of the additional areas that Commissioner Reyes has put, you have any problems with any of those?
I have not read it. I've been told there's some legislation which is alternative, which the main one was a transitioning from.
Taking out the part about the hours.
Yes.
Forgetting that, just looking at the others. You're clear in that you feel that they should only be able to rent on a daily basis, and I'm clear on that. I'm talking about some of the additional stuff.
Cameras,
Work with. Yeah.
joint enforcement.
Yeah.
I commend Commissioner Reyes for proffering that, and I think it's a great idea. Anything that we can do to have more oversight on the corridor in these areas, I welcome it.
Okay. I think that this is. I think that we should have when this item comes in, we should have the experts like the police chief and the state attorney. You see, we should take them into consideration, and there's a difference between the FR1 and FR2. I mean, FR5, I am including a bunch of conditions and policies that have to be followed, or they will be extremely penalized. And I think that when this discussion comes up, if you are here, you're welcome to hear. But I believe that only our rates, changing hourly to daily or anything like that, will not solve the problem unless it comes accompanied to a very, I will say, comprehensive action. There's lots of actions, like, for example, you cannot rent people over 18. You need government issue ID, blah, 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 blah. You need to have records, keep records, cameras, and all of that. And then that is, I don't know, I think that it could be more complete, and it will be a bigger deterrent, you see. and will fulfill faster, and that the intention of fighting and trying to trying to curtail as much as we can human trafficking, drug trafficking, because once you go into a motel, and according to my legislation, you are identified, you are automobile yourself, and there is a camera that is going to catch your face, and you're going to be there. I mean, you're going to be in candy camera, okay? And then I would like to have a full discussion on this, and with all the experts that they are, in my opinion, the police officers and the state attorney. And this legislation, FR 5, didn't come out of the blue sky. You know, I asked for time, and during that time, the Chief Aguilar and our city attorney, the city manager, investigators, we all met with the city attorney. And as you well stated, they have a unit which is for human trafficking. We met right at that unit, at the local. And we had a brainstorm, and we were talking and talking and talking. And our city, our state attorney, someone that recommended most of the things that they are in my legislation. And as a matter of fact, that we have a letter of support from them. And this requires, you know, but I want everybody to know that this is not only hourly rates. It is a bunch of things that have to be taken into consideration in order to be able to establish an effective policy that will fight human trafficking and also prostitution and drug dealing at those hotels. You see, the biggest problem that, and you stated it, and it is true, in that area, you see, the biggest problem that I have, and I've been having it, I've been living in that area for 50 years, just around the street, the corner from these motels, it is not the motels itself. I agree that we have to regulate them like hell. But the amount of prostitutes that they walk the streets, and then they, instead of going to a motel, what they do, they go into their neighborhood. And we are combating that, and we started doing that by doing raids and by having police presence, that the number of prostitutes and their action of getting into an automobile and going in front of somebody's house and perform whatever they're going to do, you see, has diminished substantially. And I think that if we continue the pressure, we're going to eliminate it from that area that you very well know, that you have seen them walking the streets. Now, when very seldom you see one walking the streets, and as soon as if it is somebody sees it, it is picked up and taken from there. Last Saturday, our police department, together with the state attorney office, with the unit of human trafficking unit, they had a detail on one of the hotels where they brought the people that they were getting, you see. And then the arrest, and then we continue going after them and after them. So what I'm trying to say is that we need a comprehensive plan. We don't need only a single thing, because you are not going to solve it by that. I commend you and I congratulate you for your initiative. And as a matter of fact, I thank you. Thank you for you bringing it up to Commissioner de la Portilla. Sofia Portilla brought it up, and now we are aware. We always were aware that something had to be done, and something is going to be done. Something is going to be done, and from this party, from this commissioner, I am going to push very hard for a comprehensive plan that will will make it very difficult for anybody to go into one hotel, be it hourly, whatever it is, incognito, as they used to do it. It's going to be extremely difficult for them to come out of there, commit a crime, and come down there and not be identified by a police officer, because they are going to be filmed, and they are going to be, and that film is going to be kept by the police for 30 days or more. And I have been, police officers, they agree with it, because it says it's also facilitate all the investigations that they have. And you see, well, I'm discussing it now, but when it comes, I would like to have everybody here.
In closing, I just want to say thank you. All of you have been incredibly generous with your time, and I commend all of your leadership. You have many people here who are ready to speak on other different items. I don't want to take up any more time.
And for the record, Mr. Lago, I know your father for a long time, and he knows very well that I will not be intimidated by anybody. I am too old to change.
Commissioner.
I wasn't intimidated.
Commissioner, people.
I think Chacha's back here.
Oh, well, no.
You know what
I've been intimidated.
You know what? Let me give you, if I may, Chair, if I may, let me give you a little bit of history. So you know, 2 seconds. This gentleman here is an Abdalita. Learn about Abdallah. Learn about what these individuals did for a free Cuba, for democracy in this great country. So I know that you'll never be intimidated. You're a gentleman, just like everyone else on this commission. And I just wanted to leave you with saying thank you for allowing me a lot of time to speak. I feel like I've overstayed my welcome. It's great to have all of you here, and I look forward to you taking a vote on this issue and really helping us address a lot of concerns that we have. Thank you. God bless all.
Alain, thank you for your service. I'll see you Sunday. At what time?
Sunday, 9 o'clock.
Be there.
Thank you, Mr.
guys.
Mayor.
Commissioner, I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, I'd like to take up the order of the day, please. Are there any items you'd like to see withdrawn, continued?
Good morning, Mr. Vice
Or deferred?
Chairman. Yes, sir. Commissioners, Madam City Attorney, Mr. City Clerk, this time the administration would like to defer and or withdraw the following items. CA5 to be deferred to July 8th. PZ8 to be deferred to July 22nd.
Hey, can you
Just a
start
moment.
again,
No,
Mr. Manager, please?
CA5?
Yeah, can you
CA
explain what each of the items are about?
Right.
Sure. CA5 is the temporary art installation at Southwest 7th Street and Southwest 1st Avenue to be deferred to July 8th.
The temporary art installation
Installation, yes, sir.
is 7th Street Southwest.
Southwest 7th Street and Southwest 1st Avenue.
Doggy bags.
So July 1?
July 8th to the next meeting.
Okay.
Next item?
PZ8, which is the
Excuse me,
rezoning.
Mr. Manager, excuse me, is that in my district or Commissioner Russell?
My
It's
district,
right
sir.
in the middle there.
It's in Commissioner.
Correct.
It's Russell's district, correct?
It's in our
Can-
district.
I'd
That
like
I happen to serve.
I'd like that. See, there we
It's
go.
in-
I like that.
All right, PZ 8 and 9?
PZ8 and 9, both to be deferred to July 22nd.
What is this about?
It's a rezoning at 3231 Southwest 23rd Terrace.
Okay.
And PZ12, which is a zoning text clarification of intent, which is to be indefinitely deferred. And that concludes the items.
Is there anyone from the dais who would like to see something continued, deferred, or withdrawn?
Not just now. I might want to later, but not just now.
Thank you.
Same here.
All right. Mr. Parrish, with the Planning Zoning Appeals Board, you would like to mention something about PZ12 before we vote on this, is that correct?
Yes, thank you very much, Commissioners. I do respect the city manager's recommendation of deferring it, but this has been a long time before the Planning and Zoning Appeals Board. We had a workshop on it, and we considered of some great interest and import. While, as Mr. Reyes knows, the Miami 21 Task Force is in progress, but this would have a great import from them as well, because it did pass PZAB, 6-4 vote. And I think there are some people from the audience here. And also, I'd like to read an editorial that was in the Herald today about this very issue. So,
Just
even
a
though...
clarification, Mr. Parrish, and I apologize to interrupt. I believe it had a majority vote at PZAB of 6-4, but it requires a supermajority. Am I mistaken?
And one member left early, and that's why we didn't have and that member, I believe, would have also voted for it. So it was passed, but it was deemed denied under the rules of it because it did not have supermajority.
Thank you. Please continue. I
So,
apologize.
and I'll be brief, because I know you guys have a very busy agenda today. So, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name's Anthony Parrish. I have offices at 3678 Grand Avenue. I'm a member of the Planning and Zoning Appeals Board. It's also called the PZAB, as you well know, but maybe some in the audience don't. So thank you on this extremely busy day when I know you've got a lot going on. I'm going to speak now to an issue that I know is dear to all of you. Some of you have spoken at length, I know, about protecting neighborhoods, the many distinct and varied neighborhoods. But PZAB and the Commission have been fighting the same battle. These proposed revisions to Miami 21 are not just about protecting trees in wealthy neighborhoods like Coconut Grove. They are also about protecting all neighborhoods like Shenandoah and the roads from cut-through traffic, which I know has been dear to Commissioner Carollo's heart, and he went to bat for that in his own district. And more dense neighborhoods have also, like Edgewater, have had unwanted uses intruded into their neighborhood, like gambling. And then poorer neighborhoods, like West Grove, Overtown, Little Haiti especially, and Alapata. Gentrification is pushing working people out of their own neighborhoods and down to live as far away as Homestead. So, for all neighborhoods, these revisions protect the most important property right. And I know Commissioner Reyes, I know you've spoken many, many times about property right. But this particular revisions go to the most important property right of all, which is the right of quiet enjoyment of one's home, whether it's in a single family home or an apartment or in a high-rise condominium. These revisions protect every neighborhood, rich or poor, of any ethnicity, for the residents who live in those neighborhoods. And that's in each of your districts. So this will only take less than 2 minutes. The Herald editorial today: Commission must ensure Miami 21 is true to its intent, protecting neighborhoods, the city's neighborhoods. On June 24th, today, the Miami City Commission will have the chance to make 3 small changes to correct 1 major oversight in the Miami 21 Building Code. PZ 12, item 9001, would revise the definition of, quote, neighborhood and require that the code's clear, everyday language be followed. This goes to the heart of what the gentleman from UDRB was talking about. And mandate that the intent be respected so that the code's #1 stated goal, it's stated in Article 7, of preserving neighborhoods actually happens. First, Miami 21 now defines a neighborhood as, quote, a partial or entire standard pedestrian shed. Now, if you're in the business of writing codes, you might know what that means. It means the distance a person can walk in 5 minutes. This proposed amendment would require that, quote, the zoning administrator shall consider, at a minimum, whether the urbanized area, which is a term that's in the code already, has been designated as a neighborhood conservation district. We have 3 already. A designated historic district. We have over a dozen historic districts. Or, and this is where I think it applies to all neighborhoods, or is commonly referred to by its residents by one of the following descriptive designations: Little Haiti, Upper East Side, Overtown, Brickell, Little Havana, West Flagler, Windward Art District, Miami Design District, Edgewater, Buena Vista, Morningside, Spring Garden, Silver Bluff Estates, Brickell Hammock, Alameda, Beverly Terrace, Coral Way, The Roads, Model City, Shenandoah, Alapata, Little River. So That's all of your districts, not just District 2 or. Second, the rules of construction. The rules of construction, which dictates how all of Miami 21 is supposed to be read, would be amended so that, quote, when resolving any provision of the Miami 21 code requiring interpretation in order to resolve issues that are not clear from the ordinary and everyday language of the code, which the citizens rely on, the zoning administrator shall construe the Miami 21 code provision with reference to intent. Third, the Miami 21 code is intended to respond to the existing conditions of the city, its regional context, its natural features, infrastructure, and buildings, while advancing the interests of conservation and development and preserving the character of any given neighborhood by protecting homes therein against encroachment of commercial development that occurs as a result of unreasonable or arbitrary acts of government. And that's straight from a court case in the 3rd DCA. To ask why these 3 changes are needed is to ask why residents often feel so betrayed by Miami 21, which you've heard over and over, and I know Commissioner Reyes knows darn well what I'm talking about. They get angry. They say that what they want for their neighborhoods is being ignored. They also say that the code's implementation must be corrupt because they aren't notified or taken seriously early in the planning and permitting process. And that's what's happened in Little Haiti over and over, where the residents of Little Haiti have complained bitterly that they have been neglected in making their case. The article goes on, the editorial goes on. In addition, they think, often correctly, that private developers put constant pressure on city staff and also on elected officials to allow uses or to put up more and bigger buildings than are clearly allowed in these distinct and varied neighborhoods. So these 3 proposed revisions, which were recommended 6-4 by the Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board volunteer citizen members, will reassure all residents that the right to quiet enjoyment of their unique neighborhoods is respected and subject to the logical, gradual, and predictable changes detailed in the 450 pages of Miami 21.
Thank you. Please hold your applause. Thank you. Mr. Parrish? Thank you.
So I'll just leave you by saying I support the Miami 21 Task Force, but I think this does not conflict at all with what they're doing. I think this is the most important thing that they could possibly put in their recommendations to the City Commission. Because once the intent is clear, it's like the rudder on a ship. Once we know where we're going, then we won't have all these angry citizens showing up before PZAB, before UDRB, before the commission, and we'll be able to, and I have to speak to you, new Commissioner Watson. Your particular, Little Haiti is in such danger of being obliterated, just like West Grove has been obliterated in Commissioner Russell's district. It is in such danger, not only just from SAPs, but the speculation that's been caused by not protecting the people who live in that neighborhood, who are poor. They're going to be down in Homestead in the blink of an eye if we don't protect neighborhoods. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Parrish. So here's what we're going to do. Mr. Parrish, and I want to allow you to speak before we defer the item because we've all been briefed by both legal and planning on this issue. And I think there is a will, at least within the administration I can hear so far, to take up some of this issue, and I'd be happy to sponsor it. So if we're going to indefinitely defer this with a 6-month return, what I'd like to have before then, hopefully, is legislation that starts to bring the letter of the law in line with the spirit of the law.
And I think that's the stated number 1 intent of the law.
That's what I'm referring to as the spirit. When you have intent language that precedes the enumerated code provisions, those code provisions should actually enforce what that spirit is. And if there is vague language or it's simply not protected, we can't rely on that intent language. It's not enforceable in the way that I know you and I would like it to be. So I would like a review of those sections that Mr. Parrish and the Planning Zoning Appeals Board has mentioned to bring back the enumerated changes within the code that would be needed to actually have the letter of the law match up with that intent and spirit. Thank you, Mr. Parrish, for working
I'd
on
like
this
to
for
meet
so
with
long.
Commissioner Reyes whenever you're ready. So, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Commissioner Watson.
Commissioner Watson. Yes, Commissioner Watson.
Hold on, Mr. Parrish. So you want that done when and in what time frame?
So this item will be deferred about 6 months, but my understanding from legal and planning is that the item as written, although it has very good intention,
Right.
it does not have the teeth in the
Doesn't do
law
what
to
needs
be enforced.
So a couple of things, because I'm just trying to find out timing, because I know you said 6 months. Mr. Parrish, apparently, and we reviewed this, and you're right, what you want to get done can it not get done with this language. So what the chair is saying, let's, in fact, try to make the intent of what you want to see happen with some sort of review with the administration. How is that going
So,
to happen?
Mr. Garcia Ponce, Mr. Manager, if I could speak with the planning director.
Yes, sir.
Are you understanding what we're looking for here in terms of revision to the code?
Yes, sir, and as you mentioned, the administration and the planning department agree with the intention of what Mr. Parrish is saying.
What time do you believe you would need to
And that's the
accomplish?
difficult part. As you can imagine, redefining neighborhoods and trying to take what is intent language into criteria is a difficult task. It's broad and deep into the code. So we agree that we would like to work towards criteria, in fact, have already started to do so, but the three things that Mr. Parrish is putting forth are very complex. Just the idea of a neighborhood is something that we've tried in the past and has not been able to proceed because of its complexities.
I'm happy to bring it in sections. So if, for example, you want to tackle one provision of the code, one area, one conservation district, or for example, and then bring that, rather than trying to wait for some massive thing, let's
That would be ideal,
take
sir.
separate bites at the apple. Commissioner Watson, I apologize.
I'm just trying to figure out what's the complexity of the definition of a neighborhood. I mean, how complex can that be?
My point exactly.
I mean, go ahead.
Just for a matter of a timing issue. So we're going to do that under what time frame?
It's going to take a while, sir. I can't give you a time frame right now.
Okay, so let's give him a time frame.
I want it done before this item comes back,
Yeah,
so that we
let's
can
give
bring
it-
the actual legislation.
let's
And
give
I
it-
think that's a long time, but I don't think it's as complicated as your. I know planners would like to make things complicated.
Yeah, let's give him a time frame then. 90 days?
So,
90 days, man. Look, this long, I'm not so sure. Unless someone tells me what's the drag out for, the neighborhood is clearly defined what it is. Don't make something complex that's not. So it shouldn't take 6 months to define what a neighborhood is. One. And two, we shouldn't have these long processes, man. These long processes kill me. They do, you know? So let's figure out what that is. That way we don't have the problem. Like Willie said, some teeth is in what we do, and it cuts out all the shenanigans and games that people try to play. So let's give him 90 days, Mr. Planning Director, Mr. Manager, give
Mr. Garcia Ponce, here's my recommendation.
Okay.
You've got different parts of the code that refer to different districts of the city. Assign someone within your department to work on the Little Haiti issue within the language of the code, for example, or the historic districts that are mentioned, Buena Vista, whatever. The NCD, for example, come to my office and work with me on the NCD 2 and 3. And that way, we're not waiting waiting 3 months to get to the next neighborhood, for example. And we can bring them separately. I'll sponsor the ones for my neighborhood, and I think the commissioners for the district representing that neighborhood being affected by that language has the best finger on the pulse of where the loopholes are and how the language should be cleaned up.
Well, but also too now, because that process you did was a 2-year process.
What
Yours,
process is a 2-year process?
The NCD, the NC?
Yeah.
That was a 2-year process. So be careful about that additional time frame that's necessary, right?
But that's the point. I don't want to reform. That's where it fell down. I took too big a leap with the NCD.
Where it fell down was Miami 21, but that's a whole nother issue, right? And not including people then, that's where it fell down. And none of us was involved in that. Nobody sitting up here from sea to shining sea. So Miami 21 became the problem. It was lauded, but it was a problem. And it was done for only the high-priced attorneys and everybody else that have to deal with it and interpret it for us. So we're now trying to correct that problem.
Yes.
Mr. Manager, a question was asked earlier. Is the committee coming back in October with the report?
October 28th.
So the committee's coming back in October with the report. So it's a question of whether or not we wait for the report and then we deal with it from that perspective, or now engage them. The URD board didn't even know what was going on, or engage them during the course of the process before they finish the report. And I'm not so sure which one makes most sense.
I don't even know that they are specifically engaging on the nuance of intent language at the Miami 21 Task Force, so I would rather direct the planning department to tackle this with our district offices, and so that we can bring something back and sponsor respectively from our districts the pieces that we'd like to change. So 3 months, Mr. Garcia-Ponce, for some recommendations that we can tackle.
If that's the will of the commission.
Thank you very much. Do you need a vote on that, Madam City Attorney? Is direction sufficient? All right, we're good. Mr. Parrish, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
You want to, okay. Commissioner Watson, you want to make a motion on that?
So move.
Seconded by Commissioner Reyes. Does anyone from the public want to speak on this? Seeing none, I'll close public comment.
Yes.
And we do not have yet a motion on the order of the day yet, do we? So this is separate. Okay. Public comment for this specific item with regard to intent language in the code. You're welcome to address the commission.
Hi, my name is Marta Zayas. I guess I can give my address at this stage of the game, right, Todd?
It's not necessary.
Yes?
You may.
I can give my address now? It's been a long time since I was on the board. Can I give my address now?
You may.
All right, because I wasn't, before you weren't supposed to.
You don't, no, it's never been disallowed, but at one point we weren't requiring.
It was because I was on the board. All right, so
It's
anyway,
her,
3084
Ms. Zayas-
South.
Ms. Zayas, it's that her address is exempt because she was a former member of the code enforcement
Oh, I
board.
didn't realize
So
that's what you
can-
were asking. Okay, I thought just.
So you don't have to say it, it's fine.
No, it's not required.
All right. Okay, so anyway, my name is Marta Zayas, and I wanted to thank you all for everything that I've heard today. It's wonderful. I think that we're finally getting to the point where we really are addressing the neighborhoods and the people who live in our neighborhoods and what they require to have the high quality of life that they all deserve. So thank you so much for your initiatives that I've heard so far. One of the things I wanted to point out is that partly the reason that we do have cut-through traffic and then we scramble to try to close down neighborhoods is because we are approving upzoning and we are increasing density to the commercial areas adjacent to the residential ones. So for example, where I live, which is between 27th Avenue, 37th Avenue, Flagler, and 8th Street, that is a terrible area to live in only with regards to the cut-through traffic because everybody wants to avoid those main corridors, so they go through the residential areas. So I'm really happy to see that you're really taking into consideration the importance of the impact that codes have when you're approving projects, and I hope that you truly, let's make that change that we as residents have been requesting and that we feel we're up against.
Thank you.
The developers. Let's just get together and try to make it a nice, peaceful place for residents. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. Hello. You're commenting on this particular item.
Exactly. Hello, I'm Joyce Landry, 3900 Wood Avenue in Coconut Grove. And I'm a 31-year homeowner in the Grove, and I really had high hopes. But first of all, can I say thank you for listening to public comment. We really do appreciate that you give us all a voice. And thank you, Andy, for bringing this up. You've done a really heck of a job with this. We had high hopes for Miami 21, but what we see regularly in our neighborhoods is our waivers. And waivers that are allowing hardwood trees to be cut down, waivers are allowing variances that are pushing houses closer together. We're really seeing the Grove take a hit. And this is the time, this is really a pivotal time for, and you are on the front lines of this, so we're asking you to look ahead and not want to go back in history 20 years and wish that you didn't do something now after everything is paved over and we don't no longer have the trees and the canopy and the beauty that we have in Coconut Grove. So that's what we're asking for. And I just wanted to point out one thing that people may not be aware of, is that Coconut Grove is the oldest continuously inhabited neighborhood in Miami-Dade. It is steeped in history. We need to respect that. There's a lot of things worth saving here. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Morning, Mr. Nelson.
Good afternoon, Ron Nelson. I was around when we were making this, the NCDs, and the intent language, was reviewed, and we were assured that it was good language and that it would be enforceable. We took this through all of the boards. We took this to every community organization in our area. We brought this to 2 commission readings. It passed. It had full support. And shortly thereafter, it was challenged and it was deemed unenforceable. That was how many years ago? Would that be 8 years ago, approximately? And we're still at a point where they're saying the NCDs are unenforceable because of the language being weak. When our city attorney approved it and said, this is good language, this is a good ordinance. So it's extremely frustrating to the residents that it just goes on and on and on and just gets deferred and deferred and deferred. We really need to resolve this. That's a very long time for something that was worked on, approved by every organization in the Grove area. It was approved by all the boards, through 2 readings at the commission and approved, and then unenforceable. That's just not right. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Any further comments on this item? Seeing none, I'll close public comment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes on the direction to administration. Thank you. Mr. Vasquez, you wanted to comment on the order of the day, a deferral request?
Yes, Mr. Chairman and board members. My name is Javi Vasquez with law offices at 1450 Brickell Avenue. I'm here today on PZ 1 and 2, and we would respectfully like to request an indefinite deferral of our applications.
Thank you. Mr. Clerk, please reflect that in the order of the day, which hasn't been moved yet, but is now back on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Vasquez.
Thank you.
Are there any other items to be deferred, withdrawn, or continued?
Mr. Chair, we
Yes.
have PZ 12. The clerk needs to read something into the record.
For the indefinite deferral?
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chair. Pursuant to Section 62-22 of the City Code, an indefinitely deferred action initiated by the city will cost the city mail noticing, advertising, and posting of properties as applicable. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. All right. Any further discussion on the order of the day? Is there a motion, please?
So moved.
Moved by Commissioner Diaz-Portilla, seconded by the chair. All in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Aye.
We have our agenda set for the day. If I'm not forgetting anything, we will move now into public comment on the remaining agenda. Anything that is here on the remaining agenda. Before you get up and line up, please, I would like to ask, because I know there's a lot of people here, I believe, on a non-agenda item, which is the Hamilton on the Bay issue. If you're here for the Hamilton on the Bay issue, could you raise your hands, please? So I would like, before we go into general public comment, I would like to get this one out of the way so that we can clear the hall and you all can go back about your day. If you are represented by counsel on this issue, I would like for you to let your counsel speak on your behalf. If you are not represented by counsel, you are welcome to address this commission on any item that is on this agenda. But we've been through this item before, and it's been expressed to us that from our city attorney that the city of Miami does not have a legal standing or foothold in your issue. You have a civil issue between a landlord and a group of tenants. So I want to make sure you get satisfaction from this body and being heard on what the issue is. So if there is a way we can help you, we've heard you and we will address that. But I don't know that it's necessary for each resident to come up and speak their piece for an item that's not on the agenda. Mr. Winker, are you representing residents?
Here we go again.
Mr. Winker, how much time do you need for your residents?
5 minutes.
No, he needs 2 and I need 2.
He needs, you need 2 minutes. As a resident or as a?
Chair, we're not getting these comments on the record.
Sorry, yeah, we can't hear you unless you speak into a microphone. She's requesting 2 minutes in addition to Mr. Winker. Go ahead, Mr. Winker.
Not in addition. She said 2 minutes and 2 minutes.
Well,
Not 5 minutes and 2 minutes, otherwise, we'll be here forever.
He's requested 5. Mr. Winker,
Yes, can we do,
Why
my-
5 minutes?
the PowerPoint?
Mr. Winker, and just to be clear, this is, you're an attorney, so you're very clear on what you are representing from your clients.
100%.
So we have a lot of business to cover. I want to
No,
make
let's
sure
do
we
it.
address your concerns. Do you need 5 minutes to make the case for
I
why
think
this
it's,
body
it'll
should
probably
be?
be 4 minutes.
Okay, I really appreciate that. Thank you.
And, Mr. Chair, if I may,
Yes.
he's speaking for all. Everyone
if
else,
Mr.
with
Winker
the
is
exception-
speaking for
with the
you,
exception of the
please
young
raise your-
lady, with the exception of the young lady that wants 2 minutes, we're going to have the
So,
same.
I'm sorry, does Mr. Winker not represent the residents in this room? Okay.
You're good.
Okay, that's what I was asking. If he does not represent you, you will be. Who doesn't?
Good for you.
I'm not your representation. Is that Mr. Freed in there?
Is there a sergeant here that can remove this gentleman from the chamber, please?
I don't need anybody removed at this point.
Well, we
We're
don't
good.
need
No, no,
outbursts here, or he can leave.
An outburst.
There's decorum here, I'm sorry, there's decorum here, everybody has to respect it. Don't scream.
I have not requested anyone be removed from this.
I know, but I am. Decorum matters.
Actually, we don't have a quorum.
We don't. Quorum matters and decorum matters, they both matter. I think we have quorum, I think he's over there. I think Commissioner Reyes is right over there. No, we don't have quorum.
That's okay for public comment. Mr. Winker, are you ready to proceed? Technical difficulty?
He said he was going to get it up for me.
Got it.
I'm ready if you'd like, Mr. Chairman.
On this item?
No, just 2 minutes on, I thought we were in public comment.
Because not yet.
problem.
I'm just dispensing with the Hamilton on the Bay issue, as many residents from my district are here, and I want to make sure their representation is heard.
Thank you so much. Great to be here. Something's happening that's harming our residents, and I'd like to give you some context for what's happening. Actually, I'm so sorry. I can't see how do I click it? Okay. I represent clients who live at Hamilton in the Bay. Their landlord is Aimco. Aimco has purchased their property. Aimco is a publicly traded real estate investment trust. It's the largest owner of apartment buildings in the United States. Aimco has a bad history. It's a bad corporate actor. It has a history of mass wrongful evictions and displaced residents throughout the US and Canada. The Miami Herald published an article concerning the eviction, giving everyone 60 days in a mass eviction. Over 1 million people read this article. They published an article about the importance of our middle class. It was widely covered by all the local networks. This story has resonated with people. I draw your attention to the last part. Aimco is acquiring property to do a special area plan. They're going to be back. And I want you to have that context for what they're doing. Aimco's business model is to evict. They target properties, grab them, evict people, and raise rent. This is an article from a free weekly in LA that talks about how Aimco's evictions have killed thriving communities in California. They've been named the Bay Area's worst slumlord. How did we get here? These residents that you hear today, they want you to hear them. They were lied to. We're in America. Everyone has a right to buy a building and evict the tenants, but you have to do it in accordance with law.
What this landlord did was lie to tenants, make promises to tenants to induce them to sign new leases. The new leases contained a 2-month termination. They can speak to you about how that happened and the promises that were made and the promises that were broken. That is fraudulent inducement. They've lied to the media, and they've gaslighted elected officials, saying they're working with residents. The residents are here. I think we probably have 40 residents here. They're here because they've been lied to, and it's not true. No one is working with them. I want you to look at this in a context of, this is like a company coming to town, building a factory, and dumping raw sewage into our ocean. You, our elected representatives, have a vested interest in preventing mass sudden displacement of large groups of residents. This is exacerbating our homelessness crisis and putting even greater pressure on an overheated apartment rental market. There is a solution. I disagree that nothing can be done. And you're going to hear from residents today that are going to be asking for legislation. They want you to hold Aimco accountable. Aimco is making Miami a worse place to live. The residents need your help. I'll wrap up with this. You're going to hear from residents and from SMASH about possible legislation that we'd like for you to consider to require large corporate landlords to enter into tenant benefit agreements when they evict over 20 tenants at once. Failure to comply with this will have teeth. This is not somebody, this is somebody who's going to be asking something of you in the near future. They're going to be doing an SAP. They're trying to build more things. We need to force them to be a good corporate citizen. And with that, I'll wrap up.
Thank you. Mr. Winker, I'd be happy to look at those legislative recommendations, and I would be happy to sponsor if applicable to City Code.
Hi, my name is Sulmari Padin,
Yes.
and I am a resident of Hamilton and the Bay. I am also the career expert of TV Morning Show in Despierta America, and I coach leaders worldwide on how to make change and make things happen for themselves. I also created the Latinas Power, which is an organization that helps Latinas succeed in the workforce. But today, I am here as Sulmari Padin, a woman that's about to be evicted on July 16 after being a perfect resident for 10 years of Hamilton on the Bay. I am in a psychiatrist under pills because on top of it, they have kept increasing the level of retaliation against us by depriving us day to day from situations in our building. And thank you, Ken, for paying attention to me and listening to the story of a single woman who's a Latina who lost people for COVID, lost my business for COVID, and now I have to leave without money because there's no money in my bank account to really move on to a new apartment. I was the first one when I got the letter to run out and go find places. I don't have to explain to any of you what the market conditions are. And right now, I don't know how. And I would like everybody to stand here with Hamilton on the Bay so they can see the amount of people that have come here. I don't know how senior citizens, people with disability, and all of us are going to have to leave, and there's no recourse unless they're civil, because at this point, I cannot have a sit down with AMCO. They're not listening to me. I have been emailing them. I have been talking to them. They don't even want to sit with the lawyer. This has been going on since May 17. July 16 is around the corner. They're not listening to us. So we need you. We need you to talk to them and put a stop on this mass eviction, because we all gonna be on the street without no money. They're not even helping us in any way. They even tricked me to sign the lease earlier than the time that I was supposed to sign my lease. And I lost all different benefits that I had with Banbridge, which is the the previous landlord. So I hear you when you say that this is a civil right. This is a human right. These are people who are going to be left on the street. And I am very positive that Mr. Joe Carello, Manolo Reyes, Ken Russell, Alex Diaz, Jeffrey Watson, Victoria, and everybody else here can do something about it because it's out of our control. But you are our representatives. We pay for have your voices to be in front of these situations. These people are not even from Miami. They are from Denver.
Question for you. In the last meeting, when residents came and the developer came as well, I asked them about giving a first right of refusal letter. Within the next day, they promised me that they were going to issue a letter to every resident promising that first right.
They haven't.
They haven't done that.
They haven't.
They haven't done that.
Not only that, but they haven't done it. I don't need a letter of refusal in a year from now to go back. I'm going to be evicted. I am a professional, successful Latina woman worldwide, not just Miami. And I need to resolve this within the next 10 days. Not for next year when they're done.
No, and I know that that letter doesn't solve your issue. My wonder was whether or not they had complied with the first thing they had promised they would do.
No, not only they haven't complied, but they are not answering our emails. They're not talking to people like they say they would. They send somebody to talk to us that has no power. And by now, we're all here, and some people left because it was taking long. We're here because we need someone from the government. There's nothing else we can do. It's not even our lawyer who can do anything. We need somebody from the government, you guys, to really make pressure for these people to stop what they're doing and to respect and to give us some dignity, to give us money and time so we can really move, and not like this.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Fried was incorrect. I do represent you. You voted for me. I am your elected representative. And so I'm going to do exactly that. I am going to, that's the least of what we can do, because the issue I'm seeing here is that from what Mr. Winker's case he's bringing forward, there is no violation of our city code. There may be many laws that violate, and that's beyond my knowledge, but at the city code level, he's recommending new legislation. That doesn't help you either at this point. So I'm going to schedule a meeting in my office where I will attempt to mediate between you and the developer. I'm very surprised that they have not reached out to you, that they have not answered your emails, and they certainly have not kept their promise to me of what was told to me the day after the last meeting. So I'm going to find out why that happened, and I will schedule a meeting that they will respond to, and it will be in my office with your representation and theirs. I will represent you.
Well, here's my concern. I hear you, but I heard also the last time the meeting was here, and I also heard Mr. Jeffrey Watson asking some things about this.
Yep.
It has been a while ago. This is happening in 10 days. So I still don't understand
Time is of the
what
essence.
exactly,
This
right?
coming
Like
week.
there's this urgency. Like have to be in pills. I cannot sleep because I have to be out of this. And in the meantime, I haven't even done a big media blitz. I can go to Good Morning America. I speak perfect English. I have a great story to tell. And I'm not even doing that because I was waiting for this meeting. Because in my heart, I know that you understand what we're going through. And yeah, you will be doing something. But the something is not, we keep talking. The something is we need to leave this meeting
Time is of the essence.
knowing that there will be a serious meeting that will protect us from this.
Is there a representative of AIMCO here today?
Of course not.
I'm asking. Mr. Martos, do you represent AIMCO? Good afternoon. Please, could you take this lectern
For
briefly?
showing up.
And you all, please, you don't have to stand. I really appreciate you coming, and I appreciate your patience and your advocacy. Mr. Martos, how soon, I'm not asking if or whether, I'm asking how soon are you able to meet in my office with a representative of the residents?
I need to speak to my client about how soon, me personally, as soon as next week.
Because I will make time as soon as tomorrow from my calendar.
Yes.
But before the middle of next week, we need to do this.
Yes.
Is there a time clock ticking? These residents feel that there is exposure for them within 10 days, that their residency is at risk within their units. Is that correct?
I'm not aware of a 10-day time clock. Allow me to explain. Last meeting, Tony Resio was here. This meeting, Tony Resio is in Surfside because we also represent the town of Surfside, and we're dealing with the disaster there. The disaster there was triggered by 40-year recertification, or during the period of 40-year recertification, That's where we're at here. My commitment to you is the same as the commitment that Tony Resio made at the last meeting. A right of first refusal letter has gone out. Communications with
Wait,
their
just a moment on
attorney
that one. Where has it gone out to?
to the residents.
Okay, you're
A
not,
right of first
excuse me, you don't,
Just a
I
moment,
don't,
ma'am, please.
but I
Through the
don't
chair.
think that
Please
he's
speak
not
through the chair.
listening, because we just established the reality, and you're coming here to say
Ma'am.
that you're ready and representing AMCO,
Hold on, hold on,
but you
hold
don't
on.
know what's
Listen,
going
hold
on.
Ma'am, please,
Hold on.
please speak through the chair.
Hold on.
We can't argue back and forth.
Okay.
And so we'll get to the bottom of this.
So Chairman and
Mr. Martos,
Commissioners, my commitment is as follows.
Before the commitment,
Yes.
though, they have said they have not received a letter. You are saying you have
They
sent
did.
out a letter.
It didn't go out of my office. My client has told me that the letter has gone out. It did pass by my desk personally. I reviewed it, sent it back to the client. It's my understanding it has gone out. If it hasn't gone out, as soon as next week, when we meet at your offices, Commissioner, we're happy to have that letter with us. We've made commitments of a right of first refusal. We've made commitments with respect to rent, okay? 3 months of rent have already been offered to them. We are working, if I may,
So, Mr.
we have-
Marcos, Mr. Chair, can I say something? Can I
Yes,
say-
Commissioner Watson.
I think, because
yes.
I have friends in the building, so I've been called as well. So I thought I heard someone say they did receive a right of first refusal letter, but, and Mr. Resio, I thought, had met with the residents. I guess the chair is asking the question, trying to understand when are those things going to happen. And it seems like you've taken care of the long-term implications of this.
Yes.
Now you're saying something that apparently they have not heard, which I think a lot of them are concerned about, which is the short-term implications of this. And so now he stood on the record and said the letter would go out. Now you're on the record saying 3 months of rent relief
Yes.
for them going forward beyond the 60 days.
My understanding is that has already gone out. If it has not gone out, it certainly will be at the table when we meet in this
So when
mediation.
when your client meets with the chair on
Yes.
Tuesday, on Tuesday,
I've
when
got
your
to check with my
client-
client, but I can meet as soon as tomorrow, but I need my
You can
my
meet
client
tomorrow.
there as well.
if your client plan to do anything else beyond buying a building and kicking people out, and I'm using that like on a voice for a bunch of folks who should have understood this issue from the beginning. But if your client plan to do anything else beyond what they're doing,
Yes.
and that building is halfway torn down anyway, hadn't been fixed since the last hurricane, they should plan to be in the commissioner's office on Tuesday,
Understood.
okay?
I hear you, Commissioner.
Because it's a psychological thing being played with these folks,
I understand.
right?
Commissioner Correa.
If I could suggest something, Madam City Attorney, we do have some options of steps that we could take as a commission, correct?
We was told we didn't.
Commissioner State, right after options, we do have some options, and then you said, I couldn't hear what you said.
What are the options that we as a city
Well,
can take?
I'm
to
not
assist?
asking you necessarily to give me the options, I'm just asking you that if you confirm to me that we do have some options that we could take as a commission.
We did a little bit of research on this based on your request last time. The only options that we have right now as a city, because it's predominantly a private matter,
Well, I'm
the
asking-
two main options we have is to assist with rapid rehousing funds for those that qualify through our housing department, our community development department with Mr. Mensa. And then the other option would be to reach out to legal services to assist in any evictions that are problematic, since we do have a relationship with legal services. Those are the two options we have right now. We have been talking to to Mr. Winker and the other attorneys for ACOM, and we're hoping that they were going to come through with certain these things.
Which they have not.
described.
Chairman.
So, what are they planning on doing with this building?
Mr. Martos?
Chairman, I just wanted to intervene by saying that I received a text from my client. We can meet as soon as tomorrow in your office.
Okay.
What are they planning on doing with this building?
Mr. Martos, what's the intentions for the building?
To renovate the building. It's never been our intention to have anyone move out. Our intention had always been to renovate the building with the tenants in place. That would be
Permits
the-
say differently.
That would be the ideal. Now, when we started still looking at the work that needed to do, which is major work with respect to plumbing, water, sewage, all of that, it became obvious that the nature of the work required people not to be in the building. Okay? And so that's what's happened. We are not
Unless
tearing
planned
down the
for
building.
correctly.
We have no plans at this moment to do any sort of SAP, as Mr. Winker alluded to. We're renovating the building. That's what we're doing right now.
Well, the reason I'm asking that, because as I heard from the city attorney, right
Yes.
now, we're extremely limited on anything that we could do. Very, very limited.
Yes.
But however, if your intentions are to come back for rezoning, for any other matter that you might need from the city for approval,
Yes.
I'm going to let you know that until this is resolved in a fair, adequate way, as long as I'm here, a majority of us are here, you're not going to get anything. So we might have some leverage, because at the end of the day, you're telling us what your client tells you, but
Yes.
you really don't know what your client might do at the end, only what he tells you.
Right.
What I would suggest, Chair, is since they can meet with you as early as tomorrow.
Yeah.
If you want, you can call for a special meeting anytime next week. And
As a commission, though, I don't think there's an item for us to take up. What I would recommend, even earlier than tomorrow, how about right now, Mr. Winker and yourself meet with my chief of staff and my policy director to set up that meeting for tomorrow.
Sure.
That way, we can set some ground rules and a time that I'm available, so I can be there as well, and let's see what we can work out. Because if what you're saying is sincere,
Yes.
you have the worst communications department, your client has the worst PR and communications department in the world. Because the message being sent to these residents is that their homes are at risk, that their life, that their ability to stay or come back or afford to live there is all at risk. And what you're saying is, we're just trying to make the place better for you. Those are so worlds apart, and I want to get to the bottom of this, and I want to make sure we're prioritizing the residents and their quality of life, because nobody needs to be evicted at this time, and we have way too many evictions going on right now. So I'm going to take you at your word.
Thank you.
And I want to know that the things you are promising are coming
Mr.
to
Chair.
fruition, because so far, I'm seeing too many people,
Mr. Chair.
too many people are saying your client has not done what they said they were going to do.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Commissioner Reyes.
Mr. Chair, in that meeting, I want you to once again reiterate what Commissioner Carrillo has said. Although legally, we cannot make them do anything because our hands are tied, but we are totally committed on protecting them, and in the future, that unless they do them right, think twice before you come out before us.
Understood.
So I want just to
We hear you.
make the message clear.
We
You
hear
see, you do them right, and because if not, we will never forget that. Okay?
Understood.
All right. Thank you, Mr.
Commissioners,
Martos.
thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Mr. Winker, my chief of staff is right over here. Thank you, Abigail.
Well, if for any reason you feel that we need to call a special meeting, you can send notice to the city clerk, and you will have my support in that.
Thank you. I'm going to hear what Mr. Winker's legislation he's recommending is, if it applies to this situation, if it's something we can bring quickly on an emergency ordinance basis, that may be necessary, but it may not require a special meeting. I want to find out what real risk they are of eviction at this point. All right, we're going to open up for general public comment at this point. Everyone has 2 minutes to speak. Please state your name. You may state your address. The item on which you're speaking, you'll hear a little beep at 30 seconds, which is about the time to start wrapping it up, so that we can be as efficient as possible. Good morning.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Thank
My
you.
name is Greg Frank. I am a resident at 555 Northeast 34th Street in apartment 311. Just for the record, in case anybody wants it after I speak, I do have a copy of every single email that we received from AIMCO from May 17th through today. None of it mentions his, whatever they've mentioned about an extension in the time post July 16th. None of it mentions any reimbursement of three months' rent or anything even close to that. But like I said, I have that for the record if anybody would like. It is time for corporations who profit off misinformation to be held accountable and to have to pay for the damages they cause. Hamilton on the Bay is the only home my wife and I have known since we moved in together in 2015. Our one-year-old son and his parks and friends, our dog who is in paradise surrounded by love, my wife in the middle of her career, college, and family, and me where I started a business and where we started our family. We all have to get up and go at a moment's notice so a corporation who misled everyone in the building when they bought it can turn a profit. Our building is filled with people who built a life and made sacrifices to stay here, only to be kicked out just months after being incentivized to sign leases to stay for the next 12, 18, or 24 months. When residents individually asked for time extensions after receiving the notice, we were told no. When residents individually asked for reimbursement from structural improvements we made and that we personally installed for disability accommodations after being led to believe that we would be able to live in our residences for an extended period, we were told no. When we wrote to them explaining poor economic conditions, health, and impossibility to relocate, we were ignored. When we asked if Aimco Air Communities was prepared to honor the addendum from previous contracts to provide moving assistance, we were ignored. Since taking over, Aimco Air Communities has lied to the residents of the Hamilton on the Bay. Since our notice to vacate, they have lied to your city attorney. They have lied to you. They have lied to our local congresswoman. This is a consistent pattern that must be ended. It is not acceptable for Aimco or Air Communities to hide behind stall tactics to avoid the destruction they are causing. It is not acceptable for any corporation to come to South Florida and be permitted to buy buildings with the sole intention of kicking out residents who lived in the same home for decades. Why? So they can renovate and charge triple the rent each month? Those actions may be profitable, but they are also terrible and inhumane. If Aimco is going to take our homes from us suddenly after leading us to believe that we would be able to stay, they must provide realistic time and adequate financial assistance so we can responsibly find a comparable home to live. They should not be permitted to continue such destruction to our community. Please, commissioners, we are asking you to pass a motion to invoke emergency powers that pause any evictions between now and when the eviction restrictions on large corporate landlords legislation is decided. Please, commissioners, pass a motion to invoke emergency powers that pause any evictions between now and when the eviction restrictions on large corporate landlords legislation is decided.
Thank you. And Greg, I apologize. I saw your text yesterday and I did not respond. I apologize. That was from you, correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your comment.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon.
Commissioner Russell, I'm Roger Bernstein, Royal Palm Avenue. I'm here on Resolution 6 regarding the Marine Stadium Basin. Resolution 6 regarding, can we talk about that now?
Yes. This is the time.
This is a life safety issue. We've been before this commission before. I think all of the commissioners understand the difficulties out there. We are totally in support of Resolution 6. We think this will help us develop a safe place for athletes to work out and also allow shared use of the water in the basin. The resolution provides that the city manager is directed, if it passes, to develop and finalize an ordinance. I would ask only one thing, and that is that there be a 60-day time limit on the finalization of that ordinance. Because again, this is a life safety issue. We've been working on this for 3 years. It won't take us that amount of time, but we will move quickly, and we have a good working relationship with city staff. Last thing, I want to remind the commission that the Virginia Key Advisory Board, in its meeting past Tuesday, unanimously approved this Resolution 6. And all the commissioners have been provided with a certified copy of the ordinance. We have a number of speakers here, including students who've been sitting here patiently. Would it be possible to just run through the speakers and complete this issue so that they can go home?
I have to alternate back with those who have stepped up to the lecterns, just to be fair to everybody. But you wanted all of these speakers on RE6 to come up at once?
Yes.
Let me just, we have a line and we'll get through this as quickly and efficiently as possible. But thank you, I appreciate your comments. And when this item does come up, and I'd like to, if this passes, I will be making sure that the management works on the design of those mooring fields in conjunction with the rowing club as well as my office to make sure it's exactly what we're intending. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I am Colette McCurdy Jackson, here to speak on file ID 9054. I currently reside at 555 Northeast 34th Street, apartment 1403, City of Miami 33137, with my daughter, Kamari Jackson. We have lived here since 2015. In the 6 years we have proudly lived at Hamilton on the Bay, we have always paid our rent on time. Since September 2017, after Hurricane Irma, we have lived under construction in the building. For the last 2 years of my husband's life, we endured the construction, the noise, the dust, the mold, the poor air quality, and loss of the comforts of our dwelling because we expected we would once again have an apartment where we would feel safe and comfortable. Now that I'm a widow, my daughter and I are being forced to move with nowhere to go and no money to afford housing since the coronavirus pandemic. We are being kicked out after being promised we would be relocated to a new renovated apartment. Please help us. Both of us are losing time from work, looking for a place that does not exist. Please, commissioners, pass a motion to invoke emergency powers that pause any evictions between now and when the eviction restrictions on large corporate landlords legislation is decided. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Mr. Rebo.
Honorable City Commission, good afternoon. Brett Bebo, Managing Director of the Miami River Commission with offices located at 1407 Northwest 7th Street. During the Miami River Commission's October 7th, 2019 public meeting, the Downtown Development Authority presented the Miami Baywalk and Riverwalk Unifying Elements and Waterfront Design Guidelines drafted by Savino Miller Design Studio. The Miami River Commission adopted a unanimous resolution supporting the document. Since the adoption of the Miami River Greenway Action Plan, 6.75 miles of the planned 10-mile public Miami River Greenway have been constructed to date, with an additional 3.25 miles remaining to be constructed. The public Miami River Greenway provides a safe alternate form of transportation for pedestrians and bicycles to live, work, and play in the most densely populated neighborhoods in the entire state of Florida, including Allapattah, Little Havana, downtown, etc. The public Miami River Greenway is becoming a destination landscape, attracting tourists and improving the residents' quality of life from the area's multicultural neighborhoods by linking them to the Miami River and its 9 public parks. In addition, the Greenway is stimulating economic development along the river, with 25 open restaurants, 22 more planned restaurants, over 11,910 new residential units, with an additional 6,667 approved residential units directly along the public Miami River Greenway. In addition, using the public Miami River Greenway improves personal, physical, and mental health while reducing vehicular traffic, emissions, and fuel consumption. Your time and strong support for the Miami River are appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Rebo. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Mileika Burgos Flores, 1951 Northwest 7th Avenue. First of all, I want to thank you so much for spending so much time again in addressing issues in Allapattah. I reviewed the agenda and I see that you are planning to address more issues in the area. We are a small but historic, cultural, and hardworking community. We are definitely an economic powerhouse for the city of Miami, and we really appreciate your deep thoughts and consideration about our neighborhood. I also want to thank our Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla, who has championed the Allapattah Library. I really want to thank him. I know that he's watching us right now. I am here today to talk about, again, the importance of community engagement. Housing that is affordable to Allapattah residents is extremely needed in the community. And by that, I mean housing affordable to families making under $30,000. We need an equitable community engagement process that is meaningful around public land and public resources where the needs of the community are front and center. We are not interested in derailing projects or unnecessarily delaying them. We want to do what is efficient, best practices processes where the community is involved from the inception to completion. Everything that happens in the community is ultimately to benefit or detriment the residents. The level of community engagement I am referring to is exactly what we are proposing at the Public Land for Public Good Coalition and the model that we're aiming to implement at the GSA lot. We have the opportunity to develop 18.75 acres of public land in Allapattah to benefit its residents, not only with housing that is affordable to low-income community like Allapattah, but also to satisfy the needs of families, seniors, youth who are asking for a better quality of life.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
As the executive director, yes,
Which item is it you're speaking on? Which item number?
there's a resolution.
11.
Go ahead.
11.
11.
RE11, thank you.
Yes. As the executive director of the Allapattah Collaborative, our goal is to prevent rapid displacement and gentrification our community is undergoing due to rent increases and other factors, as well as maintaining the legacy small mom and pop businesses in place since they are part of the fabric of the neighborhood. We are hosting a community town hall gathering, residents input next week on Tuesday, June 29th at 7 p.m. At La Misión Altagracia, part of Corpus Christi Church, right across the street from Juan Pablo Duarte Park. We hope that you guys can join us, and we hope to see you there. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners. I'm Annie Lord. I'm the Executive Director at Miami Homes for All at 1951 Northwest 7th Avenue in Miami. And I'm here to speak in regards to RE11. I'm not here for or against this proposal, but rather to comment on the process of ensuring that publicly owned land is used for public good, and that's something I think we can all be in support of. I do want to thank the Commission, as well as the District Commissioner, Diaz de la Portilla, for seeking and approving opportunities to create new affordable housing. That's something that Miami Homes for All advocates for and is objectively a good thing for the community. But I'm also grateful for this body's consideration of how to protect critical community services, as well as the small business community in that neighborhood. My hope and request is that as you continue to seek those opportunities using city-owned land, that you look into creating a transparent and inclusive stakeholder engagement process that occurs early in the course of decision-making. Coming together in advance around shared goals may require a little more time on the front end, but hopefully would save time and money later and also reduce risk and uncertainty. In turn, that's likely to encourage private sector partners, like the ones that will likely speak today, to come to the table to help meet the city's objectives. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Ms. Lord. Good afternoon.
Commissioner.
Could you move the microphone up toward your mouth, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Ken Russell, District 2, Miami. I'm here to speak on file ID 9045. My name is Luis Alexander Valencia. I live at 555 Northeast 34th Street, apartment 1402, at the Hamilton on the Bay. We have lived there for over 19 years, and we call it our home with my wife and my 2 sons. My oldest son moved in, he was 4 years old. Today he's a U.S. Marine. And my younger son, that was born while living at the Hamilton, he doesn't understand why we have to leave our home. Why do we have to go to another place? And he says, what about my friends, my school? I don't want to leave. This is my home, he cries. We have paid rent for over the 19 years, always on time, and never had a problem with our neighbors or any of the previous management companies of the property. Now comes ENCO that decides to evict all of us based on a pipe that is clogged up and can't be fixed until we are all out of the building, according to the notice they sent us. This company, AMCO, has lied to us many ways by confirming that everything would be the same for us and that the improvements are to benefit all of us. AMCO, in a rush to show their investors profits, then decides to evict all of us. As an AMCO investor, they should be ashamed to invest in such a company that treats tenants like cattle. Please, Commissioner, pass a motion to evoke emergency powers that pause any eviction between now and when the eviction restrictions on large corporated landlords legislation is decided. I thank you, sir.
Thank you for your comments. Hello.
Hello, how are you? My name is Annie Gustafson. I would like to commend the city's inclusion of the 3 public art items on today's agenda. It is in this strain that I hope we can approach the issue I came to speak of today. I would like to address the proposed 20-foot seawall for Brickell Bay Drive. I believe the challenge of fighting shoreline erosion is a wonderful opportunity to showcase how forward-thinking and innovative Miami is. I urge the city to consider sustainable alternatives for infrastructure, such as man-made coral reefs, seagrass, and mangroves. Imagine something like mangroves to kayak through or reefs to snorkel through. And I would go so far as to inject the arts community with something along the lines of an underwater sculpture garden. Ecological incentives and financial interests need not be mutually exclusive. We have seen examples such as Christo and Jean-Claude's installations, Surrounded Islands, that the injection of beauty and creativity inspires pride and care for our environment and triggers economic growth. Miami is evolving into not just a hub for arts and culture, but for technology and innovation as well. This is the time to showcase our wealth of knowledge that the institutions hold and the capabilities of our engineers, our innovativeness, and role as a leader in ecological welfare. To forego such sustainable options such as these show a lack of awareness in what the city needs and what it deserves. Not just environmental health, but the physical, mental, and emotional health of our citizens. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. And just for the record, the Army Corps has agreed to change their report to include green infrastructure options.
Beautiful.
Not just a wall.
Thank you.
Thank you for your advocacy.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Chairman Russell, Commissioner Reyes. My name is Eddie Holliday. I live at 555 Northeast 34th Street, Unit 502. And I'm here on 9054. I'd like to take 2 minutes of your time to talk about fair dealing and how AMCO hasn't done that. Unlike most folks that have lived here for 5, 10, 15, 20 years, my wife and I actually just moved here in March. And before we actually signed our leases, we went around the property. And when we spoke to AMCO representatives, they told us that it was really just a makeup job. It was really just the exterior of the property and even some of the vacant units. And when we followed up and said, well, if it's some of the vacant units, what about our own? They said, well, that's why in our lease we say, from the date that you sign your lease up until the end of it, we have no scheduling plans to renovate it. So you would imagine our shock when we actually come back 2 months later and get the letter using that same provision to knock us out and to get us out of here. And when I learned that really the only reason was the whole idea of plumbing, the first thing that came to my mind was a used car salesman. Because just like a used car salesman, they know the condition of their car better than the person that leases it. And just like a landlord, they know the condition of the property more than the tenants. And the issue here is that if they had been honest, upfront, and they investigated the matter, again, before March, when I signed our lease, I would have went somewhere else. And for all of the people that are here that were lied to, we consider this to not only be unfair, but this practice of not telling people the true condition of their home, or just omitting the fact that there's issues that could cause them to be kicked out. It's a deceptive practice. It can't happen. And the reason why it's so important is that if it happens here, it can happen everywhere. So what we're asking for really is just use those emergency powers, pass that motion, let us stay in our homes, stop evictions, but more importantly, make sure that apartments, large landlord owners, tell people the true condition of the property, just like how any car person would. So I just really appreciate your time. Thank you so much. And I know that you're going to do the right thing. Thank you.
Hello.
Hello, Saif Hamida, offices at 1035 North Miami Avenue. So I'm here to speak about two separate things. First is CA3 through CA5, all of which are public art sculptures. Just here to speak in support of those because we always need so. I also want to speak in favor, and it's actually really pertinent to the issues that are being discussed today, of the rezoning at Little River. And making sure that the rezoning in Little River, I want to support the item to rezone Little River, especially having it be a T68 rezoning, because what we need is we need as much density as possible in those areas, because we need to move to a lean urbanism is what I like to call it. You know, we're running out of land and we have to start deciding and planning in a way that we are using the best and most efficient uses of land from that. So in this idea of lean urbanism and using apartments as you know, and not trying to displace people, I think more density allows for Little River to do that, because you're allowing more people in a smaller area of land, then you have less displacement. So that's really what, you know, and also everything that's being done in Little River, and as a cultural entrepreneur, you know, I'm seeing the businesses there really shining a light on cultural programming there and helping local businesses become, you know, lead to the forefront, including one that I work with regularly. So I really do want to support kind of this area and its revitalization as an area where locals can live and exist and, you know, exist, really. Be happy. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Hello?
Adrian Madriz, 1990 Northwest 4th Court, Apartment 11, District 5. I'm here talking about 9054, and it's been an exciting day. I'm very happy about it. We've been talking a lot about the issues that matter to us at SMASH regarding affordable housing and evictions, especially mass evictions from large corporate slumlords. I'm following up on the comments that the attorney David Winker made earlier about Hamilton on the Bay, about why we need this legislation to tackle large corporate slumlords that do these mass evictions of more than 20 tenants at a time and that have budgets over $1 million. The reality is that the landlords like Aimco, but also 1010 Spring Garden Drive in District 5, Pretium, and Havenbrook Homes, which all have a big presence here in Miami, have been conducting some of the biggest eviction operations throughout the pandemic, despite having received many of them, in certain cases, CARES Act money that specifically forbids them from doing so. So we really do need action from our municipalities to help protect tenants from these kinds of mass evictions, because the reality is that there's a lot of them that are set to happen as soon as the eviction moratorium expires, and here in Miami especially. And for the reasons that David stated earlier, that kind of stress on our rental market and our houseless population is something that we, the taxpayers, are going to end up having to pay for. But it really should be the large corporations that have these budgets in the millions and billions of dollars that should be paying for the consequences of their own negligence and their decision to just dump all of their tenants on the city's resources. That's completely unfair. And it's time for the city to fight on behalf of us, the people who pay the taxes, to make sure that these corporations are paying their fair share and evicting their tenants responsibly, gradually, and with adequate assistance, so that it's not a drain on the city's resources, and that it actually treats people as dignified human beings, and for once in our city's history, puts people before profits. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Sonny.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Sonny McLean. I live at 4066 Malaga Avenue in Coconut Grove, and I'm a co-founder of the Virginia Key Alliance. The Virginia Key Alliance aims to support and protect all things Virginia Key. However, tonight I'm here to talk about Resolution 6, which focuses on the Miami Marine Stadium Basin, and to thank Commissioner Russell for initiating this resolution. I think I can speak with some authority about the conditions in the basin because I've been a regular user for close to 40 years. And during that time, I've certainly seen accidents, and I've heard about many more. I've also witnessed the increasing dangerous conditions in the basin, but never until recently did I hear about a death. And in the last 10 months, we've had 3 deaths. Now's the time to act. We can't wait. Please, Commissioners, adopt this resolution and enact it immediately. The safety of Miami citizens is at stake. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonny. Hello.
Hi, Marta Zayas, and I'm speaking now on behalf of the Greater Little Havana Neighborhood Association, which encompasses a lot of neighborhoods. And again, I have to say that I'm very, very happy with the commitment that I've heard from all of our commissioners, as well as proud of my community members who have been involved and are taking action in order to be heard. I have to reiterate, and I'm sure that all of you who have been involved in the public arena or politics are sure to agree with me that many of the issues that have been discussed today here with regards to how to secure integrity and how to secure happiness and a joyful life are not new. We have been repeating the same things over and over and over again. Many of our lack of possibility to enjoy our living environments is if we lose them or we can't afford them, and we're then impacted by a mass eviction situation, and no legislation has been written to protect the community from situations like that. But then we're also complaining about the same thing over and over again with regards to be able to have peaceful enjoyment of your property. We cannot have peaceful enjoyment of our properties if we are continuously bombarded by increased density and commercial cut-through traffic next to a residential area. And I have to say, it never happens in the rich neighborhoods. It always happens in the lower working class neighborhoods, mainly because they're working and they don't have the time to come over here and face you all. So I'm very happy to see the commitment you're demonstrating now. I hope that we can put some teeth into the commitment and the motivation that you're showing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Violet de Ayala. I'm a board member for Miami Rowing Club. And these waters of Miami are incredibly special to me. My father, who was born in Havana, Cuba, used to sail out with me right outside of here almost every weekend. And so the waters are just really magical, as for so many of us. Today I'm here for Resolution 6 in support of Ken Russell's resolution. I'm at the Marine Stadium Basin pretty much every day. I have 2 children that rode there, and my heart is always in my throat looking at the way that danger and quite often looming of death is around these kids that are just there practicing a sport that they love. So today, it's really not about me, it's about the kids. So I'm gonna go ahead and just, I know we're gonna take turns, but all these kids are from our youth program, and they're here to share their perspective on the dangers that they face every single day. And I'm just incredibly proud of them. They've been sitting here patiently, and I think it's a great lesson for them, as I think that they're gonna be the leaders of tomorrow, seeing all of you working and supporting citizens and making Miami a greater place. So thank you so much for all your commitment to Miami and to our waters, and I'll wait, and then they'll come up after. Thank you.
Thank you. No, I'll go ahead and recognize them at this point. If
Yeah,
that's all right.
they know it's 1 minute, like they've all been practicing, so they're very short.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
And there's no need to state your address, and if you're welcome to state your name if you like.
Thank you. I told them to leave that out because
Yeah.
of safety.
There you go. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
You can pull the microphone down.
We are here to speak for Resolution 6. Hi, my name is Minx Anthony. I live in Coconut Grove on Shipping Avenue. Hi, I'm Madeline Pinedo. I live on Gallon Drive. Before we get started, we'd like to thank the commissioners for bringing this into their attention. Thank you. Many times, the jet skiers and boats have exceeded the speed limits, which causes waves to form and makes practice difficult for us, as time is wasted. The wake can make the area dangerous for rowers and the residents in the basin. They get so close to us that it interferes our practice and makes things a lot tougher than usual. There's a sign outside the basin saying that the area is a no-wake zone, but for a very long time, no one has recognized it nor followed it. Police boats would come into the basin some days to stop boaters from creating huge wake, but we both think it's not enough. We have a map of the basin showing where we are supposed to row, so we avoid getting in contact with one of the boaters for our safety.
We would both like for actions to be made on the basin for the safety of others. Thank you. We finish.
Could I have a round of applause for these advocates, please? I mean, this is amazing advocacy, and if anything were to happen to any of you, I would take it very personally on all of us. So we have a responsibility, and because you've come here today and we've listened to you, we will take this item very seriously. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bella Sanchez. I'm 13 years old and I live in the city of Miami. First, I would like to thank the city commissioners for giving me the opportunity to speak and express my concern for the safety of many kids that row at Miami Rowing Club. I would also like to thank you for taking an interest in this issue and helping us come up with a solution. I love rowing. It is a very active sport that is great for your body and can help build stamina and boost the immune system. Not to mention what a great sport it is to learn teamwork and leadership. It is also a beautiful sport. When the season started, my image of rowing was my friends, wildlife in the basin, and watching the sunset while rowing. However, over time, that image has changed. I can no longer just enjoy watching the wildlife or watching the sunset while rowing. Instead, I have to worry. I worry about stop rowing every 500 meters when a jet ski gets too close and the wake gets too bad. I worry about being cussed at and told many harsh and mean things when simply asking somebody to please slow down. I worry because I now feel unsafe when I go to practice. I worry that I cannot practice my sport like I used to without being harassed by the jet skis and other vessels that come into the basin. I worry that these vessels are not only affecting us as rowers, but they are also affecting the wildlife that lives in the basin. There have been several times that I have seen manatees in the basin and only moments later seen a jet ski or boat speed past them, which could be very dangerous for the manatees. Just a couple of months ago, my boat flipped over as we tried to avoid a jet ski that was coming towards us. Just imagine for a second how scary that was for me and the other girl in my boat who suddenly found ourselves in the water surrounded by speeding jet skis. However, I will not let this experience stop me from rowing or enjoying the beauty of the basin. But myself and all the rowers at Miami Rowing Club need your help to ensure that we have a safe place where we could practice the sport that we love. Please, on behalf of all the rowers at MRC, I ask you to object any plans for a boat ramp and urge you to make a no-wake zone in the Marine Stadium Basin. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want them to keep coming up, or do you want me to pause? Okay.
Hello, my name is Margot Sproul, and I live on Alhambra. Thank you for taking time today to discuss and go over this issue. During the school year, I row almost every day in the basin. I have seen the number of jet skiers rise rapidly throughout the months, and I have seen it affect our practices severely. I am placed in the back of the boat and have the duty of looking back to direct it. In one particular practice, the side we normally row on was too chaotic, so we changed to the side of the basin with the marina. As we were rowing, I looked behind us, as I usually do, and saw around 3 jet skiers surrounding us. One was on our left, and then 2 was on our right. This was an already stressful situation, given we were sandwiched and about to get sprayed and splashed. However, the cherry on top was that there was a huge yacht with partygoers in the middle, heading towards us. I was in shock, and all the thoughts in my head stopped. I could not see one way out of this situation that we don't get hit, whether it be by the 3 jet skiers, the yacht, or the mountain-like waves that would hit us soon after. I felt overwhelmed because I have the responsibility of keeping my teammates safe and out of harm's way. However, this was a situation that I felt powerless in and could do nothing because we were trapped by the speeding boats. If we had gotten hit, we would face severe injuries, if not death, which would not be the first death in the basin from jet skis. We were a small, tiny boat that was trapped by bigger and stronger ones, and it felt like we were getting bullied. Thankfully, the situation was resolved, and I stopped the boat to turn as quickly as possible towards the shore. However, if I hadn't had thought quickly, my friend Sabrina and I may not have been able to be here today. Thank you once again for showing concern for this ongoing issue and providing us a place to voice our opinions.
Hi, my name is Sabrina Rule, and I live in East Shenandoah, and I live in the city of Miami. I would like to thank our commissioners for hearing our concerns about the safety in the basin. I spend almost every day during the school year on the water, practicing rowing, and as the school year went on, our struggles with the jet skis increased. We would ask them to slow down, and they would purposely turn around and create more wake. I even remember one of them coming up to us, verbally harassing us, and when we asked them to stop, he got angry and splashed our whole boat with water. None of this was in any way easy to handle, but at least we still knew we were moderately safe. However, as the year went on, jet skiers would be even more carefree, speeding within feet of our boats. One day, I was out on the water with 3 of our other teammates, as well as our coxswain, Gabby, who helps steer the boat. As we were ending our lap, Gabby suddenly stopped talking right in the middle of her calls. The next thing I remember, Gabby was screaming through the speakers right as I turned around, and I saw a jet ski heading straight for our boat, passing right by us within inches. As the jet skier looked back, he didn't even apologize for what he did. He laughed instead. In that moment, I realized just how dangerous the jet skiers are in our basin, because I realized how much our lives are in danger and how little control we have against steering away last minute. I was very much concerned for the life of our coxswain, Gabby, and I cannot imagine how she must have felt being in that situation. I heard news reports about jet skiers in our basin dying from crashes with other jet skis. Every day, I go out on the water and pray I don't lose my life like the others in the exact same place where I row. I row 3 days, 6 days a week, and a majority of the year. Commissioners, please consider putting in a speed limit zone in the basin so we don't have to think about our life every time we go on the water. Having a safer area for us to practice will lower our chances of risk and keep us safe from uncontrolled jet skis. I enjoy the time I spend every day in the water, practicing a sport I am committed to. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Happy to be here, happy to talk. Thank you so much for taking the time and this opportunity to allow us to speak, and personally, to allow me to speak on behalf of my team. Allow me to introduce myself, first of all. My name is Raul Rojas. All right, I'll start now. I've been a member of the Miami Rowing Club for almost 5 years now, and I've made amazing memories during my time there. As a member of the varsity boys team, we row 6 days a week and for a majority of the year. Recently, we've had an issue that has been escalating in severity. Jet skis. They do not follow basic on-the-water etiquette. They speed with no regard to our safety or their own, and they continue to endanger us every single day. Personally, I've had numerous encounters with them, but the most impactful have to have been on the Signal. On the Signal, as the name suggests, I row by myself, while occasionally looking behind me so I don't crash. Jet skis will pass by me constantly at speeds where, if we were to collide, I'm almost certain I would suffer severe injuries. So far, I've been incredibly lucky and not been involved in a crash. But even when they do simply pass by, I have to fight against the wake they create, struggling to keep my own balance and avoid flipping over. At many points, I've verbally asked them to slow down. In response, I've been jeered at, sped past, and at some points, even gotten dangerously close to them. Every single day that I go out on the water, I have to worry about jet skiers, and genuinely believe my life is in danger. With the recent news of the death of a jet skier, these worries have only escalated. I love my team. At this point, they're my second family. I've bled, sweat, and cried alongside them, and I want them to be able to come to the basin every day, to be able to practice with safety. Commissioners, I ask you to please join me to make this future a reality by making our basin safer with the addition of a speed limit zone. Once again, thank you so much for taking the opportunity to listen to us and our concerns, as well as to our possible solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other youth here to speak on the issue? All right. I again usually discourage applause in the chambers or any sort of emotional outbursts whatsoever, but come on, this is really good advocacy and the right way to teach our kids, so thank you. maybe we'll learn a little something from them. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. My name is Hugo Treviño, and I have lived at Hamilton on the Bay, 555 Northeast 34th Street, apartment 1209, for the last 7 years. Last October, in 2020, I signed a new lease for 18 months, ending in July 2022. But why this multi-billion company renew my lease if they perfectly knew their plans with Hamilton on the Bay? Lies, lies, greed. They ended our current leases abruptly, arguing there are big issues in the structure inside and out. Big lies. I have paid my rent monthly on time, and I accepted to stay in the building for minor renovations. Not the kind of renovations they are currently doing, which makes my merely impossible to live in my apartment. Noise, unsafe, tons of dust, no AC in hallways, no gym, no pool, restricted parking. They're changing every single day, making our lives miserable. I lost my job during COVID, and now I'm working very hard to start a new business on my own. I made future plans to stay in this building for a long time, but now those plans have changed drastically. Due to this situation, it's very difficult to me to focus on my business and at the same time look for a new place to live in a very short period of time. I didn't plan to save money for any type of moving, so I don't have the resources to pay all the excess costs involved in moving out. I would like to ask for your help. What do I really want and need is, first of all, to stop the construction while I'm still living there. I need more time to have the time to look for a new place, and I financial need aid to cover all the expenses. Please, Commissioners, pass a motion to invoke emergency powers that pause any evictions between now and when the eviction restrictions on large corporate landlords legislation is decided. Thank you very much, and send love and kindness to you.
Good afternoon, Chairman, Commissioner. My name is John Sardo, 5950 Southwest 29th Street. I'm here to speak about the lack of safety in the basin and to reconfirm the statement from the younger rowers and the master seniors. There are no rules for jet skis on the water. As rowers, we have rules that we use a lane close to the shore, then when we turn, it's in the middle. Jet skis have no rules whatsoever. I have been flipped over once and have the fear of being again. They come in, they drink, they smoke, they do whatever they want. They do not respect us whatsoever and many times use us as targets. So I hope that after all the comments that you have heard, that you'll take action so none of us, me included, become the fourth or fifth casualty on the water. So please do regulate the water sports. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Matt McKenna. I'm a resident of Miami. I live in the historic Bayside neighborhood, and I'm also a small business owner. And I'm here today to strongly support the rezoning of Little River. As the founder of Imperial Moto, the coffee shop in that neighborhood, I can tell you from the community's point of view that the desire to have more housing availability is strongly wanted. So I would ask that RZ6 and RZ7 be recommended. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hello again, Joyce Landry from Coconut Grove. And this time I'm speaking on behalf of Resolution 6. Ken, thank you very much for sponsoring that. And we do appreciate that you are looking at the safety of all the people that use the basin. Today we've heard from a lot of rowers, but there's a bigger community than just rowers, of which I am one. There are dragon boats, there are outriggers, there are paddle boards, there are kayakers, swimmers, triathlete trainers. That basin is full of people using it on a day-to-day basis, and we are in huge danger right now. One of the other dangers that Ken's proposal takes care of are derelict boats, which is another danger. We row in the dark often, and we row backwards. It's really dangerous for us to have boats that we do not know about that crop up overnight and drop anchor and just hang out there. So I know that your resolution covers a myriad of things, all of which will help to create a safe environment for all of us. So thank you very much, and thank you all for voting on behalf of this resolution. We do appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Hill Blackett. I live at 5824 Northwest 5th Court, and I'm just out here today in support of the Hamilton residents, as well as the resolution that was spoken about earlier by SMASH about regulating large corporate landlords and the kind of evictions that they can do when they buy a building. I think it's really important that something like that gets passed. I think it's great. I'm really inspired to see the organizing and that's happening with the Hamilton residents. But this happens in a lot of buildings. Like someone was talking about earlier, a lot of times, poor people, working class people are not, they don't have the time to come together, to come out, to advocate, and they need protection too. So I think it's really, really important that we put these restrictions in place. Thank you.
Hello.
Good afternoon. My name's Rosemary Irene Sullivan, and I live at Hamilton on the Bay, 555 Northeast 34th Street, here about 9054. And I've been a resident for 31 years, at the Hamilton. Like many people here, one of the things that's kept me there so long, you want me to? Okay, has been the sense of community, the support and caring that there exists among the people who live there, obviously. I am just going to please ask you to support the legislation that's been mentioned and to pass a motion to invoke emergency powers that pause any evictions between now and when the eviction restrictions on large corporate landlords legislation is decided. Because however justifiable AMCO's actions may be from a business point of view, they are indefensible from a human one. So thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Buenas tardes.
Hola.
Voy a hablar en español.
Está bien.
Muchas
And I will
gracias.
translate.
Ay, tan lindo. Que mi Dios les bendiga.
God
Muchas
bless you.
gracias a los comisionados. Mi nombre es Francisca Borja. Vivo en Hamilton on the Bay, 555 Northeast 34 Street, apartamento 1206. Vivo por más de 11 años. Creí vivir ahí el resto de mi vida.
I have been living here for 11 years, and I thought I will be living here for the rest of my life.
Ay, nos están obligando a irnos. Yo necesito ayuda para mudarme, necesito más tiempo, necesito dinero para encontrar dónde vivir.
No, they are making us have to leave, and I need money, and I need resources in order to be able to move.
Le pido, por favor, nos ayude a parar esa construcción.
I beg you to please have them help that construction.
No quiero llorar, pero se me sale.
I don't want to cry, but I feel like crying.
Me siento muy afectada en la salud, estoy con estrés, no puedo dormir. Para que les cuento más, si mi sueño era vivir en América, yo creo que ahora ya me toca regresarme a mi país, yo vivo sola acá.
I
Por
live
favor,
alone.
ayúdenme, ayúdenos, por favor.
Please help us.
Por favor, caballero.
She's begging for help because she doesn't sleep and she's feeling ill and she has nobody or nowhere to go and she needs your assistance. Thank you.
Gracias y que Dios les bendiga a todos.
God bless you.
Gracias.
With the chair's permission, Ms. McCarthy, also of Silver Bluff, would like to give me her 2 minutes. I probably won't use them all.
That's fine.
Thank you.
4 minutes, Mr. Clerk.
Commissioners, my name is Don Derez. I live in Silver Bluff. I'm here for PZ4, which are properties in the southwest area of Coral Way and southwest 27th Avenue that want to be rezoned. Most importantly, the Planning and Zoning Department
listed nine concrete reasons not to approve this rezoning application. At the Planning and Zoning Board meeting on April 21st, the developer team displayed many documents that were either wrong, not reliable, or not in the application, under oath. Commissioners, please remain astute when analyzing their application. At that meeting, the developer touts 2 buildings on Southwest 27th Avenue, just south of this project, which were constructed under improper zoning changes to Ordinance 11,000, with no required advertisements, and at that time, planning and zoning administrators who resigned, which resulted in the sensible creation of the current Miami 21 with rational input from all stakeholders. I understand that these meetings going on don't have any homeowners there. Please note that the developer admits to an increase in traffic volume with an insignificant reduction in the morning. Please remember that Coral Way cannot be widened. The developer team expressed a multitude of verbal promises. They also demonized small businesses along Coral Way. Small business is the economic backbone of these United States. Their only offer was a donation for 2 speed tables without regard to the traffic cut through of our residential neighborhoods to the east, Silver Bluff, and the other 3 neighborhoods of 75,000 residents total. Currently, this property and properties to the east from 17th Avenue and to the west beyond 32nd Avenue are zone T5 or less. Currently, this project can be developed as mixed use up to 5 stories, but this developer wants more. Most important, if you approve the rezone, the developer can easily increase the project to 12 stories without a hearing, simply by tipping to the city's public benefits program. What must they donate, $10 for an additional 4 stories? If this one single property gets irrationally rezoned to T68, that will be the beginning. You will be responsible for the dominoes to begin to fall, and all the remaining properties will be rezoned, creating a concrete canyon in our residential neighborhoods and adding to the existing extreme traffic problems on Coral Way. Data from the American Community Survey released in 2020 states that residents say they're largely happy with our area the way it is. There are eclectic restaurants, Spanish, Peruvian, Portuguese, Japanese, Greek, among them. Barber shops, dry cleaners, doctor's offices, grocery stores, even a doggy daycare. To quote a city statesman, Coral Way is a beautiful street. It's one of the prettiest streets in Miami. This from Commissioner Manolo Reyes. Please don't push the first domino in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Hello.
Good afternoon. I am Gladys McCoy. I reside at 555 Northeast 34th Street, Hamilton on the Bay. I'm speaking on file ID 9054. I actually was not speaking today. I did not write anything, but I need to. I am a teacher, and just as they say, no child left behind, no tenant left behind. That's how I feel there. I have chronic sinuses. Even while teaching, before school has been out, I've had to miss so many days from work due to the construction. We were told that it would be minimum. If you were to come and visit our building, you would see the construction and how unhealthy it is for many. My mom, 87, who was with me, I had to remove her because she would wake up in the middle of the night coughing. And when I realized that, I moved her to my brother. And now, when I saw her yesterday, she doesn't have the cough, but yet it's still her heart is aching because she wants to be with me. Now, also there's water leakage in tenants' apartments, has wet up all of their clothing. If you all were to come, you need to really come visit our building, and you will see how unsafe and what AMCO has done with us all. We feel abandoned. We are homeless. We have people there who are 92, 94-year-old couples. They don't know what to do. The market is $500 to $1,000 more when we go out to look for places. Also, when you go, we have our northerners who are here, and they would override whatever we bid on. They would, even if we tried to buy houses, many of us, we were getting out of the apartment. However, with that said, you go and you put your deposit. By that time, someone else has come from up north and offered more money. We need you all to even control that, where the realtors are not able to do what they're doing. I had a tenant just yesterday. She had an appointment today. They called and told her, oh, the tenant decided to have an open house. You're no longer accepted to come look at the apartment. And this is consistent. So we would like for you, please, commissioners, pass the motion to evoke emergency powers that pause any eviction between now and when the eviction restriction on large corporation, landlords, and legislation is decided. I thank you.
Thank you.
Jimmy Williams, 1845 Northwest 65th Street, represents St. James Community Development Corporation. We're here today speaking on RE 11. We are the Community Development Corporation for the Attapata property. We have worked out a tons amount of deals in terms of the library. We've incorporated that. We've meeting with some of the business owners on the 29th to ensure adequate parking. We will hope that all the things that we have done, we've negotiated with the city in good faith based on what they have required us to do. We have architectural plans that we've done. We've done through phase 1, phase 2 due diligence, the audit. We've the engineering plans, attorney fees. We've been back and forth with the PSA, trying to come to a common agreement with that. We're offering affordable housing and workforce housing, 170 units, which is much needed. We understand the significance in the housing crisis in Miami-Dade County. We want to be a partner. We want to bring common solutions. We're not here to agitate or irritate anything that would disrupt our community. We are a great community partner. St. James AME Church has been in this community for 125 years. And our CDC has been around since 2012. We will hope that you would all delay and not to rescind this much needed development that we worked so hard on. We spent about $250,000 to $300,000 already on this project.
Thank you. Mr. Altave.
Yeah. Good evening. Andres Altave, 1900 North Bayshore Drive. I'm speaking about DI1, the scooter program. And I just want to make a 3-year priority 4-point before the president of the Downtown Neighbors Alliance speaks. And I believe he's going to be reading a letter and introducing the letter that we also sign as Biscayne Neighborhood Association. So the points that are more critical, and it should be probably established before the approval of the program, because after that, the program is going to be very difficult to modify. One of them is to lower the maximum speed to 10 miles an hour citywide, as long as the scooters are riding on the sidewalks. 15 miles an hour on the sidewalks, and I know in some areas have been dropped to 12 miles an hour. 10 miles an hour will give the scooter companies also the incentive to speed up the construction of infrastructure, meaning by that, bike lanes that can be shared with scooters. And it would be an incentive for the scooter companies because they want 15 miles an hour to promote recreational rentals. The other thing would be the exclusion of scooters from city parks. Also, create a separate account to receive all scooter program revenue and mandate it only can use for bike lane infrastructure, and require supermajority before those funds can be used. Set and announce a schedule for creating bike lanes in the greater downtown Miami. Set and announce a schedule for prohibiting all electric scooters and bicycle riding on sidewalks. There should be a deadline for that. Provide a draft of the scooter RFP for community discussion and comments before it is placed in the City Commission agenda. So, again, insisting, as the position of the BNA, that this condition should be priority approved before the project passes. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Derek Holmes. I am here representing Transit Alliance Miami, located at 169 East Flagler Street, 33130. I wanted to comment on item D1 about the scooter program. I'll make this real quick. From our point of view, the scooter program has been extremely successful so far. People are riding these scooters. They're using them to connect to transit. Visitors are using these scooters to explore our city when they come down to visit. And with that, we do want to say the one thing that concerns us is that we do not want to see the scooter program suspended in the process of awarding this RFP once it is released. Again, not only are people riding these scooters right now and using them, but there are people whose jobs may be lost overnight if this program is once again suspended. So yeah, with that, I just want to say thank you guys for embracing micromobility and the future of urban mobility, and we wait excitedly for the release of this RSP. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Torres.
Good evening, Commissioners. I have two items, RE.9 and DI1. So let's keep the flow going with the scooters. First and foremost, I'm very excited about the simple fact that the clerk is passing out the two memos that are being presented. A joint statement by the BNA and the DNA, which is a huge thing that we're finally, quote unquote, working together on initiatives throughout downtown and throughout the city. So we'll start, and it's basically the BNA and the DNA recognize the importance of providing last mile micromobility solutions and having been monitored in various items and the scooter pilot for the city of Miami. Having observed and documented many concerns, the BNA and the DNA support the continuation of the scooter pilot under the following conditions that we're asking for. So there are 8 items. Require the exclusion of the city and county parks from permissible riding areas via geofencing. I know your staff, Commissioner Russell, is kind of working on that through the RFP. Lower the maximum speed throughout the area to 10 miles an hour instead of the way it's kind of scaled right now. Require operations to disallow the ride termination away from a designated scooter corral if the corral is present within one city block, and set announced schedules installation at 500 virtuals and physical scooter corrals by December 2021. Clarify who is responsible for the enforcement against underage riding. Manolo Reyes, I know this is an important one to all of us. Underage riding, dangerous riding, double riding, uncorralled parking, and an allocation of appropriate resources to perform the task. The DNA has always questioned that one because there's conflicting information if it's a City of Miami Police Department, the Parking Authority, or whoever it is. So we are asking for clarity on that. Along with that, require the operators to report safety issues through the applications in which they've been trying to install, which would immediately disable the scooters within service, impose a $1,000 fine per scooters that do not brake the full speed within 10 feet of the required stop, check, and brake the braking systems. Create a separate account, exactly what my co-president stated, so I won't repeat that. That was very clear. Number 7, we ask that the RFP be released as soon as possible so we can start sitting at the table with you, Commissioner Russell, to really address this because it is a concern from downtown. Even though we do support it, We just want a seat at the table to address that. So again, we would stress the fact that the RFP be released immediately so we can get to the table and address these items. If the city is unable, unwilling to implement these conditions, the BNA and the DA support the suspension of the scooter program until the city of Miami is willing and able to provide a sufficient infrastructure, technology, and enforcement. So I'm gonna stop there. That's clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank you for your comments.
Can I go to my next topic, which is the RE.9?
All right, the timing is up, so my hope here is if you're submitting documentation for the commissioners, you don't need to read the whole thing to us.
Right, I don't want to read it, but I do have a statement. I think, for the sake of time, I know the schedule's been kind of going around today, but I'll make the statement for the record, and then you guys have the memo. Fair enough with that?
Yes.
Okay, great, thank you. Authorization, the DNA would like to thank Commissioner Carriolo for attracting this quality event of downtown's waterfront, an event that generates significant economic activities and minimum negativity impact on the surrounding community. However, we have significant reservations regarding the contract that was included in the agenda packet that was received. The revocable license agreement is a copy-paste of what appears to be the Ultra contract. So we ask that the attorneys review that and resubmit to us. One example of the section is 2.7, 3.2, which allows the event for 6 days when they're only asking for 5 days, from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. The DNA requests a friendly amendment to the contract that will adjust it to reflect the action items requested by the Miami Boat Show, in which we had a conversation with your attorney last week. So that's the statement, and you have the rest of the memo. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Torres.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
My name is Judith Hancock Sandoval. I've lived in an old wooden house in Silver Bluff since 1980. This is my 999th appearance at this commission. I started, 10 years ago now, all through Miami 21. Our homeowners association and many other neighborhood associations supported Miami 21. It is unfortunately amended all the time. That's why we have the congestion of cars and condos and all that stuff. I am an architectural photographer. I survey cities. I've got 5 books for sale on Amazon. My photographs are at universities and museums all over Latin America and this country. I'm here today just to tell you a little story. A couple of years from now, when that monstrous condominium at the corner of Coral Way and 27th Avenue, PZ4, on the program today, has theoretically been constructed. It's 12 stories high. It dwarfs everything in the neighborhood, and it has broken forever Miami 21. The condos are being built down the avenue, all through our neighborhoods. Silver Bluff is ruined. The traffic is horrendous. The cut-through traffic now is destroying the neighborhood. The county commissioner, the so-called engineer, Eileen Higgins, does not allow us to have sufficient traffic calming devices. We have to control the volume. There are thousands of cars on the street. This is happening in many other residential neighborhoods. But what I want to do is talk today about the supposed wonderful traffic hub of Coral Way and 27th Avenue. It's a joke. Yes, the condo buyers are told, no problem with the traffic and the transportation. We've got trolleys and buses across Coral Way. They go downtown, they go to Coral Gables. Just grab the bus that comes down 27 down to the Metro. So a nice couple buys a condo. They buy a new car. They wanted to come to Miami where it's sunny and warm forever. They arrive, the condo's wonderful. There's a swimming pool, there's within a block, there's a CVS and a Office Depot and a big Publix market. They go to the swimming pool, they go up in the gym, it covers the whole floor. Then they go up on the roof. Now the roof is 12 stories high, and downtown they're taller, but it's very tall for that neighborhood. And there's a big telescope. Oh, just look through the telescope, you'll see everything you need to know. They see Bermuda, they see the Bahamas, they see the Yucatan Peninsula with the pyramids, they see Cuba, then they see Venezuela, they go all the way to Brazil, and by golly, next they see Tierra del Fuego and Antarctica. This is really marvelous. The next day, they decide he better go to work. He's got a new job, he puts on his suit and tie, gets in his new car, and he drives downtown to Government Center. And he gets lost, and there's lots of traffic, but it's not too bad. His office has a parking lot. So he likes his new boss, and he comes home. And the wife has decided to go down to, where's she going? Coral Gables. She goes across 27th Avenue in the rush hour. She almost breaks her heel, but she makes it across in 20 seconds. Then she's got to cross Coral Way, 4 lanes of traffic. You got another 20 seconds to get over to the bus and the trolley. She can't get on the trolley because the steps are too high and the entrance is too narrow, but people help her off the trolley and she gets on the bus. She makes it to Coral Gables and she has the ride of her life because where she comes from, Detroit or wherever, she doesn't ride public transportation. Public transportation in Miami is 3/4 of the population of the city. Working people, all kinds of workers. Old ladies and old men, that's who rides the buses. Teenage kids and poor people. This lady has never been on a bus like this. She's not around people like this. But she's got this new condo and she makes it over to Miracle Mile and she finds a hairdresser and has lunch.
Ma'am?
She comes home and it's okay, it's her first day.
Ma'am, the 2 minutes has expired
Yes.
long.
Yes.
Start to.
Her husband comes home fine. She has another day like that. She goes to Coconut Grove on the bus and the trolley. She has a hard time getting home because the bus doesn't get off on Coral Way and she's, Her husband comes home after about a week of this, and she says, honey, I want my own car. He says, you can't have one. We've only got one parking lot. She said, well, I want your car. You take the bus and the trolley and
Ma'am,
everything.
I'm sorry, we have to move on.
I know. And that's what it's like. I ride those buses, I ride those trolleys, and they're not going to provide sufficient, comfortable traffic for the people in that 12-story condo to ditch their cars. And that's the story of every tall condo that's breaking the zoning codes. And PZ4, that big condo that's going to ruin all our neighborhoods, should be defeated today. Thank you.
For your comments. Thank you. Good evening.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, Chairman Ken Russell. My name is Steve Leitner, 18 years at 555 Northeast 34th Street, Hamilton on the Bay, but I'm not going to say anything about Hamilton on the Bay because everything that needs to be said has almost been said already. I am ceding my last 30 seconds to Adrian, who's going to finish that conversation. What I'd like to say is the Virginia Key Marina will be underwater by the end of a 75-year lease term. An opportunity now exists to return this 27 acres to its rightful owner, nature. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Is that okay? Yep, okay. So just very quickly, we really do want to emphasize the fact that people are in danger of eviction very soon. They have been given currently at Hamilton on the Bay a deadline of July 16th to move out. And we really do need an emergency motion from the City of Miami today, if possible, to prevent any further evictions from happening. I understand about the CDC moratorium and the fact that it's been extended until July 31st, but most local judges have been ignoring the CDC moratorium. We work with several tenants who have been evicted despite not being able to pay the rent during the pandemic and presenting the CDC declaration. We know that the city has emergency powers, especially when it comes to housing situations. The City of Miami mayor can declare a state of emergency and can actually institute rent control for a year, which then has to be re-voted on in referendum. And he has other emergency powers as well. Can you please commit to doing an emergency action today to prevent the evictions from happening all over the City of Miami until we figure out what is the pathway forward?
Thank you. I've been told by the city attorney that we absolutely do not have those powers. And so I'm glad to explore that further, because if there is something that you're reading that we're not reading, I'd like to see it.
The articles specifically of the charter state that the mayor has emergency powers when it comes to emergency housing situations. And it specifically states, and I apologize, I don't have the language in front of me, but it specifically states that he does have the power to implement rent control for a year, which then has to be reapproved by referendum, or whatever it is that needs to happen in this emergency situation. So I understand that maybe you as a commissioner doesn't have it. I understand that completely. But the mayor absolutely has those emergency powers in emergencies like this.
Thank you for your comments. Okay. Mr. Freed.
Happy birthday. Thank you for letting me come back. I really appreciate it.
I never kicked you out.
I know, but the vibe was there. You were terrific. I appreciate it very much. My name is Jim Freed. I live at 555 Northeast 34th Street. That's the Hamilton. I live there with my wife. My wife is a kidney transplant survivor and recipient. I love her very much. I'm here to speak on RE5. RE5 is Chairman Russell's proposed legislation that proposes to give a tenant of the City of Miami a no-bid 75-year lease extension to his current lease. Of course, this tenant wants a no-bid lease on 27 acres, and those 27 acres might be worth as much as $500 million or more, and the tenant only wants to pay $2 million a year in rent. Now, I'm really here also because no one from the city is helping my wife and I, who are being evicted from Hamilton on the Bay at 34th Street in Edgewater. We got a letter from the new landlord giving us those 60 days to move out. We're not asking for a 75-year no-bid extension. We just want to stay there like we were promised by the developer for several more years so my wife can try to recover from her kidney transplant. Would somebody please go to bat for us? The city's reached out to our new landlord. They want to evict 100+ families. Thank you so much for your time. I really do appreciate it.
Thank you. And for everyone's information, we have a meeting scheduled in my office next Tuesday at 11 a.m. between the residents' representative as well as the Hamilton's representative. So I will do my best to represent you and mediate this situation. Thank you. Mr. Nelson.
Good evening, Ron Nelson. I'm here on 4 items. PZ12 we already took. Three items left. CA9, Fuller Street. Fuller Street has been wonderful, I agree. But Fuller Street is empty most of the time. You do get a crowd in the evenings, mostly on the weekends. And I've had some merchants asking me, can we just make it a flex street so that we can actually use the street during the weekdays when it's not crowded? And I think it's a great idea, a flex street there, until we get to a level where we actually need to close the street. It's certainly not at that point. Lovely, love Barracuda, great idea, but keeping the street closed all day, every day when there's nobody there, we had to look at that. I think a flex street, I'd love to see it closed Thursday afternoon or evening and stay closed until Sunday. But all day, every day, I don't think that's good for the merchants. I'm here also on the Marine Stadium use, the lagoon. The Marine Stadium lagoon, as you all know, has had many different iterations over the years. I support your statements that you gave out, Commissioner. I think we pushed hard to get a small mooring field in there for transient vessels, not full-time leases. That gives you a couple of things. You control where the boats are. You control how many boats are there. You also, with it, get some of the amenities that you want, which is an idle speed, no wake zone. That's great. The boat ramp, I'm not so excited about. That boat ramp has never been open to the public. It was there for boat racing. I'm one of the few people around that actually ran laps there. That ramp was used when you did heats. You backed all your boats down, you launched, you ran your heat, you got pulled out. So it has never been open to the public. You don't know what you're going to do with that space yet. And when you open a boat ramp of that size, you're going to have a lot of people there all over that space. And the boats they're running today are 30 to 40 feet on trailers with the vehicle pulling it. Some of those vehicles are 50 feet long. It's a big thing you're doing there, and it's not going to be managed well. The county runs the ramps. I've got 3 items, so I'm speaking.
Oh, you're out of time.
I don't get 2 minutes I get 2 minutes each item.
You don't get 2 minutes each item. It's 2 minutes each speaker.
Well, I'm going to keep going just like the lady did. I'm sorry. The county runs their ramps. They put 10 officers there, 4 out on the causeway and 6 at the ramp. We don't put any officers at any of our ramps. They're chaos. So I can't see doing it. There's too much chaos in the basin. Lastly, National Parks has banned jet skis. If the real problem at the basin is jet skis, simply ban jet skis from being in the basin. You can do it. And it should be done, actually, because they do not take care of the people around them. They don't care about the environment. It is a real problem right now. And I hate to group a lump of people. It's not what I would normally do. Lastly, the Virginia Key lease. You really need to get a good operator in there. I mean, it's been there a long time. There's been a lot of problems. Hopefully you can get an RFP that works. Thank you.
Thank you. And Mr. Greco, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. City Attorney, I believe we are preempted from legislating specifically against jet skis. If you could look into that for me, because that's my understanding. Thank you. Hello?
I will look into it.
Commissioners, Chairman, thank you for the opportunity. I'm here speaking on file ID 9054. My name is Yvonne Otley. I'm a resident at Hamilton on the Bay, apartment 2506, located 555 Northeast 34th Street. I've been on assignment in California for the past 6 months, lending my administrative and logistical assistance to COVID response. 5 months prior to my lease expiring, I was contacted by building management with a rose-colored opportunity to renew my lease for 24 months at the current rate. You'll imagine my surprise to find that shortly after agreeing, I was met with the news that I needed to vacate my apartment by July 16th. Because of this, I was forced to end my assignment early, a substantial loss of income for me. This situation has put me in an impossible spot. I've had plans for 2 months to travel back to Congo this coming Monday after 33 years removed. I cannot move by the 16th. I've truly enjoyed my time at Hamilton, and I've been a loyal resident. I'm here to request a move-out extension, as well as adequate compensation to cover lost income, moving expenses, move-in expenses, and price differential I will incur over the next 19 months, which is time remaining on my current lease. I believe these to be reasonable and fair, as we're being asked to vacate at the worst possible time, and AIMCO is making living at the Hamilton unbearable. Please, Commissioners, pass a motion to invoke emergency powers that pause any eviction between now and when the eviction restrictions on large corporate landlords legislation is decided. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Hello.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary V. Lisbon, and I live and own at 816 Northwest 11th Street, Unit 1207. I'm a proud member of SMASH, and I support the proposed legislation that would put on the brakes for corporate developers and real estate companies of evicting their tenants en masse. Today, you've heard from the residents of Hamilton on the Bay, but this is not unique to these renters' residents, but affects the residents and renters across the city and impacts renters of every gamut of economic status. Many of them don't feel like they have a voice or can't be here to represent themselves and tell their horrific stories of them being in the process of eviction. These mass evictions must stop. They are destroying our communities and the communities you represent. So act on emergency stopping powers and make the mayor do what he needs to do to represent the residents and renters of Miami.
Thank you. Thank you to SMASH for representing residents. Is there anyone else here who would like to speak at public comment on any of the remaining items on the agenda? Seeing none, we will close public comment, and we will take up the consent agenda and the PH agenda. Mr. Watson just disappeared. I had a quorum. I lost my quorum. We're just about to, because we can knock out the CA agenda, the PH agenda, and the RE agenda rather quickly if I had a quorum. Thank you. My goal is to pass the CA, PH, and RE agendas, and then we will take a break.
I move all three agendas.
All right, that's a motion for CAs 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, and 8. We cannot pass the 4/5 items, which is PH 8, so PH.
Hold on. Give me a second. No. Okay.
So PH 1 through 7, we would be passing at this point.
And Chair,
All right,
I
so
have
then just move on the CA and the PH agenda except for the 4/5 item. Yes, Mr. Clerk?
And with the CA agenda, did you include CA 9? Did I?
Yes, and could you count me as a sponsor for CI 9 closure of Fuller Street, temporary closure of Fuller Street, please?
Yes.
So, yes, so we have a motion on the remaining CA and PH agenda. We do have 4 of our commissioners present now, so let's include PH 8. Is that all right for the mover and seconder?
Yes.
Moved by Commissioner Diaz-Portilla, seconded by Commissioner Reyes. Your microphone, please. Thank you. So we are just the CA agenda and the PH agenda. Let me know. Yep. While Commissioner Croy is looking up the items, is there any other comments from the other 2 commissioners, 3 commissioners? Hey, we got a full quorum, a full dais. Is there any other, are there any comments on the CA and PH agendas? Microphone, please.
Where's, are these statutes going exactly? And it's McFarland Road, okay?
Yes, Mr. Manager, could you help us on the installation of the art that the Art in Public Places Board has?
We'll get Caesar out here in a minute.
All right, so that's.
The City of Miami one?
Yes, so CA 5 is deferred, so just CA 3 and CA 4, where are those going? I believe one's in District 2 and one's in District 1.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. Questions on CA?
CA3 and CA4, Commissioner Croyo had a question.
Sure. CA3 is a sculpture that's going in Peacock Park, being donated by the Hulu Group. It is
It's donated, we're not paying for it,
Including maintenance cost.
okay? Yearly maintenance costs, have we
Um,
seen it?
It's going to be
Does-
10% for maintenance.
Huh?
They're allocating 10% for maintenance.
Yes, but have we seen it? Did you see what it looks like?
Yes, sir. It's in the.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I saw
You
both.
sure?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Then I guess I better see it. I think
Yeah, yeah.
it might be different.
It's better. It's better than doggy bags, though.
It is in the backup, sir. If I
You'll see
I
it's
can hook
actually
up.
It's a statue of Marjorie Stoneman Douglas. Under,
right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, those the Margie Stoneman Douglas.
It's not a
fine.
statue of her, it's the
Yeah, it's
Gazebo
the
with
whole thing.
chairs.
How about C4?
C4 is in District 1. It's part of the Fern Owl Park renovation.
It's not exactly beautiful, but it's like two little things
Palm
that come
fronds that
around,
come
and
over
then
as a
people
gateway.
walk through it. But you know, everybody has their own taste. We'll ask the city curator to figure it out, but it's not, you know, it's not my taste, but it works. It works for the entrance of the park, Fern Owl Park.
Okay. We're paying for that one though, right?
Yes, sir. That comes through the AIPP program. We've
much?
allocated $65,000 for that.
Okay, 65,000.
Yes, sir.
And what is it made out of?
Metal.
Metal is a new thing that we use for everything, all kinds of art these
Well,
days.
we do too over at.
I know, everywhere in the city, it's happening. Metal works for everybody.
They should contact us at Bayfront Park. We could probably get it a lot cheaper than the 65,000. How tall it is?
Well, it's not gonna cost $865,000, so it's not gonna cost
No,
$865, so
but-
it's a lot less.
But you're not gonna have 51 statues that big.
Yeah, but we have a beautiful entrance to a beautiful park in a very needy neighborhood of our community. Not in.
If you're satisfied, you know, I'll go along with you on this one.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Okay.
Thank you. Further comments on any of the
C5
CA?
is deferred, correct?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right. So can we do just the C agenda first? The other you want to do is which one?
Just the PH. So it's
Okay.
the motion is for PH 1 through 8 as well.
Okay. PH 1 through 8, PH 7, and the homeless assistance. The grant, okay? Okay. All right.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? All in favor of the CA and PH agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question for you.
You recognized.
We're gonna go to dinner break now?
Yes, we could break now for an hour, or we could try the RE agenda as well.
Can we break now, and perhaps as we break and you have your dinner and everybody has their dinner, maybe we can consider deferring the entire agenda to the next commission meeting? And that way we can have the whole debate at a regular meeting instead of going till late in the night when everybody's all over the place and people are tired. Maybe we do it on the July 8th meeting, and we take up the entire agenda that we have left. As a suggestion, just, not any vote right now, just an idea, as we go to dinner, we come back, we can have a discussion about it.
Got it. Once I get some food in me, I'll be ready to go as much as possible. I'm ready to power through if you guys are. So whatever we can do tonight, I'd like to get done what we're.
I can power through to 3 in the morning, we did it in Tallahassee all the time, but the point is that it's better for the public and for everybody else to have, on these important issues, we have a number of controversial issues, right?
Yep.
Not controversial issues, I guess, highly debated issues maybe, that we do it in, early on so everybody can listen and everybody can be part of the conversation.
Well, why don't we pick from the RE, the ones that are not?
We can do that now, yeah.
That's right.
Commissioner Reyes, do you have a motion for
Yes,
a
sir.
specific list of items?
That's right. I mean, we have, like, for example, RE1,
Yes?
that, I don't think there's any controversy on that one. Which one is the other one?
2, 3, I think is a problem.
You're asking for A1 to be taken out, or?
No, he's creating
just
a
to
batch,
sum it down.
a list of items
That's
to
your
pass
item.
together.
We already did.
We already have done RE 8, so.
Let's do RE1. See,
Do we need to approve RE1 now, Mr. Clerk?
You can't hear me?
Mr. Clerk?
My
Does it have to
goodness.
be approved this meeting?
Which one?
No, sir, it can be deferred to the next
Can you
meeting.
wait for the next meeting?
Yes,
Can you
sir.
Defer for the next meeting?
Okay, I was just trying to get it out of.
Yeah, this whole idea, by the way, Mr. Chair, this whole idea of 9 days, I know you implemented this in 2017, Mr. Hannon, this whole idea of 9 days of early voting, and then, 3 days of early voting, that's something I think we have to talk about a little bit.
Motion to defer RE1, Commissioner Carollo?
Maybe
Motion
talk
to
To
defer.
what date?
Okay.
Next meeting.
Next meeting, which
Well, if we're gonna start,
No, let's do RE1, okay?
no, let's do it all, and that's it.
Yeah.
Or, RE3, anybody has any?
Just a moment, he'd like to defer, there's a
Okay,
motion to
I move
defer
it.
RE1 till July 8th, moved by Commissioner Carollo, seconded by Commissioner Reyes.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes to defer RE1, July 8th.
Thank
you. Is there a motion on RE2?
I'll move RE2.
Moved by Commissioner Diaz-Libortia, seconded by Commissioner Reyes. Any further discussion?
Nope.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion
Move.
passes.
RE3.
Move RE3.
Move. Second.
Okay, moved by Commissioner Carollo, seconded by Commissioner Reyes. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion
RE4.
Defer RE4.
That would
Right.
be.
Commissioner Reyes was making a motion, was that
I'm
for
sorry, sir.
movement or?
RE4, let me tell you that, I have read this back and forth, up and down, and I'd rather have my money right now, to get something.
So you're moving RE4, seconded by the chair?
Commissioner, this is gonna require discussion, because.
Well, if you want to discuss it, we move it, and we
yeah,
move it later on.
I'd rather-
What
I'd
I
rather
wanted
move
to
it.
do is get it over with, you see? Because the faster that we get this, a resolution on this, the faster that they will be able to secure financing, you see? And we have that project, it has been held back. I said, okay, let's discuss it and pass it, or defeat it, or do whatever it is.
And
but
this
let's-
one here, I have financial questions on, because this is not making sense to me.
Okay.
Look, this is not Jungle Island anymore, it's Concrete Island. This is a deal that's not based on attraction that we have with animals before, and other things. It's gonna be based on a hotel. I don't know how many times we've given and given and given concessions, and it seems there's no ending to this. Now, they won millions and more dollars in concession because, gee, if you're not gonna get some money now, we might go upside down and you won't get anything. Well, you know what? I'm willing to take that risk because for the hotel that we approved to be built there, I could put this out to bid, and we might be surprised just how much we could get in the firms that would come and bid on it. But I need to,
Okay.
this whole financial thing that they're throwing here, this is like, a Chinese menu, frankly.
Yeah.
And it's been going on for too long, and at the end of the day, I want to be a nice guy, but, it comes to the point that, I'm beginning to feel like an abused husband here.
Okay.
I keep coming back, and,
Abuse.
right.
Let me,
Just a moment, Commissioner Reyes. Commissioner Diaz-Libortia and then Commissioner Reyes.
I find myself in the unique position of actually agreeing with Commissioner Carollo and Commissioner Reyes at the same time.
you're torn between two lovers.
They both have, they both have a good point. It is good to get the money up front. It makes sense to get the money up front to a certain extent. But Commissioner Carollo is right that, we want to see if we can get that money on the back end. At some point, we're going to make it up, because it's over $5 million. So it requires some debate.
Okay.
And I think Mr. May is here. I think maybe we can have the conversation on July 8th.
What?
It's not the end of the world, right, Mr. May? We have the debate on July 8th. I want to ask him just to make sure, right?
You're right.
Because the debate needs to be had. It's an over $5 million break, but it is something that we want Watson Island to be we hope that Watson Island will be somewhat productive at some point. In the last 30 years, it hasn't been. So there's a hope there.
You recognized.
Commissioner, it's the pleasure.
Introduce yourself, please.
Brian May with offices at 235 Catalonia Avenue, Coral Gables, representing Jungle Island. The only problem with doing it July 8th is that the principals and myself, not necessarily that I'm important to the conversation, but the principals will not be here on July 8th.
We'll
That's
make
why
that-
we asked to
When's the next
come on
meeting
June
July is?
24th.
It's okay.
July
do the second meeting in
22nd, I think it is. July 22nd?
But happy to have the conversation tonight.
We'll have it in the second meeting in July.
Yeah, July
Brian?
22nd, and the world does not end in
Let me-
in a month, right?
Let me state why.
But we are under constraints to go get our financing, and this is.
But that was in October, isn't it?
But we're in the process of having the conversations with the banks now, as you know, we discussed that yesterday.
Then-
The only thing I would say,
Hold on a
Commissioners,
second.
is that there's a
Can I-
misnomer that.
I get
Can
the
I
point.
state my rationale?
Just a moment. Commissioner Reyes is recognized.
Okay, you see, what we're dealing here is with a debt from the previous owner.
Yes.
Yes, we're dealing with the debt from the previous owner.
That they promised when they came in and we
That
gave
they
them
were
all
gonna
kinds
pay.
of concessions,
That's
that
right.
they were
Okay.
strong enough financially to handle and pay the city.
Okay,
And how many concessions have they gotten since?
but there were
They took over.
concessions, my dear Commissioner. Now we are getting $8 million, okay?
$9 million.
$9 million. Oh, it went up to $9 million. You see, this
Well, not
conversation is
necessarily.
being truthful.
Not necessarily, because they're adding, they're subtracting, they're subtracting. The bottom line is that based on what I'm looking at, we're getting close to $6 million less than we were supposed to get.
No. The loan was for $13 million.
Mr. Manager, can you get
We're getting
your
$9 million.
Can you get your finance director here? We want to waste the time, we'll do it, but I'm not going to be ready to vote for this.
Okay,
Because they want to pressure us to do it. This is not the way you run government.
Let's
They've been
move
getting
it to the
concessions
22nd
for
or
us
whatever.
time and time again, and now they're coming back into the millions of dollars. Millions of dollars that the residents of Miami are going to have to make up.
We're actually
And
giving
the only,
millions
The
of
only
dollars.
reason that you're
Actually
giving
giving
us
millions
is,
of dollars
"Gee,
over
if
to
you
the-
don't do that, we might go bankrupt. We might be gone, and we won't give you anything." You know what? I'll take that chance because I'll have the biggest names of hotels lining up, and, they'll take care of that.
Commissioner, that's
We won't
always your
have all that
prerogative.
problem.
It's always your prerogative.
Just a moment, Mr. Manager. Mr. Manager, and
Hey,
we went
Brian,
over-
this got nothing to do with you.
Of course
It's got
not.
to do
Sure.
with the amounts that are here. Whether you were here or not, I still would feel the same way, even though every time I see you in something in Watson Island, we're getting stuck with millions.
Actually, you'll make more money if guys would let me explain it. You'll make more money, but
Are
it's
you going to
okay.
give up your fee so that we can make more money here?
No, you'll make more money.
But you know what?
Okay,
But
Mr.
we'll
Manager.
I'm sorry.
Okay, Mr. Manager, okay. You rather move this to the 22nd? I was just stating my rationale.
Look, I think for purposes of getting Commissioner Carollo a better understanding of
That's right,
the
let's move it.
additions and subtractions as he adequately pointed it, I think we can, I'm in favor of the idea. I think I favor the idea of getting as much money up front. We reduce the break points for purposes of increasing the rent. I can walk him through the projections on all that as well. But I think
But the
he
break
needs-
points, hold on.
Yes.
If I may. I'm sorry, if I may. The break points is an arbitrary number. The threshold really is what you're talking about. That's an arbitrary number that you went down from 24 to 21, from 20 to 18, roughly, right?
Yeah.
But we had a conversation yesterday that hold on.
Yeah.
Let me finish the question. That we don't know if those are the real break points. And I had the same conversation with Mr. May, right? About what are the real break points, where the real profit's gonna come. And the only concern that I have, the only issue that I have, I don't mind, and I agree with Commissioner Reyes that we get $8 million up front, because money is money on this side. It's always good to have money on this side, right? But there may be a formula out there where we can make it up on the back end over 10 years, 20 years, the length of the lease, that we make it up if the thresholds are correct, if the break points, as you call them, are correct.
Correct.
I don't know if they're correct.
Okay.
I don't know if they're really gonna generate on the attraction side 18 million, or maybe it's 16.5 million. I don't know.
But they're certainly better than they are today.
Well, of course, on the hotel side, I don't know if you're gonna generate 21 million versus, maybe 19 million is a better number. I don't know that number, because no one's come to me, no one from the administration, no one from our finance department has come to me and said, this is the model that works for the city of Miami. So over the length of the lease, what makes sense to me is, I'll take the $8 million, I'll take the $6 million hit, but can I make it up 20 years from now? Or
No,
not me, the city of Miami make it up 20 years from now.
It seems, it's clear that there is a lack of understanding and agreement. And everybody wants to know exactly what's going on and how we are going to recoup any money if we are losing. You see, according to this, I don't see, I see that we are, the remaining balance is going to be paid in installments according to the date that they finish.
They build the project.
That's right. But it is not clear for fellow commissioners, so let's move it to the 22nd or whatever. And then, Mr. City Manager, could you please, and the finance department, or whoever's in the finance, could you visit all of us and make it clear? And if we have any question or we want to add something, I know my colleague who sits on my left side of me, I know that the $8 million is going to increase. You see, because I mean, but let's move it.
I agree with that. But by the way, if I had to vote on it today, I agree with you, Commissioner Reyes. We take the $8 million, because that's guaranteed money on this side. But do we have to vote on it today?
We can, if you want to vote on it July 8th.
Do we? Do we?
We do not.
We do not, right? So if we do not, it's not the end of the world. It's less than a month. Does that hurt? And a serious question, really. Does it hurt your financing package?
Of course he's going to tell you yes. What do you think?
I know, but that's why I said a serious question.
Commissioner,
Give me an honest answer.
If it's the will of the commission and to give Commissioner Carollo more time and your other colleagues more time, we're happy to move it to July 8th.
July 8th.
We would like to move it along as quickly as possible.
But hold on,
That's
you
fair.
said that they weren't going to be here. You weren't going to be here.
No, but
I will not be
They
here.
weren't gonna be
Mr. Mamone just informed me that he will be available.
Yeah, right now, France opened up, I heard, so they can fly direct with Air France. He could be here in 8.5 hours.
So,
He's here.
Yeah, I know, but he can be
Commissioner
here July 8th. He just leaves July
can speak
7th,
to
he'll be
that.
here, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
Commissioner Watson.
so how about this, Commissioner Carollo? Check this out. So it's $13 million, right?
15.
Well, they told me it was 13.8.
13,821.
13.8.
So
Plus
we've
the interest.
considered that kind of squishy. How about if we're getting 70% of that 13 million, get 9 million up front, okay, and then 1 and 1, because those are incentive marks. I don't know about thresholds, but those are incentive marks. If we get 70% of a shaky debt is better than nothing. Most people take 10% on a
I
dollar.
don't see it shaky. If it was shaky, they wouldn't be up here right now.
Well, but
This is what they want us to think.
But no, the only part about that, look, because we can wait 2 weeks, or we can say this now. The only thing that gets subtracted is if an incentive for them to move. If they don't move, they continue to owe the money. And if at whatever time period it's not done, right? Because if it's not done on the first trigger, then hey, let's go find somebody else to build it. Right? But at least it's done, right? Did the 9, we got that in hand.
That's right.
Right? And we go to the first incentive mark. If they can't get there,
It all sounds wonderful, but you got more stuff that they're asking for here.
well, no, that other stuff.
And I would be inclined to, kind of be romanced on that one. If on the back end, we're going to get paid the rest. And I'll be even happy to figure out the present day value, and we take that out as we spread the other money out of what they gave us.
Right.
Because you get everything one time is worth more. Even
course.
though in this deal, we will never come out good on it. But the difference is, you had Burnley Vine that came with an idea that he believed in. This is his life. his animals, in building a real jungle island there. It didn't work for him. He didn't have sufficient financing, ability to make it different. They came in with all this talk that they had all this money, you know, Ricky Rich, you know, came to town, and all that I hear now after we approve the contract is nonstop, and it keeps getting bigger, what they want each time they come back. Why didn't they talk to us about this the last time that they were here and we gave them concessions?
We tried.
Well, I don't think so, Brian.
We did.
Can we
but-
have,
The manager can
But-
attest to that.
is there a midpoint?
But beyond that, read, for instance, I'm seeing here 5%, reduction is 6%. I mean, it's a lot more than that, than what they're asking for. And like I said, this is like a Chinese menu that is going one way, you know?
Commissioner,
It's like getting in an Uber, you pay for it and you didn't get the ride.
Right.
eh?
Commissioner, if
Hold on,
the
hold on,
commission,
Brian, hold on,
if
Brian,
the,
hold on, Brian.
Mr. May,
Hold on,
just
just hold on. But if we get,
we'll get to you.
if
I'll
we
give
get
you, I'll
9
absolutely give you a
million,
shot.
if we get the 9 million, because they came through on the 895, if we get the 9 million, at least we get 70% of what you might consider at this point bad debt. If the incentive,
I don't consider it bad debt.
I know you want it all.
They want us to
Consider it bad
think
debt.
that it's going to be
I know.
bad debt, but I don't consider it bad debt because even if we don't get a penny more, they walk out of there, you're going to have the big boys lining up. You know what it is to have a hotel in the middle of Watson Island, the midpoint between downtown Miami and South Beach, especially with the big club across the street and the mega yachts that Brian May brought to us. Look, that's big, that's huge. You're going to have every major hotel chain lining up wanting to build there.
but
Is
based
it-
on,
I'm
but
sorry.
just, so to close on that
I
note.
I got a few hands up.
No,
I got a
no,
few hands
no,
up. Let me-
Commissioner. Based on, no, I just want to say this.
I'd like to let
'cause
Commissioner Watson finish his
I'll
thought.
finish up,
Because
right?
he's got a proposal here.
Because really, based on our history, right, and how many times different hotel groups will fight, right, and we'll be here 6 years from now. Well, 6 years from now, still be trying to decide on which hotel group. If we get $9 million a day, then we can fight about that 2 years from now.
Yeah.
$9 million in the pocket.
Yeah,
That's
but-
all I'm saying.
Yeah, but put the rest in the tail end. I don't care how it's massaged, but we need to be repaid the rest of it.
Okay, okay.
A deal is a
Commissioner
deal.
Reyes
They
and then
can't-
Commissioner
okay,
Diaz
okay,
Gutierrez.
okay.
Let me, following Commissioner Watson's, his proposal. How about if we get $9 million and the rest of this debt, we place a date or we say, okay, within so long or so many years or so many, or we really place a timetable that they should pay by that time. If not, the deal is off.
So, if I read this room correctly, we've got 3 commissioners who are ready in some form to go today. You've got 2 commissioners that want to sharpen the pencil a little bit more and study it.
That's right.
But I just want to read the room.
I've raised my hand like 7 times.
I know, I'm definitely going to recognize you. I'm just taking the score.
Whatever you want, let me know.
Taking the score. Because my plan is to recognize everybody to see whether we're going to move or not on this.
This is not as simple as being made. Let me read from the top, okay, if I may. ESJ has agreed to make an expedited payment in the amount of $8 million up to $13,821,923 outstanding debt to the city of Miami within 12 months. We're not even getting it now. Within 12 months. And you know what? If it says within 12 months, we'll get it at the end of 12 months unless they come back for another restructuring, which could happen with the right commission. Definitely, if you're not there and I'm not there here,
You'll be here.
I guarantee you that you're going to have 2 dummies that someone's going to stick their hand on them and they'll do whatever they're told. So let me go to the next one. In addition, within 60 days of City Commission approval of the debt restructuring plan, ESJ will make payments in full of $852,000 in deferred rent as described above. After making the $8 million payment, the $5,821,923 in deferred HUD loan payments would remain outstanding to the city. In other words, we're stuck with that. If the hotel is constructed and completed by June 30th, 2026, we're talking now 5 years to build a hotel that I guarantee you I could get any major hotel chain there, and at most in 2 years they'll have it built. It says the city will agree to forgive an additional $1,021,923 of the $5,821,923. And the remaining balance of $4.8 million, if $2.8 million is paid in full by January 31st, 2028, the city will forgive the balance of $2 million. If $2.8 million is not paid by January 31st, 2028, then the remaining amount of the $4.8 million would accrue at 5% interest and paid over 5 years, beginning February 1st, 2028. In exchange for the city agreeing to the debt restructuring rent credit of $750,000 spread over 3 years at $250,000 a year, the Jungle Island lease is being revised to reduce the revenue breakpoint for percentage rent on park and hotel revenues. On revenues from the Jungle Island Park attractions, the breakpoint for the increase in percentage rent from 5% to 6% will be reduced from $20 million annually to $18 million annually, meaning that the city will receive 5% in gross revenues below $18 million and 6% in gross revenue above $18 million. On hotel gross revenues, the breakpoint for percentage rent to be triggered will be reduced from an estimated $24.4 million to
21.
$21 million. The trigger point for percentage rent will no longer increase over the term of the lease, meaning that the city will always receive 5% of hotel revenue over $21 million, so on and so forth. Now, gentlemen, this is not just about accepting 8, 9 million, whatever. There's a lot more here.
Okay.
And this is why I want someone in finance, which I haven't seen anyone in the city, really, go over this very carefully. All that I'm hearing are scare tactics. Oh, it's best to get some money in hand because they could go under. If they're that bad of a shape right now, they could go under if they don't get that. We shouldn't be dealing with these guys at all. We should tell them adios, and take our island back or the portion of the island back and put out immediately to bid the hotel portion.
I don't know.
Commissioner Diaz-de-la-Portilla.
In fact, they even got your Japanese garden now.
I think, and I don't know if we can or not, that we can bifurcate it. I see the arguments here that the Commissioner Watson and Commissioner Reyes, the $9 million or whatever the number is, the exact number is 8.9. What's the exact number?
It's 8.852.
8.852. So, okay, let's make it 9. Round it up.
That's right.
9 is fine.
All right, so the $9 million, the $9 million for the city of Miami now, and then we could have the conversation about the rest of it moving forward, if that's possible.
It's impossible to
Well, wait a minute.
have that whole deal.
You had your whole debate. Let me make my point. Is it possible, because I see a lot of merit, and I saw from the beginning since we started these conversations, to bid it out. We approved a couple commission meetings ago, their hotel and everything else. So we are already in a partnership with them. We have taken a leap of faith with them, I think, as we have done with other projects over the 30 years that the commission has been dealing with Watson Island or more. We've taken a leap of faith. So that leap of faith includes everyone, right? The question is whether this commission is willing to trust this partnership and say, we'll take the $9 million, but we're still going to come back to you the next commission meeting or the one after that one and say, hey, this is the deal that we're going to structure where we make it up on the back end. So it's kind of sort of like the best of both worlds for us. Where I agree with you, Commissioner Carollo, that yes, at the end of the day, after the end of the lease, they make us whole. City of Miami has to be made whole. But they did inherit a debt that was not theirs, but they took it knowing what they were doing, and they keep on coming back. And I agree also with you, Commissioner Carollo, that the story has changed somewhat, and that you're trying to get a heck of a break from us. But at the same time, you're promising by lowering the threshold and by guaranteeing building by 2024 and 2026, everything else you're doing, I read the whole agreement, that you are going to be a good partner with us, right? And that's what I have to believe in. Otherwise, I wouldn't be even talking to you guys, right? Say, you know what? I do what Commissioner Carollo would say. You know what? Throw it all out. Get out of here. We'll figure it out. You probably sue us or whatever. We'll go through all that.
No, not at all.
Well, I'm saying that all that could happen. But right now, we're kind of in bed with you, and we have to kind of make the best of that relationship. So why not the $9 million now, and then we figure out through the administration, we direct the administration to come up with all these, whatever the parameters we set for you to make it up in the back end along the way, that makes sense too, right? So why not do something like that?
Just a moment.
And that way we get 9 million on this side, and then we live to debate another day about the rest of our money. Because we do consider our money, by the way. But when you expand the tax base, and when you build something that hopefully works, and you have a hotel, and maybe we get more percentage than the 5% from you, we say, you know what, sorry guys, we want 7% or whatever the number is. And as we give you more opportunities to do more things there, perhaps we can generate more money for our city. And Commissioner Reyes, you're an economist, you know this, right? So it's kind of like, let's figure out a math that works to get us there.
All right, Commissioner Reyes, it's your motion. What would you like to do?
No, I agree with Commissioner Diaz-Lara Portilla that we should, and let's summarize.
Let's bifurcate it.
Let's summarize. We accept $9 million now.
Well, it's 9 million, hold on, 9 million, there's also 852.
No, it's 9 million, 8,821, but you run that
There's
up.
there's another 852. There's another 852.
Can I
Mr.
just
Mayor,
say-
you recognize that.
Right?
Okay, no.
Let me just say.
Let me finish. Let me finish.
I'm sorry.
Let me finish. And I think that it makes sense. We get 9 million now, or whatever, 9,152,000, and the rest of the agreement, it is restructured. I mean, we sit down, the administration, and say, listen.
Yes.
Listen, Commissioner Carollo has these questions, and he has this, Commissioner Reyes doesn't like this, and Commissioner Diaz, how can we get, or how much, because that's what we have an administration, the finance department said, what will be the best deal for the city of Miami, and sit down with them and work it out. But we get our 9 million.
Mr. Chairman?
If I can.
Yep.
Just, I keep hearing, we get our 9 million now. We're not getting nothing now. It says here a year. So.
We shorten the time.
It says here a year, not now. And in a year's time, I suspect that Ryan will be back, Eli will be crying, and they'll get another reduction, and he'll go back to Paris laughing at all of us that are left here.
Would you be happy if we place a covenant that if we don't receive it?
You know what I'll be happy with? I'll present this deal to the mayor and council of Paris, and if they tell me it's a good deal, I'll go along with it.
Okay.
You know what?
Mr.
They
May
won't accept
recognized,
it.
and
They
then
won't
sir, you'd
accept
like to
it.
be recognized?
But, no,
Mr. Mayfield.
I'm still.
Oh, I thought you were finished. I apologize.
Gentlemen, first of all, we haven't even gotten into any of the other stuff that are all intertwined, but we cannot just cut one from the other, because the minute you accept the 9 million, you've lost all, bargaining position on the rest of it. So this really has to come back for the next meeting, so you could finalize all of it as one.
Okay.
Because we have lost our bargaining positions otherwise.
You
And they know that.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, Mr. Chairman, first, let me just say that, look, the relationship between Jungle Island and the city is very much on track. I think, we feel like we're working very well with the administration, with the manager. We think we're moving through a lot of the development issues well. And so the last thing we would want to do is stand here before you and have this commission believe in any way, shape, or form that Jungle Island is trying to take advantage of the city or this commission. The fact of the matter is we have a deal in place. We have a payment plan in place. We are more than willing to live by that. If the commission wants to do something, we've made a proposal that took literally months and months to work with the manager on and the administration.
So it's the manager that then had this whole idea of giving you guys such a
No,
break?
we talked about resolving if you remember, Commissioner, when we were here for the SAP, we did talk about the fact that we were in discussions for a long-term basis during the pandemic with the manager to try to resolve some of the long-term debt.
Look,
Naturally, we would want to try to do that in a way that
Brian,
would give us a break.
You all had an obligation
Let me just,
then.
can I just finish though?
Well, you've been talking and talking, frankly.
No, I haven't talked
You've
at all.
spoken much more than I have. If not, we'll get the clerk to figure out how much you've talked and how much I've talked that I'm a commissioner.
I think you won.
And I'm gonna tell you this. No, I did not win. I'm gonna tell you this. The same story you're giving me now. You know,
We're
that
fine.
We're not trying to take advantage, that we're good neighbors.
We're fine.
The same
That's what
story
I'm
you
here to
gave
tell
us
you.
on the other part of Watson Island, and how much did that end up costing us? 20 million plus 6 million more in attorney's fees.
That was
You're forgetting about
Commissioner,
that.
that was Commissioner Russell's proposal.
That
That's
was
not
that was a
That was the
unanimous vote of this
commissioner's fault. That was the commission's
That
fault.
was a unanimous
That
vote.
was
of this
Commissioner
commission.
Russell's
here.
deal.
Commissioner Reyes, do you want to bring this back on
I
July 8th?
wasn't here.
Yeah.
No,
Listen,
no.
listen.
What I'm
Listen,
asking is to the whole thing to come back
Okay,
for the
fine.
July 8th meeting, now that they will be here in town.
But I want to.
Okay, but I want to say this.
Please finish.
And let's bring it back, but I want to say this. I disagree with Commissioner Carollo when he said that we are
Leverage.
in a disadvantage. If we have $8-9 million, this side, you see,
It's a heck of an advantage.
it is a heck of an
Sure.
advantage.
Sure.
And then we call the shots. Okay?
Well,
All right.
And
Of course.
that's what I'm saying.
So
course.
you're withdrawing your motion
I withdraw it.
and entering
Yeah,
a motion
the-
for
the-
deferral
Enter a
yeah,
motion
yeah.
to the 9th,
The
8th,
yeah,
July
yeah,
8th.
the
yeah.
8th.
Yeah,
The 8th, that's it.
and we'll work it
Mr.
out.
Chairman, all
Yes.
I'd like to
Let's work it
say
out.
is
Yes.
But I
this.
would want to say, before you say anything,
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, even though you've spoken a lot so far, I hear.
more than you and I together, that's a lot.
Okay, I'm not going to disagree with you because you're my colleague, but let me tell you what I think.
And
I think that we have, and I said it last commission meeting when we had this debate about, 2 commission meetings ago, was when we had the debate, when we had the debate about the hotel and everything else. Look, we take a leap of faith with you guys, with ESJ. We have to. We're in bed with you guys. I want to try to make it work. I told you this privately, I said it publicly, and I want to make it public,
Appreciate
say it publicly again. I want to make it work.
Yep.
But I agree with Commissioner Carollo that we need to figure out a way where the city of Miami is made whole. And beyond being made whole, the city of Miami can make more money with more percentage and more of the profit, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I agree with Commissioner Reyes that it's better to have $9 million a year or whatever it is on this side, where you guys are now in bed with us and we have the money on this side.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that you may not feel comfortable and ESJ may not feel comfortable with the way politics and government works sometimes, but July 8th is July 8th.
That's fine.
Let's just figure out a better way, and manager, to you now, manager, I know you're over there, manager, yeah, to you, whatever deal is negotiated, I think it's important you come to the commissioners one-on-one and say, this is why I'm doing this. This is the formula that I have, why this, what you call a break point, I call a threshold, that this is why this 21 million or 18 million works. Not because they came to us with a number and we say, okay, that works. We have to have our own finance department tell us that that works. And it makes sense. And it's really gonna get, the attractions are gonna get to 18 million, and then we're gonna start making some money. So the math has to work for us, and you have to sell it to us. So between now and July 8th, which is not a lot of time, but it's
Mr.
enough
Chair?
time.
Yeah, well,
You-
motion-
I'm sorry, let me
motion-
finish, let me
so there's a
finish.
motion to defer
I'm
to
almost
July- just
done,
a
I'm
moment,
almost done.
please.
I got 1 minute.
Oh, okay.
That every commissioner here, because every commissioner has a different kind of concern. But I think there's some kind of consensus that we want to do. We want to cut a deal with you guys. We want to do a good deal with you guys. It's good for us and good for you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. If it wasn't good for you, you would not be standing here. If it wasn't good for us, we wouldn't be talking to you right now. So we want to cut a deal that makes sense for our residents.
Agreed.
It also makes sense for you.
All right.
But let's make it an open, transparent conversation where every commissioner knows all the details before we get here and have this conversation in this way. That way, when we get here, we already know that if it's not 18 million, maybe it's 17.2, whatever the heck the number is, we're there. That's
Okay.
the only
Thank
thing. I'm
you.
sorry. That's
There's a
it.
motion
I'm
to
done.
defer to July 8th, seconded by the
I'll
chair.
second it.
Final discussion, and if you have a comment on the deferral, I'm glad to recognize you before we break. Go ahead.
Yes, and after we vote, and I think Commissioner De La Portilla will have a motion to defer the whole agenda to the next meeting?
Yes, sir. I'll make that motion to defer the entire
Oh, this
remainder
one-
of the
okay,
agenda.
Let's get through this one first.
Okay, let's go
All
with
right.
this one first.
All right, comment on this deferral. You would like to speak, sir? I didn't recognize you, I apologize.
Thanks a lot. Several of my associates and I were sitting in the back and didn't hear that you had closed comments for the RE4.
Oh, if you're for on a different item,
Excuse me?
are you wanting to comment on a different item?
Well, my name is Morton Ehrlich. I'm president of the 1000 Venetian Condo Association.
Okay, so yes, yes, we have closed all public comment. We are deferring this item, so you will have another bite at the apple on this issue.
Oh,
So
you're deferring the vote, and we'll have an opportunity to comment
Correct,
at that
yes, and
time?
it looks like we're breaking the meeting as well, so.
Yes.
I apologize, and I appreciate your patience, thank you.
What is the date of the deferral?
July 8th.
July
July
8th.
Fair enough.
Yes, Neeson and Mr. May, final comments on the deferral.
You're involved in this too, Neeson?
Mayor,
Mr.
go
Chair,
home, have dinner, and come back on July 8th.
no, Mr. Chair, if I may, I am here on RE9
Let's get through this one.
and I heard your motion to defer the entire
That
agenda.
hasn't happened yet,
Yes,
please,
sir.
let's
Okay.
get through this one.
It's a simple item, should be non-controversial.
Thank
I
you.
just want to take that.
Thank you. Your comment on the deferral of this
Mr.
item.
Chairman, happy that we are deferring to July 8th. The only thing I would say is that, I want the commission to fully understand that ESJ and Jungle Island are perfectly willing to stick with the current plan that's in place. Don't want anybody to think that there's any advantage being taken. Don't want the city to feel like it's getting a bad deal. We thought there was a good give and take, and we look forward to what the city may have to put back on the table.
Brian,
Thank you, Commissioner.
unless you're a magician, and I don't think you are, you'll never convince me that the city's not getting a bad deal. So please don't insult my intelligence. I know you got to make your living this way.
Well,
I applaud you.
Commissioner, we're fine to live by the current deal. If that's what the will of the commission is.
Thank you.
No problem.
All right,
Just want you to
there's
understand that.
there's a motion to defer,
Thank you for
seconded
your
by the
time.
chair. All in favor, say aye.
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 Motion passes July 8th. Is there another motion?
I move to defer the rest of the agenda to the July 8th meeting.
Can we accept the money?
Mr. Manager?
Yes, I would request that we still
Can we accept
take
the
up
money?
RE10 to accept the American
let's accept
Rescue
the money.
Plan money.
Oh, accepting the
I move
funds.
RE10.
Acceptance of the funds.
Second, I move RE10.
Moved by Commissioner Diaz-Portilla, seconded by Commissioner Watson on RE10. Any further discussion? All in
Well,
favor?
I would include in that RE9 that Mayor Caston asked
Does the
for
mover
it.
accept?
Yes,
And,
I do. I move I second RE9.
Does the
Yes, sir.
seconder accept?
Yes.
Thank you. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes RE910.
Now I move that we defer the rest of the agenda until July 8th meeting.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Is there anything that anybody would like to bring up?
I mean, is FR3, is that like
Excuse me?
controversial? Is FR3, can we do that one?
4/5, I move FR3,
Second?
illegal
There's a
dumping.
motion. There's a second. Please read into the record. It's a first reading item.
I move it. I moved.
FR3, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission by a 4/5 affirmative vote amending Chapter 2, Article 10, Section 2-817 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida as amended, titled Administration, Code Enforcement, Administrative Costs, Fines, Liens to provide for irreparable and irreversible violations of up to $15,000 for persons or entities found in violation of Chapter 22 of the City Code. Further amending Chapter 22, Article 1, Section 22-93 of the City Code titled Garbage and Other Solid Waste General Enforcement and Administrative Fees to provide for increased penalties and prosecution options to enforce the City of Miami solid waste laws pertaining to illegal dumping and other violations of Chapter 22 of the City Code, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Any further discussion on illegal dumping?
Can't hear you.
Your microphone,
Commissioner.
please.
You can't
Your
hear you.
microphone.
Oh, okay. It's a friendly amendment that will include only that the first offense of Chapter 22 by individual will be a warning notice of violation. You see, if we get it, because we have to get in, we have to start an educational program because many people don't know what they can throw out and what they cannot throw it out. So to that effect, I think that we should give our residents the opportunity to amend and say, listen, you shouldn't do this, and if you do it again, then you will have to pay $1,000.
Yeah.
At this time, I'm going to give you a warning, second offense, $1,000, and then,
I would go along with that, Commissioner.
Yes.
As long as no warning in the first one, that there's an amount. Because we're bringing up rewards. It's the only way we're going to clean this up.
yes, but
If people are caught, that, you have to prove that
yes,
they threw stuff out.
but there is a big difference, Commissioner, between those people that come from outside and they dump, and a resident that it is, because I have seen it. They have a fence, for example, a wooden fence, and up to now, anything that they bring out has been picked up, and now they get a wooden fence and they get the table.
This
wood out.
This is first reading. How much of a educational period do you think we need?
We need.
We send out.
I would say in a
I agree
couple
we
of
need
months,
one.
3 months, 3 or 4 months.
So,
Okay, well,
Commissioners?
why don't we vote upon this in first reading?
Yes, okay.
Got
Begin
it.
the
As
educational
is.
period
Okay, as is.
of 60
is.
days, and then we bring back the second reading on 60 days. Would you be satisfied with that then?
That's fine with
All
me.
right, does that need an amendment?
Could
No.
I just advise you some? I'll explain.
Thank you.
it
There's been
later.
a motion,
But,
there's a second.
I just want to make sure that the changes, it's coming back in 60 days for second reading?
Yes.
Or you,
Yep.
okay.
All right.
Yeah, and
All-
Mr. Manager, you've heard that we want an educational program to begin mañana.
Got it. I have a hard stop, guys. I have to step off.
For purposes of information, I reviewed with staff today the solid waste plan that was requested of us, which includes an educational plan. That's all going to be disseminated to each and every one of you over the next week or so. We've been obviously working with each of your
Yeah,
individual
we've been
staff.
talking about this, so it's not a
That's
surprise
right.
to you.
Yeah, so there's a communication plan embedded in that overall plan.
Okay, we're gonna use our means, we're gonna use our
Correct.
TV and all that.
Way more than that, actually.
Way more than that, because instead of promoting ourselves and all of that, let's start to educate
Absolutely.
our residents.
I want
All right.
mail
All
to
in-
each
Can we
house.
pass the item,
No,
please?
a mailer that should go to the houses.
All right. There's been a motion and a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Can I get a quick motion on RE6, please? I know a lot of people are moving
What
on.
would
Well,
be
you
the
can't,
date?
you can't make, before you make the motion, can I
I can't make a motion, so.
I know
I'm
you
just
can, so you said, can I get it?
what I said.
Basically, motion, I
Can I
know,
make a motion?
so can I make one first?
Yeah.
Well, I'd like to make one an effort too, that you were
So,
forgetting.
All right,
so
I
I
have-
think
I
we
have-
have one in agreement with that we
That's
talked
the
about.
one. I'm making a motion on that one.
So you're recognized, Commissioner Carollo.
Thank you. I'm making a motion on effort two. That's the one that we're both sponsoring.
FR2?
Yeah.
Yes, sir, I was gonna make that, but you beat me
Okay,
to it, so.
I move it.
So seconded by Commissioner Reyes, all those in favor say aye.
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 I
It
have to
passes.
read the title.
Read the
An
title, ma'am.
ordinance of the
Read
Miami
the
City
title.
Commission by a 4/5 affirmative vote amending Chapter 31 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, titled Local Business Tax and Miscellaneous Business Regulations by creating Article 6 titled Massage Establishments and regulating the operation of massage establishments located in the City of Miami, more particularly by creating Section 31-100 titled Definitions, Section 31-101 titled Massage Establishments, Prohibited Acts, Section 31-102 titled Physical Contact Between, or just physical contact. We have to edit that, between opposite sexes, remove between opposite sexes. It's just contact, physical contact. Section 31-103 titled Removing Clothing, Section 31-104 titled Presence of Licensed Masseur or Masseuse Required, Section 31-105 titled presence of person in charge, Section 31-106, titled Responsibility of Owner and Manager, Section 31-107, titled Human Trafficking Awareness Signs at Adult Entertainment, Massage, and Bodywork Services Establishments, Section 31-108, titled Windows, Section 31-109, titled Penalties, Section 31-110, titled Cumulative Remedies, Section 31-111, titled Immunity, and Section 31-112, titled Severability of Ordinance, containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
City Attorney has read the item. All those in favor say aye. I'm sorry, any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. The item passes. FR2 passes.
What about, Mr. Chair?
Is it, yes, you're recognized.
BU1? BU1, is this the budget?
Which one, sir?
BU1.
Budget amendment, yes. BU1,
So move.
moved by Commissioner Watson,
It's-
seconded by
Chair,
Commissioner
Chair.
Carollo. I'm
Chair
sorry.
Diaz de la Portilla, BU1, or we're talking about BU1?
BU.
It's a discussion item.
It's a discussion
It's
item.
only a discussion item? Okay,
Okay,
fine.
so now move.
So then the only question I have with reference to this charter amendment, should it be passed or not, is the timing of it as relates to hitting the ballot and what time frame are we going to be within the time frame if we roll this over?
Which one are you discussing, sir?
This one, this charter amendment, I see a charter amendment. issue.
RE5,
RE5?
the one directing the city attorney to bring back a charter amendment, RE5? That's the
No,
one you're asking about?
that's a controversial issue. I think that one.
Well, my question though is the deferral up or down? Is the deferral now going to affect the timeline?
If the
No, I think the
deferral
timeline,
is,
I'm sorry, Madam Attorney. I think we have until September 3rd, correct?
No.
To
Right,
place,
but-
to place anything on the ballot.
I'm not sure.
Correct, but-
Until when do we have to approve something for the county to put it on the ballot?
the second meeting in July unless you have a special meeting.
Or,
ma'am.
or September 3rd, with a special meeting being called between now and September 3rd.
We have until close of business, September 3rd.
Okay,
Okay, so we have to close of business September 3rd.
yes.
Okay.
Now, there's one more item that's important that I don't know if it's an appetite in this commission or if people just have an appetite to have dinner. There's a discussion item that I have on the sergeant's office. On the sergeant's office,
What sergeant?
the sergeant's
I
office.
mean, the guy that's got the stripes back there, or?
All these guys are the ones that.
Sergeant at Arms,
Is there a discussion item on that or a pocket item?
I believe you wanted to
You want to
discuss
do it? You
something.
want to do it
Bring it
today?
up.
Or let's do it, because I think
Bring it
I have a
up.
couple of things that I have to say about that.
If there's an appetite for it,
Bring it up. Bring it up.
I think we bring it up when we have the conversation. But before we do that, can we, all people, you're standing here in line. You're recognized, ma'am.
Yes, I would like you to pick up PC3. It was approved unanimously at first reading on May 27th, as well as unanimously approved by the Planning, Zoning, and Appeals Board. It's non-controversial. It's in Commissioner Watson's district.
It's in District 5, Commissioner.
correct.
Are you okay
Yeah.
with that, sir?
Move it.
It is,
It's moved. I moved it before, move it again.
That's
Second,
right.
moved by
Second.
Commissioner Carollo, second by Commissioner Reyes. Commissioner Watson, you're the District Commissioner. Are you okay with that, sir?
Yeah.
All right, so
It makes for
it's been moved and
compatible zoning.
seconded. Do we need to read anything to the record? Yes, ma'am, please read.
Yes, Chair. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended by changing the zoning classification from T50 Urban Center Transit Open to T680 Urban Core Transit Open for the property generally located at 1020 Northwest 7th Avenue, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, attached and incorporated, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
It's been read into the record. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you very
Opposed, nay. Ma'am, your name and address for the record, please.
absolutely. Maria Gralia, 150 West Flagler.
Thank you, Maria.
Thank you.
Are you recognized, ma'am?
Good
Good evening.
Marissa Neufeld with offices at 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue. Here tonight on PZ5, a rezoning in District 5. It was approved unanimously by PZAB with staff
Thank you,
support.
ma'am. Commissioner Watson, you okay with that? You have a problem? It's your district, sir. You okay?
You roll that one over.
Okay, sir. So, moved by Commissioner Watson.
You're asking to hold it?
No, we're gonna hold it.
Oh, you're gonna hold it. I'm sorry, ma'am. We're gonna hold it according to the request of the district commissioner. Thank you.
Understood. Thank you.
Sir, you're recognized.
Yes, Roger Bernstein, Virginia Key Alliance on RE6. If you could perhaps take that up before you break. It's Commissioner Russell's motion, Marine Stadium Basin, direction to the city manager.
That's one that's gonna be debated. We're not gonna bring that up today, so we'll do it July 8th, sir. Okay? Thank you. Ma'am, you're recognized, Mrs. Escarra.
Good afternoon, everyone. Iris Escarra with offices at 333 Southeast 2nd Avenue, PZ 10 and 11 in Commissioner Watson's district. It's a T4R to a T4L to be able to develop a surface parking lot next to a small office building.
Commissioner Watson,
You can hold that one too.
we'll also gonna defer that till July 8th, ma'am.
Thank
So
you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, sir, you're
I would
recognized,
like to-
Commissioner Reyes.
I would like to consider PC4,
Yes, sir.
which is in my area,
Okay, make the motion.
and move it. And before that, I want to
And-
make,
and-
I want to do all those PCs, my general disclosure in PC1, PC4, PC5, PC6 and 7, and PC8 and 9. I don't know why everybody wants to come talk to me. I don't have that much power.
So Jenny's disclosure on all the items you listed, sir, and then you have PC4 that we're dealing with, and just, they're gonna proffer some items before this commission.
They have,
and you've agreed to the-
I don't know, I mean, they have to proffer a lot.
A lot, yes, sir.
That's right.
They came to see me too, so I do a Jenny's disclosure on that too. So go ahead and proffer quickly, because we're moving on, we're all hungry, and we have a big discussion coming up, I think.
Well,
Yes, Mr.
some of
Chair.
us are not as hungry as Commissioner Diaz-Portillo tonight. But what is it that is being built here?
Thank you, Commissioner.
I'll second the motion.
Thank you.
So it's seconded
This
by
is going to be
Commissioner
a
Arroyo.
mixed-use building.
What building?
A mixed-use building on Corway and 27th Avenue, residential with ground floor commercial. It's going to eliminate a non-conforming service station that's been there for many years that isn't adding anything to the intersection.
Is that the one right on the intersection across from the Big Lots parking?
That's correct.
Okay.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
And what we'd like to do is make a proffer, a covenant that does multiple things. It restricts the height of the building. to
How
no
high
more-
are you going?
No more than 10 stories is the maximum,
It's not that-
which is compatible with the area. There are many much taller buildings on
Yeah, if
27th
you go
Avenue.
down to 32nd, yeah, you're right, 5 blocks down.
That's right. And it also requires that parking, no parking reductions be provided. And we're also agreeing to vehicular egress on Coral Way and vehicular entrances on 27th Avenue, all service entrances on 22nd Terrace to the south. All loading and deliveries are going to be limited, have certain hours of operations to respect the neighbors. And signage installation will be provided at the owner's cost, based on Public Works comments for any necessary improvements that are required to control traffic. And any public art will also be incorporated into the building. It will not be standalone public art.
Well, let me commend you that it's not another storage facility.
Yes, thank you.
And you're
You're
doing,
absolutely right.
Yeah.
Commissioner, and are you doing
And
traffic?
also,
you doing traffic
certain-
calming
certain-
devices? No, I was asking.
About
Commissioner Watson, you're recognized.
Oh, I'm sorry, the main thing I forgot.
Sorry.
Commissioners, there'll
The
be a,
parking.
Sorry?
The parking issue?
no, it's
The traffic
the monetary contribution for traffic calming.
Right.
There will be a $100,000 contribution made prior to CO
Or,
for traffic calming measures on 22nd Terrace.
or what the residents request.
That's correct. It's
And
for what the
Commissioner Reyes,
residents.
it's your
Maybe
district.
more.
Wouldn't you rather get 150 from them? Why
Yes,
not?
one thing that I had always been concerned.
This is not on
that
Watson Island.
Can you not get 150 from them? I mean, it's your district.
Well, the 150, you know.
Makes more sense.
Once I'm gonna listen to her. Why
Yeah,
don't you
what's
raise it up?
50,000 between friends,
50,000
right?
more or less, it's not gonna break the bank.
My client isn't here for that, so I have to consult with
Yeah,
him.
is your client here?
No, he's not now, but we talked to him by second reading.
Oh, yes, well, definitely, we talk about that.
Okay, so we'll keep that in mind.
And one
So-
thing that is very important to me is parking. That's why parking reduction, it is a no-no. in my district.
So you're
Because,
proffering, you're also proffering 100% parking,
Yeah,
right? No
100%
30%
parking.
reduction or any of that?
That's
Okay,
right.
so that's good. And you're okay with it, Commissioner Reyes?
Yes,
Yeah, so it's
And
moved by
before-
Commissioner Reyes, the
Mr.
district
Chair.
commissioner, seconded by, I'm sorry.
Before we vote, Madam City Attorney, I have a Jennings disclosure on this item, okay?
Okay. So Jennings disclosure by Commissioner Watson on this item. It's been moved, seconded by Commissioner Watson. All those in favor say
Could
aye.
I?
Chair.
Aye.
Could
Chair.
I ask, I have to ask two questions. One,
ma'am.
did you say CO or TCO?
CO.
CO.
I
But
believe
you're
that's
not
what
gonna
it,
be, right, but are you gonna be running on a TCO for like 2 years? So that's why it should be TCO or CO.
the language is,
No, no, I'm advising the commission that it would be best if it's TCO.
the language is CO now,
CO.
in the proffered covenant.
Yes.
It's a residential building. I don't believe it's going to be running on a TCO.
It could.
It has some retail, right?
Yes.
Yes. Madam, you need to read the title.
Okay. And then one more thing, the ingress and egress to Coral Way, could you repeat that part again?
Sure. It's any new development on the property shall include a driveway access from Southwest 27th Avenue and a driveway exit onto Coral Way, subject to FDOT and Miami-Dade County approval. The sole vehicular entrance to the property shall be from 27th Avenue. The sole vehicular exit from the property shall be on Coral Way, Southwest 22nd Street. The service entrance exit, including loading and unloading areas and any commercial services to the property, shall only be accessed from Southwest 22nd Terrace.
Commissioner Reyes, your microphone, sir, your microphone.
The exit is on 22nd Street, which is a Colway.
Correct.
I want to make it clear.
Yes,
And the entrance is on 27th Avenue.
that's correct.
Okay. And the service
Service
is
on 22nd
on
Terrace.
22nd Terrace during certain hours
I'm sorry?
with hours restrictions.
Yes, with hours of restricted.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
so the applicant would need to submit this covenant to the planning department through E-Plan so that we can review. We haven't had a chance to review this at all yet.
Yes, sir. Okay, so subject to the submitting the covenant to the planning department?
Yes.
Any other questions?
The law department has already
I'm sorry, read the
reviewed
title,
covenant.
ma'am.
All right. Thank you
read the
for
title.
sending it to us like today, but
Yes,
we need the technical review as well.
yes. Read
All
the
right.
title, ma'am.
An ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, is amended by changing the zoning classification from T50 Urban Center Transit Zone Open to T680 Urban Core Transit Zone Open for the properties located generally at 2200 and 2222 Southwest 27th Avenue, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Exhibit A attached and incorporated, further accepting the voluntary proffered covenant attached and incorporated as Exhibit B, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
Madam City Attorney, I will show that as amended. Is that correct?
It will be amended, yes.
Thank you.
All those in favor say aye. Opposed,
Aye.
nay. Aye, it passes.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Representative, Jose Felix Diaz, you're recognized, sir.
Thank you. I'm hoping that the commission will grant us the opportunity to hear PZ 6 and PZ 7, which are a FLUM amendment and a rezoning in Little River.
Madam City Attorney, I have Jennings disclosure on these items. Move it for first reading.
Second. Jennings disclosure by Commissioner Watson. It's been moved by Commissioner Watson, seconded by Commissioner Carollo. Any questions? Debate? All those in favor, aye?
Chair.
Aye.
Chair.
Opposed,
Chair.
nay?
City
I'm
Attorney.
sorry, it's coffee. Please read it.
PZ 6 and 7. An ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending ordinance number 10544 as amended the future land use map of the Miami Comprehensive Neighborhood Plan pursuant to small-scale amendment procedures subject to section 1633187 Florida statutes by changing the future land use designation from medium-density multifamily residential to general commercial of the .33 acres of real property located approximately 7421 Northwest Miami Place, Miami, Florida, from light industrial to commercial, to general commercial of the 3.21 acres of real properties at 60 and 70 Northwest 73rd Street, 7320, 7324, 7328, 7338, 7400, and 7406 Northwest Miami Court, and 7301, 7395, and 7401 Northwest Miami Place, Miami, Florida, as all is particularly described in Exhibit A, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
It's been read into the record. All those in favor, aye?
Chair, I'm sorry. Madam City Attorney, that was PZ 6 and 7?
Yes.
Okay,
No,
I'm
just
6 and 7, sir.
Just
Okay.
6.
Oh, so you got to read
Now
it, the
seven.
second, yeah, I'm sorry, 7 too. Yes, it's a motion for both items. I'm sorry. Read the PC 7 for us, please.
PZ 7, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission with attachments amending the zoning atlas of ordinance number 13114. The zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida is amended by changing the zoning classification from T5R Urban Center Zone Restricted to C680 Urban Core for the parcel generally located at 7421 Northwest Miami Place, and from D1 Workplace District to T680 Urban Core Open for the properties generally located at 60 and 70 Northwest 73rd Street, 7320, 7324, 7328, 7338, 7400, and 7406 Northwest Miami Court, and 7301, 7395, and 7401 Northwest Miami Place, Miami, Florida, as more particularly described in Exhibit A, attached and incorporated, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
It's been read into the record. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Aye, it passes.
Mr. Chair?
We're done, I'm sorry, Commissioner
Yes,
Reyes,
you
you're
have a
recognized.
last item that this is not controversial.
Yes, sir.
It is PC 13, is changing it's sponsored by Commissioner Russell and myself. It is just to change the water form, the sign guidelines of Miami 21 for the Bay Block.
It's a great issue, by the way.
Yes, sir.
Because it really is going to help the Miami River. and all that
Absolutely,
area.
absolutely.
Oh,
Okay?
thank you, sir. It's brought
I
up.
move
It's moved by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by Commissioner Watson. All those in favor? Aye.
Chair?
Aye.
Chair,
I'm
it is
sorry,
the first
Read it again.
Read it.
Read, I'm sorry, read it.
PZ 13, an ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Appendix B titled Waterfront Walkway
Really good.
Design Guidelines of ordinance number 13114, the zoning ordinance of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended, making findings containing a severability clause and providing for an effective date.
It's been read. All those in favor, aye? Aye. All those opposed, nay. It passes. We're going to go now to discussion item on the sergeant's office, and I'll pass the gavel to the chairman, Commissioner Russell. Chairman Russell.
Thank you very much, Chair, Vice Chair.
Chairman Russell,
Yes.
we have a pocket item for the mayor's office, and if possible, if we could have that moved. It deals with 2022
It's
C40.
not controversial, I move it.
Thank
I'll
you.
second it.
I haven't seen it yet. What is it?
It's a mayor's pocket item. I'll second it.
Has it been passed around?
Yes, sir.
I'll have a copy for you, Commissioner Russell.
Thank you.
I'm
There's a
on my
motion,
way.
there's a motion, there's a second.
If we could just mention what it is.
Yes, of course.
Yes, a resolution of the Miami City Commission supporting a submission of a bid to host the 2022 C40 World Mayor Summit, further directing the city manager to take any and all actions necessary to bring the summit to the city of Miami. I think this is precisely what our mayor should be doing, bringing major events like this to the city of Miami, and I congratulate him.
Thank you. There's been a motion, there's a second. Is there any public comment on this pocket item? Hearing none, I'll close public comment. PI1, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. Could I get a motion on RE6, please? This is the new setup for the Marine Stadium Basin that we heard all
We
the
had a
advocates.
debate where you were gone about this, or a brief conversation. We're going to have a conversation about this. We're going to defer it to July 8th. That's okay with you?
That's the marina item.
Yes, sir. No, that's the RE6 that you mentioned.
6 is the one with regard to the rowing lanes and the protection.
Yes, sir.
I
That
move
one.
it.
To move the item for now?
Yeah, move it for now.
Thank you.
I mean, remember the girls that came and spoke before us?
Yep.
It is that item. It's that item that is on the basin, you know.
Yes,
the
I'll
one-
second-
Motion by
I'll
Commissioner
second
Reyes,
it, and I'll second
by-
it.
Second
Okay.
by Commissioner Diaz-Portilla. Any further discussion? Yes, Mr. Manager.
Commissioner, can we negotiate for 70 mooring balls on that?
What's that?
70?
The original ask of the administration was a 100 mooring ball field, which we felt was too intense for the area. My counter was a 50 mooring ball field, and the administration says that breaks even, if not loses money. What I'd like to approve is,
Would you
Mr. Chair, hold on
That
a
was
second.
my concern, that was my concern.
No, it-
That wasn't enough?
Yes,
That it was-
yes, and I had a question, why we didn't have more, and they could have up to 90. That's what I was told. We can have, and that means more revenues for the city.
it does, it also means a lot
That
more.
revenue, I think we should consider increasing the number of moorings.
What I'd like to see then is 75 anchors placed. I'd like to start with 50 though. And let's take a look at what that looks like in terms of a layout. But you can always add balls as long as add the mooring balls as long as you've established the anchors in the initial.
So based on the conversation we had during the briefing,
Yep.
you want to word it then up to 75?
Up to 75,
Okay.
yeah. Is that fine for the mover and the second?
75 or 80. I mean, let's break the melon.
Sure, I agree.
Okay?
You want 80?
I
want 85.
I'm comfortable with 75. I'm
All right.
comfortable with 75.
All right, there's a motion and a second, 75, with an amendment on the number of mooring balls up to 75.
Up to 75.
And
say
please,
85?
I'd like you to work with my office as well as the stakeholders for where the placement of those mooring balls are, as it's actually meant to help frame the safety of the rowing lanes. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes as amended, RE6. Thank you very much, gentlemen, I appreciate
Can
it.
I bring one, I believe, non-controversial pocket item? This is a pocket item supporting, by the City of Miami Commission, the recently approved by Congress that's been sent to the Senate, Renacer Act, to hold the Ortega regime accountable for subverting democracy in Nicaragua.
Move it.
The Renacer Act
Second.
proposes new initiatives to monitor, report on, and address corruption by Nicaraguan President Daniel Ortega's government and family, as well as human rights abuses perpetrated by Nicaraguan security forces. The Renacer Act also requires the United States government to increase sanctions on key actors in the Ortega regime and expand coordination with Canada and the European Union. The bill will call for the executive branch to review Nicaragua's participation in the Central American Free Trade Agreement, CAFTA. Additionally, the bill requires increased intelligence reporting on Russian activities in Nicaragua and a review of Russian arms sales to Nicaragua for potential sanctions under the Containing American Adversaries through Sanctions Act.
Thank you, Commissioner
moved.
Carollo. I'd like to co-sponsor that. It's moved by Commissioner Carollo. I heard a second by Commissioner Watson.
I would like to co-sponsor it also.
Co-sponsorship by Commissioner Diaz-Portilla as well.
Commissioner Reyes would like to sponsor it too.
All right.
So will Commissioner Watson.
All right, unanimous co-sponsorship. Thank you, Commissioner Carollo.
Yes, I would like to co-sponsor myself.
We got you.
We got you.
I'd like to open public comment on this pocket item number 2 regarding Nicaragua. Is there anyone here who'd like to speak on the item? Seeing none, closing public comment. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes. Thank you
Mr.
very
Chair,
much.
Mr. Chair, can I just get a brief waiver for my appointment to, she works for the City of Miami Police Department, but she does not live in the city. So I need to get a waiver. Mr. Hannon, you have the name, Ms. Velasquez?
Unfortunately, I do not know the name of, but we can look it up. I just don't know the names of the LGBTQ board members.
Okay. Do I need the name?
Oh, you're appointing someone now?
Right.
Oh, and,
Oh, I thought you had the, I thought you had
no,
the-
sir, we don't have.
Sir, you talking about
that
Vanessa Gonzalez?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
Officer Vanessa Gonzalez.
yes, for Vanessa Gonzalez, exactly.
Okay, we need a waiver.
Yes, please.
Okay, I'll move it.
Wait.
Just
So
a minute,
we
just a
need
moment.
5 commissioners on the dais.
It's
It's
a
a
waiver.
residency waiver, correct?
He said he'll be
Oh, I'm
back.
sorry. It's only 4 for the residency waiver, so we're good to go.
Okay.
Yes.
So motion by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by Commissioner Watson.
Second, yes.
Yep. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes.
Okay.
Chairman,
Yes, Madam.
if I may, I just wanted to clarify for FR3, the solid waste item, it's coming back in 60 days. What would be that date, Mr. Clerk?
60 days puts us at August 26th, so you probably want to move to September 9th.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that it would be September 9th then. Okay. And then if I could ask, is there any way we could hear FR4, the one that has to do about the no deferrals in the lower boards, by any chance?
That's FR4. The city
FR4?
attorney is asking for a motion on FR4, continuances and deferrals by city boards.
Yeah,
Okay.
Is that a yes or a no?
no, I don't think that that has to be discussed.
Okay, Commissioner Watson has hesitation on FR4. Is there a motion to bring it to the floor for discussion?
FR4, continuous deferral by city boards.
That's fine, then reset it when everything else comes back.
Yeah, I'll move it.
Moved by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by,
FR4, continuous and deferrals by city boards.
seconded by the chair for discussion. Mr. Watson, you are recognized. You have concerns on it?
Issue is now having boards come to resolution 60 days in order to move and stop the discussion. I don't know if 60 days is enough time, one. Maybe it's 90. So I'm just not clear whether or not we want to shut them down just because we want to stop something from happening or pushing it. But everybody's good with 60 days, and we good with 60 days.
90 is fine too, it's just to have finality.
Yeah, just set a date.
And I'll be happy to second it if it hasn't been.
It's already been seconded.
Okay, so I'm ready to vote.
All right, go ahead.
There's been the motion, there's a second. All in favor of the
Chair,
item?
it's first reading ordinance.
Oh, yes, Madam City Attorney, please read in the record.
An ordinance of the Miami City Commission amending Chapter 2, Article 11, Division 2 of the Code of the City of Miami, Florida, as amended titled Administration Boards, Committees, Commissions, Standards for Creation and Review of Boards Generally by adding Section 2-895 titled Continuances, Deferrals by City Boards to provide for reasonable limitations on continuances and deferrals of items by city boards containing a severability clause and providing for an immediate effective date.
All in favor of the item, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes on FR4.
Yeah?
We have a
Um,
discussion item that went before you, will you give me the honor of chairing for 10 minutes? We brought up a discussion item of the sergeant's office. And I think some of the commissioners, including myself, had expressed an interest in having a conversation about the restructuring of the sergeant's office and maybe sort of for this commission to get an idea of what's happening.
Sergeant of Arms.
Yes, sir.
Sergeant of Arms.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's what I meant, Sergeant at Arms, we call sergeants, the Sergeant at Arms office. And, you know, and some of the things that we're all aware that have been happening, and we want to know what the thinking is from the police chief. I think he's somewhere around here. I saw him earlier.
Is there any other business of the day that we're trying to get done before?
That's
that
what I
this
was
will be-
going to ask you. Do you have anything else? I'm not as hungry as Commissioner Diaz-Lepertillas today. My wife fed me well before I came.
Oh, you had
today.
lunch, I haven't.
So I could hold on for additional hours if need be.
I would like to ask if I could get a motion to appoint Avra Jane to the Climate Resilience Committee. We have one
Motion.
open.
I'll second it.
Thank you. There's a motion by Commissioner Carollo, seconded by Commissioner Diaz-Lebortia. It's an open seat, it's an open at-large seat. All in favor of the item, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you. All right. Commissioner Reyes, would you like to move PZ 13?
What about-
While
He
we
already,
are-
he already
13.
did. He already did.
You did.
We already-
We already did. Yeah,
Yes.
and we passed it.
This is
yeah.
the Baywalk?
Yeah, we passed it.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Nice work, gentlemen.
I'm quick. I'm telling you, man. You should give me 10 minutes every meeting.
Thank you very much. All right, Chief, good evening. How are you?
I'm well. How are you, Commissioner?
Good, thank you. Commissioner Diaz-Liberty, did you have questions for the chief?
Okay.
Well, you didn't hear what I said. We just.
No, sir, I was- I-
I'm
when
sorry.
I- yes,
The restructuring of the sergeant's office, and then we'll talk about other things. But first,
Yes.
talk to me about what you're doing with the sergeant's office and what your thinking is and what direction you're.
Great. I appreciate the opportunity to brief you all. What I've decided to do is, before I got here, there was, I think challenges with the environment in the Sergeant-at-Arms office. And I think there is either a perception or a real or perceived of some conflicts. And I think whether it's real or perceived doesn't matter. Perception's reality, and we have to adjust our operation accordingly. And so today I had a meeting with the team, and what I've decided to do, I've got Mr. Chavez here, newly appointed executive officer. We're going to have 3 sergeant-at-arms that will be assigned only to the commissioners here on the first floor. They will have a direct report to Executive Officer Chavez, who's standing in the back. I've known Executive Officer Chavez for over 20 years. He's a person of high integrity. He's a person that I've known through the National Latino Peace Officers Association for about 20 years, and someone that I believe will do a phenomenal job for the commissioners and for, most importantly, the department, because that's the brand that we want to protect. The other part of the Sergeant-at-Arms will work only with the mayor's office, and they will work for this mayor, next mayor, whatever mayor. As long as I'm your police chief, I want to keep them separate. And they will both report to me, but I will make sure that the mayor's office is a direct report to me without an intermediary. And again, the 3 assigned to the commissioners. I told them today that what the services that we provide in terms of this organization to the commissioners is to be discussed only with the commissioners and with the 3 members of the team assigned to the commissioners, and with, obviously, my executive officer and myself. And those that are being assigned to the mayor's office are to stay on the second floor business, first floor business. And I think that would make everyone more comfortable, I hope, and hopefully there'll be more good synergy here with our team.
How many have been assigned to the mayor's office?
There'll be 4.
4.
And we'll continue to assess, Commissioner.
Can I ask why 4 for the mayor's office and only 3 to us, since we're at 5?
Well, that's based right now, what I've told the team, and I told them today, is to keep me informed as to the workload, as to the need, and if we have to adjust it upward, we would. So we want to get a feel for the need. Some commissioners will use them more, some commissioners will use them less, and if we need to make another adjustment, we will.
And the 3, if I may, the 3 that have been assigned to the commission, who are they? Mr. Chavez, you said?
Pardon me, Commissioner?
The 3 assigned to the commission?
The 3 are...
I'm sorry.
Come on up here. This is my senior one. I think you all know this young man. There's 2 of the 3, and the third one right now is temporary. Let him introduce himself.
Absolutely,
May I,
yes.
Commissioner, bring up Exo Chavez, Commissioner, so he can introduce himself?
Yeah, absolutely. I know, I think we all
Come
know
on, Chavez, come on up.
Mr. Garcia.
You know these 2 guys. You've
Yes,
had-
we
you've
all
had
know
them
them,
for
yes.
a while.
They've done a great job.
Why don't you come up and introduce your new member?
How are you doing, ladies and gentlemen? My name is Enrique Chavez, newly appointed XO to the Chief of Police. I'll be dealing with the Sergeant-at-Arms on the first floor for the commissioners, which we have one that's going to be temporary for now, pending an investigation, and then the other 2 you're familiar with, that they've been at City Hall.
So there'll be a total of 4,
There's 3 here, and they'll be reporting to me over at the chief's office.
and the 4th one's pending an investigation?
No.
I'm sorry.
The staffing level will remain at 3. This is a temporary assignment based until we finish an investigation, but this is a matter of public record since it's on the agenda. The incumbent member of this of the Sergeant at Arms that we're all thinking about has made a request to roll back to his officer position. And we are going to honor that request. So there is an opening. I want to assign this young man. I want to do it temporarily because I think it has to be a good fit, not just for one commissioner or two commissioners, but for all of you. And I want to see how he works out for the
But
commission.
still, I have a question. I mean,
Yes, sir.
I think-
Let me finish and then I'll let.
Oh, I'm sorry,
It's just
I
2
thought you
minutes.
had finished.
I think we're gonna get there. The 4 that are assigned to the mayor's office, can you introduce them to us too, so we know who they are?
Say again? Come on up here. They're actually, I believe they're right now at an event at the.
All 4?
At the Biltmore, well, the ones that are working. I didn't have all 4 here right now. Go ahead, Alex.
None of the 4 are here?
No, sir. I believe 2 of them are already off duty. They
Okay.
worked a morning shift, and the rest are an event with the mayor.
Okay, and who are they? Can you at least give us their names?
Yes, Sergeant Andrea Preston.
Andrea Preston?
Yes, Sergeant Wayne Tillman. Sergeant Alex Lampro.
I will kill the new guy's name. Let me.
Yeah.
It's Sergeant Pierre Casasus.
Casasus, he's also known, I think, as Frenchie. they call him?
Frenchie.
Yeah, Frenchie.
You will not be able to miss him with his, the Frenchie nickname that is appropriate because he's French. And
Yes, I know.
There will be, and when we
I'm familiar
added
with
him, just so you know, the process by which I made that selection, I want to, moving forward, I want to have folks go through SIS, make sure they have the dignitary protection experience, and Major Carroll is the major over SIS and someone that, quite frankly, I trust. I trust him completely. And I asked him for a recommendation to add to the mayor's detail, and that was his recommendation. I don't have any reason not to trust his recommendation, so I'm going to have him do that. And this young man, my XO came from SIS, and it's someone that I completely trust. I think once you get to know Chavez, you're all going to say, because we're here to provide a service, and our job is, I've told my team, is to be seen, not heard, and their job is to provide safety, security for our elected officials, and I don't ever want to hear them talk out of school about anything they hear, see, or do in terms of the, unless it's illegal. If somebody's breaking the law or selling dope or any of that stuff, they're cops, right? But that's going to be the direction they've
Chief,
received. Yes,
for
sir.
your information, I've been here 2.5 years. I don't know, it's going to be 3 years now. I've been here that long, and I had used all of the sergeants of arms. Never, either one of them, neither one of them had made a comment about where they've been, and made a comment of any conversation they have heard, and I made a comment about any of the other elected officials that they have driven, including the mayor. None. Okay? So I trust them. I trust them before, and I trust them now.
Thank you. I really appreciate you saying that. And as far as this internal investigation is going on, I would just ask you to know, my job as a police chief is to make sure that you're getting the safety, security, and obviously the discretion that comes with these jobs. And so.
They have been discreet all the time.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. But we are conducting an investigation. I can't speak to it because it would not be appropriate. But again, that individual, this is a matter of public record, has asked to roll back to his position. And unlike another case that just recently was in the papers where we were already done with the investigation, where those individuals that are staff officers were served at the completion of the investigation with a recommended termination, it's my position that's too late. You don't get the rollback. You're facing discipline. In this case, we're on the early stages. I wouldn't read into it too much, but he has decided that the individual wants to roll back. But I really appreciate, Commissioner Reyes, that warms my heart to know that you have that faith in our people. Yes, sir.
Chief, let's get on the record.
Sir?
Let's get on the record the only reason why a sergeant of arms would want to roll back to their regular police position. And that's because they have no alternative, that if they're going to get FOP representation, legal representation, they have to do that. So
I can barely hear you, Commissioner. I'm sorry.
let me start again. Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I said, I want to be very clear why a sergeant of arms would roll back to their former position of police officer or regular sergeant. And that's only because that's the only way that they can get legal representation from the FOP. Otherwise, nobody would do that. So I want to get that in the record. That's the only reason that any sergeant of arms would ever do that if they need legal representation. Police officers, just like most of us up here, don't have money to burn in attorneys, and they keep getting less smart and they keep charging more. So it's obvious that this officer needed that legal representation that the FOP would provide. So I want to get that in the record. I don't want to get into some of the other things that you said so far, because I don't think it's good policy for all of us to do that. It's better to be done privately, but that's what you said so far. There might be other things that we need to get a little bit more out in the open.
Yes, sir. And I would just say that I don't think they're required to, but I know that in the other matter, they are providing it, I think, out of the goodness of their heart. So the FOP is providing it to the other staff officers that are facing discipline or just got fired.
One thing that I want to, that's clear. No sergeant of arms from the mayor will have any doing, will not interfere with any of the sergeant of arms that are assigned to the commissioners.
Correct.
Because there have been frictions before, and you know that, and I've told you. And I would really like that the sergeant of arms that are assigned to us does not have anything to do with sergeants of arms that are assigned to the mayor.
That's exactly what we're doing, Commissioner. We're completely separating the two. It's the same function, but in essence, it's going to be
Particularly what?
the same function, but two units, an Alpha team and a Bravo team, however you want to address it, with a first floor team and a second floor team, and the direction they received, every single one of them today, from me and from the executive officer, including Sergeant Lampro, who's the sergeant at arms upstairs, that they are not to cross-pollinate.
Particularly him, I don't want him to be dealing with.
No, yes, sir. So the three that are assigned to you are going to be assigned to you, and they answer to the executive officer Chavez. And the others answer to him, and ultimately they're going to all answer to me.
And to end this conversation in my part, and I don't know how the other city commissioners feel. I still don't see why the mayor must have 4 and then we have 3. Because sometimes we have to go to the same place, but we cannot write together.
I have a simple solution to that. I think this commission controls the purse strings, right? We have a budget reallocation coming up, right, Mr. Manager? We can allocate additional dollars for as many sergeant at arms that we want for the commission, right? Do we have that right as a commission? So if for some reason, because there's more of a credible threat, and I haven't heard, and maybe you can tell me, I get that, any credible threat, but they say there is a credible threat somewhere else and not here. I tell you that a lot of people don't like me here in this town. A lot of people like me.
That's all of us, I think.
A lot of people like me, but a lot of people don't like us. So we can, if we want to, allocate additional dollars and say, if there's 5 of us and 1, and there's 4 and 3, the math doesn't seem to work for me.
No.
Right? Does it work for anybody here? So we can allocate additional dollars and add 3 additional sergeants for the commission, right? That's 2 totally separate entities where nobody upstairs meddles with anybody downstairs.
Yep.
Nobody upstairs comes here to tell someone or that one or this one do this or do that. Or bochinche, as you know what's going on here. You know the word bochinche, right? Because you're Cuban.
Yeah, of course.
Bochinche, right? And the gossip.
He's learning.
And without going into all the details of what's really happened here, which To me, it's disgusting, to be honest with you.
Yes, sir.
I think it's a lack of due process. I think it's arbitrary in nature,
Yes?
and I'm not happy with it. And I was clear with you when I spoke to you, but I'm very, very clear publicly. It's important to be clear and honest. I'm very direct. I think it was arbitrary. I think it was, you pulled the trigger too quickly. I think before you tarnish somebody's reputation, you need to do due diligence and go through an investigation, because once you tag somebody as something, even if they are exonerated at the end, they're tarnished. And to me, that's not the right way to do things. My opinion. I'm one commissioner. There's 5 here. There's a mayor. It is what it is.
The only thing that
But-
I have to add is amen.
Yeah.
Whatever, I stand, I feel the same way. I feel the same way. And keep on, sir.
And so if you believe something and you don't go through the process of confirming it and not take circumstantial evidence, in a court of law, you'll be kicked out of that court of law.
Yep.
Unless you go through a process. And if you go through the process and you're right in your assessment, then that's okay. But you haven't done that. And I'm not happy with that. And I have to be very public about that. And I want everyone to know that, including the mayor on down, including everybody upstairs and everybody down here. I also think that this commission should have police officers with us the same way that anybody else does. So I will direct the city manager to allocate in the budget reallocation 3 additional officers for us, for down here, whatever that cost is. And of course, you as a boss will direct the chief of what this commission voted on or supported. The commission is in agreement. I don't know if they're in agreement or not. There may not be an agreement.
I will tell you, Commissioner, where I stand. First of all, I barely use Sergeant of Arms, even though I certainly respect everyone that uses them for whatever amount of time, because there are times that there are needs. What I would suggest, because we're talking about real police officers that could be needed out there.
Yeah.
Yes.
That if there's ever a need, that there's something major going on, and we're going to require more than 3, then the chief has already 2 others that are picked out that then will come in and serve as Sergeant of Arms for that.
On an as-needed basis, yes.
This is the way that I would go about it. I certainly respect anything that the commission would like to do.
Yeah, and Commissioner, just if I may, we do have additional dignitary protection trained officers at SIS.
That's right.
That we can draw on. We can spin up, spin down, depending on the need.
The problem with that is that if you're doing, there's a reason, this is a concern that I have. And I agree with you, Commissioner, it should be on an as-needed basis, and it shouldn't be, of course. But the problem that if you see a need, if you saw a need to separate, to bifurcate that floor from this floor, then mixing it by adding 2 additional people that could be from anywhere creates a little bit of a problem. Unless there are people that are 2 more.
They're probably picked that we know who they are.
That's right.
Oh, okay, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, so that we all of a sudden we mix it up again, right?
Well,
They be on standby. They be on standby.
So maybe we go with 3, like you said, that could be on standby.
Standby.
If we ever need any additional ones. 1, in case one of them is, or 2 are in another assignment or on vacation
That's
or
right.
sick leave.
Correct.
And it might be one of those rare occasions that each one of us might require one.
Right, it could be an
And
event
we know the replacements. They're people that we know already.
by first and last name.
And
Yeah,
that's right.
Exactly. So that's what I would recommend.
So you say 3 that you're recommending and 3 additional on standby,
On standby.
by name.
As needed.
As needed.
As needed. They could be they are in any regular assignment, but if we need it, we can draw from them, and they're going to answer to the same person here.
Commissioner Matt, may I suggest something? We do have a number of officers that are assigned to SIS, and historically, my understanding is that historically, we've always selected the department Sergeant at Arms from SIS. That's one of our more, I would say, sensitive, highly trained division. What I would recommend, and you can follow it or not, is let me look at who my staff is that is dignitary protection that is already trained. Let me put together their resumes. Let me put together their history. And again, they all come from Major Carroll's division. And let them come by and say hi. Maybe we can put them here with you all in a temporary. That's why I put, ¿cómo tú te llamas? No, que se me olvidó contra. ¿Ah? Quintero, on a temporary basis. Quintero's
been sitting there all day long.
No veo, estoy escuchando. But Quintero, again, for him and for Frenchie, I asked my major, and Major Carroll, I think, is very professional and very dedicated, who Eric commands. So we have that team. With your concurrence, I'd like to put together the list of who we have already trained and see who you all like, or to see if there's any reason that somebody you don't like for a reason, and you can let us know, we can talk about it.
Before you say that, he didn't say that. He said that, forget that particular name you mentioned. Let's say that, right? Let's say you put new people down here, and if you create that structure that keeps it separate.
Yes.
So no one from up there being not in any bad way, just the separation you've created, no one from up there comes down here to tell the people down here what needs to happen.
No, but from an operational standpoint, it's a separate chain.
Okay.
Ultimately, they're all going to answer to me, and ultimately I answer to the manager, and we all ultimately answer to you.
Of course,
all.
yes, but not Frenchie, right?
Okay.
No, he's in the second floor. But again, that recommendation came from Major Carroll. Because of his history working in that division and
I'm not having a good day with these French guys today.
Yeah.
So commissioners,
Between Jungle Island and Frenchie, it's not working out.
I feel like you.
I have the utmost respect for Major Carroll.
Yes, sir.
I've told you before. Even though I don't know him well, I can easily find out who's who in that department, and every indication that I've ever gotten is that he's a professional, and I applaud that you have someone like that.
Thank you.
Working in the area that you have him in. Now, having said that, have you maybe wonder if maybe the reason Carroll told you to bring a certain guy over here was that he wanted to get rid of him from where he was at?
No, because if he's screwed, well, Commissioner, may I answer that quickly? Major Carroll knows how important keeping my elected officials safe, secure, and satisfied with our services to me. And he knows that he's going to be held accountable for every recommendation, including every recommendation this guy makes. If he doesn't work out, Major Carroll's going to have some skin in the game.
But in all frankness, Chief.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to go too far off the reservation on the record, because it's the kind of stuff that, doesn't make me comfortable. And I think that you know that I have shown you the utmost respect since you got here.
Thank you.
I asked the manager and I asked the mayor for, one thing, and that was I wanted a professional.
Thank you.
I got that, so I didn't buck anybody. I welcomed you.
Thank you.
I have extended my hand to you in any way
Thank you.
that I could be of help. However, before you got here, Frenchie was already chosen to come in, and I told you that in one of our conversations. So that wasn't a surprise to me, because Frenchie was the chosen one, and I'm not going to get into that. And I just want to say this, look, I don't want anybody to think that this is about the mayor. This is not about the mayor. This is about other things and other people. So, the mayor is not involved in some of the issues that we're discussing here.
Commissioner, this is about the police department.
Well,
This is
it
about
is-
the police department.
It is, Chief.
It's about our city.
That's why,
So,
that's
It's
why.
about our city.
all of us,
That-
we're all in it
That's why
together.
some things, and I would like to try to keep them, in-house, but I will say this to you publicly, Chief. And please understand where I'm coming from. While I have been walking very softly, I carry a hell of a big stick. And it don't matter what time of the year it is, whether it's election time or not election time. Let that other character know that too.
I don't talk to him, but you'll do it during the campaign, I'm sure. That's your job.
But if someone has breached a vow, and you could prove,
I can't hear you.
if someone has breached a vow in their law enforcement position, and you could prove that and show it to me, it's one thing. But if you're going to go on speculations or the way something might look, that at the end might not be anywhere near what you thought it might have looked at or what you were told it looked like, then this is a different story. I don't want to see, because of some of the end games, the Miami Police Department, any one officer be dealt with unjustly. And I'm telling you now, Chief, unless you show me something different, I'm beginning to think that this is what happened. And when we meet personally, I could give you, several other roads that are even more believable than maybe the one that someone thinks has happened or looked like in the one you're looking at with someone else. And I'm not happy the way this has gone by, because Officer Camacho has been a professional. Just like Commissioner Reyes said, he never talked about anyone, never got involved in anything. He did his job, period. And, you got to show me. I've been around the block in this area for a long time, and I think you know that. I don't want to be told, no, it looks this way or that. I want real evidence. If you don't have that, I'm going to expect that he comes back to the position that he has.
Yes.
Absolutely.
You're the chief.
So,
You can do whatever you want.
Commissioner,
and-
let me
and
just
I-
tell
and
you,
I
if he
respect
gets
it,
cleared,
but
I'd be
I want you to
willing to do
know
that.
that from up here,
Yeah.
we could do a heck of a lot more.
Okay.
And
I'll
leave it at that.
Mr. Reyes.
I support what Commissioner Carrillo says about Sergeant Camacho. And I'm also not happy about it. And I've seen this before because of conflict of personalities. That's why I said I don't want anybody from up there, particularly one person, maybe the rest, I don't know, to be messing with or having anything to do with the sergeants down here. And I don't want this to be because of personality conflicts, as was before with another sergeant of arms. And I have to see also very, very solid proof of whatever it is.
May I
And
respond?
I'm going
very
to,
quick?
and
May I
I'm going
respond?
to ditto what Commissioner Carollo and Commissioner Carollo and Commissioner Reyes said. Luis Camacho is a man,
Yes.
a man's man. He's discreet. He's been in this force for 23 years. With all due respect, Chief, he just got here. His history in this town, our town, is very well known. And before you crucify somebody or tarnish somebody's reputation, the proof better be there. And it has to be ironclad. It can't be somebody made a phone call to the phone call by coincidence. It's got to be, and it can't be circumstantial. because you're talking about somebody's livelihood, you're talking about somebody's reputation.
Yep.
And the three of us, over the years, before I got here, it was Commissioner Carollo and Commissioner Reyes, and then I got here, he's always been discreet. By the way, when he speaks highly of when he speaks of elected officials, including the mayor, he speaks highly of them. He's a man. As we Cubans know what a man, what that means.
Right.
And for him and his reputation to be questioned without due process, as I said earlier, it's disgusting to me. And for me, for you to get me to believe that, it's going to be really hard. It's got to be ironclad. And if you go through a process, which unfortunately, you can beat the rap, but you can't beat the ride at the end of the day, to use your terminology, right? He has to be brought back here where he belongs with this commission. Not the only reason, and Commissioner Carollo said this, the only reason he demoted himself was to get the protection
Yes.
against the inquisition against him. Unwarranted, in my opinion. And he has to have FOP protection, union protection, and we know the process. But once he goes through all that hell that you're going to put him through, and he is exonerated, he comes back here. And he stands back there with the rest of them. They're all of them, I know them all, here on this floor. Honorable men, good men, would always do the right thing, discreet.
Yes.
Luis Camacho is that man. And maybe you don't know him, because you have not been here long. But those of us that do will vouch for him. And I think the passion that you see in us is because we honor our friends and protect our friends, and when they've been wronged, at least this commissioner, I know those commissioners, will right that wrong.
And I am, just to finish this, you see, I want proof with, just like that it will hold in a court of law. Not by coincidence, not by innuendos or by anybody saying, and I want proofs. You see, if the proof is there, I have to accept it. But as I said before, and everything that Commissioner Diala Portilla said about Camacho, I could repeat it, just exactly the same. Because every time that I met him before he was a sergeant of arms. I met him when he was working in Flagami. And without me being even a candidate, without me being a city commissioner, he was an example of what a community police officer was. I had his cell. As many of the residents in Flagami did. You see, you could call him at any time, and he was there. Even when he was not in service, I called him, and he took care of whatever my complaint was. And I was not a city commissioner at the time. So I know him for a long time. I can tell you he's a man's man. And he doesn't come gossiping or spying on anybody. And if he has anything to do, say to you, he will tell you to your face. You see? So that's why I'm saying that I will not accept personality conflicts to destroy the reputation of a man like that. And I have nothing to say, just like...
Commissioner Carollo, you recognize.
For the record, I'll be short and see if we could bring this to an end for now. I understand fully and acknowledge that you're the police chief. You have every right to take actions in the police department. And in no way am I or anyone here telling you otherwise. We will adhere by the city charter. However, I think you've heard loud and clear, we expect due process. If there is no clear evidence that he has done something wrong that crossed the line, then I hope, as a police chief in numerous municipalities, as a police officer yourself, that you would do right and don't be guided or influenced by the guy that had this BS investigation pushed from day one, based on his personal feelings with Officer Camacho. And that's my concern there, because that same guy, if I was a different type of individual, you know, I could ask for the same and more that's happened to Camacho, and then all hell would break loose.
Yep.
And the whole sky would fall, and I never wanted to do that, because
Mr.
it's not the right thing to do. So I'm not a fortune teller, but I knew that a certain other individual was going to be coming to Sergeant of Arms here, even before you got here, and while you got here, before Major Carroll.
But you notice he didn't come to your floor. That's the good news, he's not on your floor.
So just that, he's the guy. But Chief, please do what's right. If there's clear-cut evidence that, is undeniable, it's one thing. I think everybody here will accept that.
Commissioner,
but if that's not the case, don't do something unjust to one of your own police officers because of the games that are going on internally within your own department.
To make this,
and that's all we're saying.
To make this very clear, we cannot tell you what to do. It is your department, and you are totally, we are not, it's not in our authority. But Mr. City Manager, you heard our concerns. You heard how I feel and how Commissioner Carollo, how Commissioner Diaz de la Portilla feel. We expect that you will work into looking into this matter and work with your chief and try to do the right thing. Whatever the outcome is, Mr. City Manager.
I'm going to add.
Commissioner Coyle, then Commissioner Diaz-Lopez.
Just real quick, and I won't say anything.
May I address the commissioner real quick? Because I think it's...
Just real quick, I'm sorry.
Oh, you have a question? I'm sorry,
No,
Commissioner.
just a question and a statement. You yourself, not having to do with this case, where you feel that investigation should be done quickly, now it takes months and months and months. In this case, how long do you think your personnel needs to bring this to a close?
Commissioner, thanks. That's a great question. I don't believe in dragging our feet for 180 days. As a matter of fact, if you saw the two staff officers were terminated, one of the things the media said, and they acted quickly. I believe in trying to get these matters resolved. And I just want to say something that I think is very important distinction. We have not finished our investigation. That's one. We're just starting an investigation. Two, people should not read into anything. But if I'm going to, but I think the commission needs to understand this. I don't care about the personality conflicts. I am taking this decision as a police chief because I'm going to err on the side of the safety, security, and on the discretion. Because when I got here, I met with all these men and women and one woman, and I told them my expectations. Your safety and the security and the confidentiality to me is not negotiable, whether it's with this commission or with the mayor. And if I'm going to err as the police chief, I'm going to err on ensuring that I protect you all. But you should not read into, because the reason we're letting them roll back, unlike the two staff officers that were recently fired, is because we haven't finished an investigation. So no one should draw final conclusions. But I want the commission to be assured that this was my decision solely. No one else is involved in this, because that's my mindset, Commissioner.
Let me ask
we're going to err on safety, security, and of all of you. If something happens on this floor involving someone, and I believe that we have a question, we cannot have a question when it, in my mind, as your chief, when it relates to the safety, security, and the confidentiality of matters. When you're in a car, when you're whatever you're doing, unless you're breaking the law or the mayor's breaking the law, I expect that to stay in that car. So I just want you to know that, Commissioner, I don't want you to think that I'm not trying to give someone due process, because no one should read into it. They will, because that's the way it is. But they don't understand that in these matters, we want to err on the side of safety and security.
If I
I
may,
understand all that, but my direct question.
And by the
is-
way, Commissioner, if he's cleared, he will come back.
Okay,
so
all
my
right,
direct
so-
question
Yeah, my
is,
commitment.
question
how
specifically.
long will it take, in your estimation, for this to be finished?
I would try to get it done within 30 to 45 days,
That's fair.
calendar days.
That's
And
fair.
for some reason, it takes longer. I mean, that is because
how long?
everyone deserves closure. It takes too long.
How long?
Okay.
How long? I'm sorry. How long did it take you to decide to relieve him of duty? How long did that investigation last?
That was after I was briefed by Internal Affairs.
A number of days. How many days did it take you, or did the investigation take before you decided to tag him as a bad guy?
Well, I'm not tagging him.
Well,
as
that's what
anything.
you're doing, right?
Well,
Well, yes, he did
people are
something
trying-
wrong and you relieve him of duty.
Well,
What are you
people-
tagging him as, a good guy?
Well, I would just explain my reasoning.
Okay,
So-
I want to know the amount of time that your due diligence took.
This investigation's been going on for probably approaching 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
Yes, sir.
And to exonerate him is 45 days. But to tag him took you 2 weeks.
No, to come to the
To
conclusion. that
tag him and to relieve him of duty took you 2 weeks. But to exonerate him is going to take you 45 days. And that's too much. No?
But Commissioner, exoneration is only as good as the investigation that went through it.
And tagging is also,
When we bring him back, if that's what happens, I want people to know that we left no stone unturned to get to the truth. Because if I do a half job, that's a disservice to him or any subject employee, subject to investigation, and it's a disservice to the commission.
And
So
I sta- and-
my commitment to you is that we're to leave no stone unturned to get to the truth.
Okay.
And that if he's cleared, he should come back. So it was kind of smart for him it is smart for him to ask to roll back, because unlike the last two individuals, this investigation is not done.
Number
So,
one,
Commissioners-
I think, and I want to say one thing, I'm sorry. I'm speaking through the manager. Okay? Everything we're doing here is through the manager. That's why it's public. We're not doing it in a private meeting where we're not directing him or asking him. We're doing everything through the manager.
Right,
Through
so
the
you're
manager.
just asking process and
We're asking,
timelines.
we're asking process, not what what his conclusion is going to be.
Yeah, but-
And
I think I'm telling him what I'm
hold
gonna
on. I'm almost done, and I'm done after this. But the timeline concerns me. First of all, let me tell you that I think that you're a highly respected, and you're a professional.
Thank you.
And I'm glad you're here as a police chief.
Thank you.
I have a lot of respect for you.
Thank you.
Having said that, I think you were quick to pull the trigger, pardon the expression, on this one. I think that you did not, and your department did not do, and internal affairs did not go through the due process for this particular individual. And I think that you may have, I say the word tagged, you may have labeled him in the wrong way without going through the due process. I hope that you now go through due process, you go through the complete investigation, and I agree with Commissioner Carroyo and Commissioner Reyes. If he did something wrong, he did something wrong. My gut feeling tells me 99.9% convinced that he did not. And I'll stake a lot on that.
Yeah.
And I'm a public official, and I don't stake a lot on a lot of things. I'm convinced that the man that you think he is not, and what you think he did not. So that's the only thing I'm going to say to you. I have a lot of respect for you, Chief. I want you to be fair and be just, because people's reputations, livelihood, and future are at stake here. And let's just keep that in mind, that's all. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I'd like through the chair or
Yes.
manager or whoever. Let me just say this right quick. And I didn't know the other two individuals they keep referring to, nor do I know as well as Camacho, as he's being referred to. I think we, the body, have done more disservice to him than the chief has. Okay? If there's a process, there's a process. Let him do his process and do his job. And if he is the person we all think he is, it's done. Sounds like what I heard about the other two people, a whole lot more egregious. Took time. There's a process. I don't know if it was decided on 2 days or decided on 2 weeks, or the process take 30 days or 45. We have elevated now the discussion about Camacho when all he needed was a process. I hope the chief now is not erring on the side of taking sides of anybody, but we now have talked about it being more something of circumspect than it probably should be. And if it's nothing, I think this gentleman will come back and say it's nothing, and you don't sit back there just like you do. But we've elevated it. We've made it more than it is until anybody know what it is. So
Thank you, Commissioner, and I could have pushed things along a little faster, but I actually wanted the commissioners to be able to speak their piece on this because, and Chief, I can't even imagine what the brotherhood is or the bond is between officers and how you have each other's backs. But what you're seeing up here is the least we can do for people that are protecting us and our families. I've been on this dais long enough to see several commissioners get stalked and threatened, including my family. And it means a lot that you have our backs, that you are providing this service for us. And you can see how we feel about those who protect us. And I feel the same about Sergeant Camacho as well. Been professional with my family, with me, with everything I've ever needed from his services and beyond. So I respect your process, and I appreciate you hearing us out.
Yeah, and I appreciate all of you, and I hope you appreciate how seriously I, as your chief, take the role of the sergeant at arms. And again, we shouldn't draw conclusions, but know that if there is even a semblance of a breach, we're going to take it seriously. We're going to investigate it, and when we're done, that's why I'm saying, roll them back. Roll them back. We are just starting an investigation. And again, I look forward to finishing it in a timely manner because having been investigated for 4 years, I know what it feels like. Having been surveilled by the California Highway Patrol on and off for 4 years, having been a whistleblower, I am uniquely, I would say, sensitive to ensuring that we try to do these things quickly because people deserve closure.
Thank you.
Chief, one last statement. The reason maybe some of us up here, I don't remember if Commissioner Diaz-Portilla was in this commission then or not, but we already have had an incident with a sergeant of arms, a very professional, good, dedicated sergeant of arms. It's just because one time, out of so many times that he was told jump, and he didn't say how high, he was booted out.
Talk about Hiram.
And frankly, I feel real bad that we didn't bring this out in the open like this one, because he didn't deserve that. But that decision was made. This is before you came, obviously. So this is one that I think some of us feel strong enough not to let that happen again. And we are of the opinion, from what I'm hearing, that it's from that same fellow. And, you know, it's very unpleasant that we wasted so much time in this, but, you know, I think we said enough, and your people will do whatever investigations they have to, and we'll hear in, you know, the next weeks where this all leads to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
And move expeditiously.
Thank you.
All right, back to the agenda.
I do have something that I need to bring up real quick. It's simple and quick. Mr. Manager, I, through the city attorney, have requested that I think the message should have gotten to you, but I don't know why it wasn't put in the agenda, that I want an immediate, as quickly as we could get one, in the shade meeting, reference contracts.
Executive session.
Executive session in the shade.
Agreed.
So unless there is a disapproval that they want more time from the FOP or AFSCME, which are the two unions we're dealing with now. I would like to have one sometime next week, preferably in the middle of the week. We got the Vice President of the FOP here. If you have any objections, you could come up. Okay.
Time to bring it home.
Well, on 1907 and 871, I certainly agree we could have a shade meeting, but on FOP, we just exchanged proposals. I'm not sure that there's really much to talk about. It's too open-ended at this point.
Well, then
1907.
It's up to us, Mr. Manager, to make that decision now.
No, I'm just pointing out that the proposals were
yeah.
just recently exchanged, so
I understand that, and I respect your opinion on that, and you might be right. We might need a little more time with them. But I'd like to hear both of them, beginning with ASME, and then we move on to the FOP in a shade meeting next week. Now, Madam City Attorney, how quickly can we have one?
Monday's the earliest.
Well, so
It would have to be noticed today and 3 days. If it goes out tonight, it's really tomorrow, Monday would be the.
Which day next week, rather, is the will of the commission that everybody could attend?
The calendar.
I'm out Monday and Tuesday. So
Okay,
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday.
Okay.
Fine, yeah.
All right, well, we need you
But
there.
I agree with you.
At 4:05.
I agree with you because I think that we need to bring this home,
Yeah.
right, for landing. And even if we don't have conclusion with the FOP, at least let us get a lay of the land, an idea
Exactly.
where we're at, and
Yeah.
then we take it from there.
Wednesday's my only day available.
Okay,
Wednesday.
so Wednesday it is.
Yeah.
We do an executive session on Wednesday.
Do you want to have it right after lunch, before lunch?
After lunch, I get back Wednesday morning, so
Okay.
after 1 or 12, whatever.
1:30?
Yeah, perfect.
All right.
1:30 on Wednesday, Commissioner Reyes?
What's Wednesday? What's the date?
June 30th.
Can you give me
Okay.
what time did you say? Were you-
Wednesday at 1:30.
1:30 on Wednesday.
Can we do it, is 2:30 too late?
That's fine.
No, 2:30 is fine.
Because I have a funeral.
Okay, so it'll be Wednesday at 2:30 instead.
Yeah.
Okay. Do you need a motion, Madam City Attorney, for that?
Nope.
Mr.
You
Clerk?
were clear with the manager.
Okay, so it'll be Wednesday at 2:30.
Correct.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
To discuss all three, right? Or
Well,
all-
there's two.
I'm sorry, all
I don't
two.
think fire is due yet.
No, there's
Just to
three.
discuss,
There's
Just
three.
two.
there's
Yeah.
3.
No, there's three.
There's 3.
Solid waste as well.
Solid waste also.
You're correct.
So we'll
Correct.
discuss
So
all
include
3.
solid waste right after ASME, because,
All right. Is there a willingness to take up RE5, gentlemen?
which is, which item are you talking about?
This is Marine Stadium Arena.
No, there's not.
I'm able to stay,
I got the energy. We can knock out this whole agenda.
No, we can't. We're gonna, I move we rise.
I'm able to
Chair.
stay longer and deal with it.
Mr. Chair,
And then we defer everything
Commissioner
else to
Watson.
the agenda.
Mr. Chair, can I just recognize someone for 1 minute, please? Jimmy, you want to stand up, son?
Who?
You. Oh, Jimmy back there. He's Jimmy too, that's why.
Oh, that's true. I guess there's 2 Jimmys. Jimmy, which I didn't know, maybe we will, maybe we won't, take up his dad's item. But Jimmy has spent his whole birthday with us. He's
Happy
11 years old
birthday.
today.
Hey, Jimmy.
We just wanted to say-
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Jimmy. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you.
Nice work.
Why are you wearing a mask?
He's not vaccinated.
There we go.
You're all right. Congratulations.
Tell your
Thank you.
parents. Tell your parents that they could get a video of this at miamigov.com.
All right,
At the end of the meeting of this meeting.
will do. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so any other motions for anyone that would like to see anything achieved today? Is a motion to defer the remaining agenda to the next like meeting?
Deal with anything else?
Mr. Clerk, what's your question?
Do you want me to read the remaining items on the agenda, sir?
Nope, just everything left on the agenda, we'll roll it over to the next meeting, please.
Look up.
It's been moved by Commissioner Reyes, seconded by the chair. Any further discussion? All right. Gentlemen, all in favor say aye. Motion passes. Thank you all very much for your advocacy. Thank you all very much for coming tonight, for your patience, waiting us. Oh, you know what, please? I haven't adjourned the meeting yet. I haven't adjourned the meeting yet. I would like to recognize briefly Alice Robertson, as well as the residents of Surfside who are looking for their loved ones. 99 people still missing in Surfside. I would just like to take a moment of silence. Please, please, please. I haven't adjourned the meeting yet, please. Please, this is important. I would just like to take a moment of silence, please. Not only for those in Surfside who are seeking their loved ones, also in remembrance of Alice Robertson, whose funeral was this morning, who two of her items very dear to her passed today, wayfinding and the Baywalk alterations. Just a moment of silence for those, please. Thank you. Thank you very much. All right, I'll leave you with this. If running away is easy, it's the leaving that's hard. Good night.